Did you remember everything I mentioned? Finally snapping out of his daze, Shard looked around, puzzled by his surroundings. Just a second ago in his memory, he was helping a friend with funeral arrangements, and the next, he found himself here. This was a bedroom, definitely not a bedroom of the 21st century. The light inside was a muted yellow, not very strong. The somewhat darkened wooden floor was still clean, but the walls had begun to yellow. A stack of books piled in a corner seemed about to topple, while the bookshelf next to it held various ornaments like metal pots and picture frames. The photos were all in black and white. Aside from the paintings, there were also two metal pipes on the wall. One could faintly see that the joints connecting the pipes had rusted, with one thin pipe branching off near the desk. That brown wooden desk was covered in papers, and its drawers were half open, revealing documents inside. Attached to the brass-colored pipe, the desk lamp was still lit, its heavy bell-shaped head having an unusually novel design. Not electric, gaslight. It was hard to tell by looking whether it was a gas lamp, but the pipes clinging to the wall and the wall lamps connected to these pipes certainly weren't electric. The warm yellow glow wasn't very bright either, only illuminating the area around the desk, but it inexplicably made Shard feel warmth. Guided by this light, he saw the decorative oil paintings on the wall, a black and white photograph of a lone figure on the desk, and newspapers spread across the floor in the shadows. He couldn't make out any of the words on the newspapers, but he could see that they were written in letters, not Chinese characters. The sense of being from a different era was overwhelming. No matter where this was, it was no longer his hometown. The air was permeated with a rotting scent, but it was more like the smell of a funeral home. Shard remembered the smell, for he had just been aiding a tragically deceased friend. Did you remember everything I mentioned? The voice echoed again, and only then did Shard fully come out of his stupor. He quickly realized someone was gripping his right wrist. Now fully conscious and aligned with his body, he thought to lower his head. He stood at the bedside of what seemed to be a 19th century man's bedroom. The bed was a four-poster, but with curtains on only three sides. The visible parts of the bed and headboard gleamed metallic under the bedhead gas lamp. The lamp at the bedhead was shaped like an angel holding it up, and Shard was momentarily captivated by the exquisite design. The person holding his hand was the man lying in the bed, presumably the owner of the bedroom. This middle-aged man, wearing a dark checkered nightgown, was covered up by blankets except for his head and right hand. His distinctly Caucasian facial features were gaunt, eyes sunken, cheeks drooping, and the hand gripping Shard's wrist was terrifyingly skinny. The man looked as if he was about to starve to death, and Shard even believed that speaking too loudly might require him to plead with the man not to die. Shard really didn't know anything now and needed to understand the situation from this man. So, is this time travel? He thought to himself, grasping a general idea of the current situation. Fortunately, although the man in the bed was weak, at least there were no signs of corpse discoloration. Otherwise, Shard would really be worried about his current predicament. Did you remember everything I mentioned? The frail man in the bed asked a third time, his brown eyes deeply recessed yet fixedly staring at Shard. Although Shard didn't understand why he had inexplicably traveled to this place, at least he knew it was best to play along for now, to grasp the current state of things before planning further. He tried to speak, and only then realized that the man wasn't speaking Chinese, nor any language he knew, but Shard somehow understood him. He tried to reply in the man's language, but only managed to slightly open his mouth. He understood, but couldn't speak it. No way, I can understand but not speak. Instantly, a buzzing sound arose in his ears, and his back itched from nervousness. Being unable to speak the language of this otherworld was not something he had anticipated, and it was the worst-case scenario. A humming noise filled his head, and he soon realized that this noise wasn't due to his own nervousness. He understood the voice inside his head. It was a woman speaking, a whispering sound, 6th era, Common Era Calendar 1853, summer, the day of silver moon's shine. You have come to this gloomy world. You understand you need an identity, so you must inherit everything of this inexplicable body. Now is the first step to prove that you can enter this world. System. His instinct was that this was the legendary system, but he immediately realized that it was definitely not the system. The woman's voice was unusually elegant and soothing, like a whisper reciting a poem chapter, intoxicating to those who heard it. But the language she used was different from Chinese and from the language of the frail man on the bed. The language was even older and more profound, like an ancient breeze that had traveled through the curtains of time and suddenly brushed the present. The language itself was a manifestation of mystery. Even just understanding its meanings, Shard felt as though he was peering into the deepest darkness. Even though Shard understood this second language, purely comprehending it made his head buzz and his new body's stomach felt nauseous. It was a sense of spiritual oppression. The language used by the voice in his mind itself possessed extraordinary power. This is the language system of this world. It's not a system in my mind. This is something that originally existed in this body. Shard made his judgment. As his pupils slightly contracted, a more terrifying speculation arose before his eyes. A new world, this world akin to the Victorian steam era, is a world where the transcendent and the mysterious exist. He wasn't the kind of person who rejected reality. Since transmigration had occurred, the existence of the transcendent wasn't entirely unacceptable. However, his first task now was to clarify the current situation, answer the man's question, and identify his own identity. Therefore, Shard tried his best to convey information to the voice in his mind using his language. Whoever you are, listen well. I want to accept everything about this body, but I don't have the memories of this body, nor do I have the language habits of this body. Now, you do. It felt as if a brick had been forcibly shoved into his fontanelle and maliciously stirred around. It was a miracle Shard thought he hadn't passed out. He didn't obtain the original body's memories instead. Knowledge about common language of the Northern Kingdom, human Draylon Kingdom language, was stuffed into him. But this knowledge merely existed. Like a translator, it didn't immediately integrate and understand all the slangs, dialects, religious cultures, allusions, or language habits. I apologize, sir, I'm not feeling well. Could you please repeat what you wanted me to remember? With this knowledge, he translated the Chinese in his mind into the common language of Northern Kingdom humans of the otherworld and deliberately spoke with a translated tone. The frail man gripping Shard's hand suddenly squeezed hard. It was hard to imagine that such a slender wrist could possess such strength. You are still the same. Your brain doesn't function well. All right, I'll say it again. It seemed that the original owner of the body was not very bright, and Shard's words for now did not raise any suspicions. Shard Shade, the pronunciation of the name was very similar. I am about to die. I knew 3 months in advance that I would die, so I selected you from among the wanderers. I changed your life, gave you a new name, taught you basic literacy and some common sense. After I die, you will inherit everything I have me detective agency and all my belongings. But you need to do something for me, a very simple thing. Though his tone was very weak, his terrifying eyes stared at Shard like a dying lone wolf. The great terror evident in his gaze chilled the heart of Shard, the outlander who still didn't understand this world very well. But Shard kept his breathing as steady as possible and did not meet his gaze bravely. It was not that Shard was frightened at the moment, but from the previous statement, he had begun to understand the original owner's situation. Therefore, at this moment, he should not meet the man's gaze but should fearfully look away, which was more in line with the known character setting. Inherit my detective agency, no matter what you decide to do with it. At least keep it running until September 5, 1853, 3 months from now. At that time, you will receive a letter. Fetch it and burn it. That is the price for inheriting all my estates. His hand gripped Shard's tightly, and even as Shard acted with a slight struggle, he didn't believe he could break free. The man's strength was indeed formidable. This is my, Sparrow Hamilton's, only requirement for leaving the inheritance to you, Shard Hamilton. Such wills and requests, you just know something's off the moment you hear them. The expression on Shard's face, who was having his hand held beside the bed, didn't show much, but he clearly understood a detective who precisely foresaw his own death and took in a homeless man with a feeble mind right before dying, leaving all of his possessions just for a seemingly simple request. That meant this simple request was definitely anything but. The other party was probably not just a detective, but the Shard now occupying a new body wasn't the original fellow either. Even if the original Shard was oblivious to the truth, the foreigner now understood that he should not get involved in matters that smelled fishy at first whiff. Otherwise, if you don't agree, I can guarantee that you won't get a penny of my money after I die, and none of this will be yours. You'll go back to being homeless, without gas lamps, without a fireplace, without 3 meals a day, not even a bed. You'll return to your former life, but Shard had to agree he had nothing in this world. Weighing the option of struggling from scratch as a vagrant against getting involved in a troublesome matter but gaining wealth, Shard knew neither choice was good, but he had to choose one. Moreover, now that he was standing here and had heard these words, he was already involved, so backing out wasn't an option. Shard understood how to assess the situation and weigh his own circumstances. Just, is the death of Mr. Sparrow Hamilton related to the supernatural? Is it related to the voice in my head? He thought to himself, yet he couldn't deduce any further conclusions. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the voice in his head appeared again. It's related to the supernatural. He died due to a relic. It has nothing to do with you. That voice was still so elegant, so composed. Despite the brevity of the information, the whispering voice still seemed as though it was reciting a poem chapter. Relic, in the ancient and elegant language used by the woman, this was a proper noun. Different languages carry different amounts of information, and in the language that the woman used, the term carried vast amounts of information, including the likes of sealed item, containment object, and cursed item. Shard was glad he understood this language from the vocabulary. He discerned special objects capable of exercising supernatural power, but extremely dangerous. This made Shard harbor some rather ominous speculations about this world. So who are you exactly? The voice didn't explain the term, so Shard asked inwardly. From the answers to his questions, he realized that the other party was also a thinking entity. I am you. The murmuring voice answered softly. Its whisper-like assertion caused a chill to run down Shard's back. But Shard hummed lightly. He was certain that this body was male, and the voice in his head could not be its original inhabitant. Looking at the shine of the bedside lamp, illuminating the tightly furrowed, lifeless, ghastly skin of the man on the bed, Shard said to him, I understand, sir. Shard, I have 10 minutes of life left. If there's anything else you want to ask, go ahead and ask. The other party said something very remarkable, his tone filled with fatigue. But Shard knew that if everything the other person said was correct, then the following questions would be key to his establishment in this world, and he must be cautious. Your death seems unnatural. He spoke slowly, faking the voice of someone slow-witted, which was quite taxing. The first question was about his own situation after the other's death, and Shard had to make sure that the cause of the detective's demise wouldn't affect him. We never discussed this before, and I know you've always been worried. No need to worry about that. My death in a while might scare you, but there's no need for fear. My death will not implicate you. I need you to complete a task 3 months from now, so I can assure you of this. The one who killed me will definitely not appear again. After all, we ordinary folks are not worthy of their attention. The information received was quite substantial. The man on the bed had no intention of hiding anything. Ordinary people. This time, Shard truly hesitated. You don't need to know, and frankly, I don't understand much myself. Those circle sorcerers, practitioners of the 4 elements, arcane technique, enlightenment, desecration, whisper, the church of the 5 great deities and the 3 great magics academies. This terrifying world, forget what I just said, you'll live better. Remember, you don't understand anything. The man on the bed emphasized forcefully, leaving Shard to just take note of these terms and then nod. All right, I don't understand anything. He guessed that circle sorcerer was a term for the magicians of this world, and arcane technique, enlightenment, desecration, whisper were parts of a power system, while the true God Church and the Magics Academies were the major forces of magicians. It was impossible for an ordinary person detective to know so much. There were indeed many secrets to the Hamilton detective, but Shard did not continue to inquire on this topic. He had to make the conversant willingly divulge more information within the limited time, instead of mutually suspecting each other trying to discern lies and truths. After you die, how should I live? I don't understand detective work, and I'm not well educated. Despite the urgency, he couldn't speak faster, not only because of the disguise, but also because Shard still couldn't master the language fluently. This situation of having to walk when he should be racing made him quite anxious. But he couldn't show his anxiety, therefore he felt even more anxious internally. It's all right, what I have taught you is enough. You only need to stay here for 3 months. After 3 months, sell everything and move to the countryside where it's better suited for you, enough for you to live out your life in peace. After all, the cost of living is lower there. Perhaps truly lacking the strength, the man in the bed didn't utter a more complete sentence. But Shard had no memories of the past. Unaware of what the other had taught him, he sought help from the voice in his head, but it didn't appear. Is there anything else you need to entrust to me? This was the 3rd time Shard had asked the question, deliberating carefully before speaking. Remember the words I told you over these 3 months. Remember the simple commissions I left in the memo. You can try to do them to maintain the operation of the detective agency also, the card in this diary. The feeble man pointed to the bedside. He let go of Shard's hand, and Shard bent down to pick up the diary. The brown leather cover was secured with a magnetic clasp, and the diary had been well preserved by its user. Shard handed the diary to Mr. Hamilton in bed, but he shook his head, barely able to speak anymore. So Shard opened the diary himself, quickly flipping through. Each page carried continuous dates. Both sides were used. Most of the pages had only one sentence: nothing happened today, not much savings left, while a few detailed the progression of commissions received by the agency. When he reached the middle of the diary, the rustling of pages stopped, and a stiff card was sandwiched at that spot. Shard controlled himself not to raise his eyebrows, seeing that it was a rectangular card smaller than the size of a hand. After taking it out, the surface of the card felt like it was covered with a completely transparent wax, protecting the card itself from environmental damage. But upon closer touch, it seemed to be a layer of transparent skin. Suddenly, Shard thought of human skin. The card was not thick, and under room lighting, one could see through it. What Shard considered the back had abstract patterns of the sun, moon, and stars intertwined into an odd combination. What he considered the front depicted a lady with her head turned so her features were indistinct. Side sitting on a high stool, holding the moon. Silver hair, her profile outlined with a hint of a smile, wearing a long robe. However, the colors on the card weren't rich, only featuring white, black, and cool tones around those 2 colors. In the top right corner of the front, there was a number 3, and in the top left corner was a small symbol of the sun. Between them, at the top center of the card's face, a white circle held a black vertical line. Directly below the image of the woman, or the bottom front, there was a small blank space that held a line of small writing. When using this card, the number can be adjusted within the range of 1 to 5. The card did not appear very new, and with the faint light in the room, subtle damages not easily noticed could be seen, but it was also evident that the owner had tried hard to preserve it carefully. Surprisingly, Shard understood all the words on the card, just as he could understand the speech of men and women. How strange, after crossing over, I can understand what I hear and read, but can't seem to speak. As he thought to himself, he asked softly, "What is this?" A very valuable card, interchangeable with the common deck of 54 cards we usually use, belonging to the 4 suits of sun, moon, stars, and flowers, representing the card Sun 3. But this card is a special edition, with rare patterns making it highly collectible. Keep it saved in the diary, don't let it get wet or fold it, and certainly don't show it to others lightly. But if you're truly desperate, go to Birmingham Collection Hall in Tobisk City. The people there understand its value. The rotor card, the most important collection of my life. Shard nodded, noting the term rotor card, understanding this was a common card game in this world, and that Sun 3 had the same nature as commemorative coins and stamps. So he slipped the card back into the diary. Although the card was somewhat more exquisite, he deduced from the bedroom's decor that this era's production capacity could manufacture such items, so there was no need for much suspicion. "Sir, is there anything else you want to say?" Shard asked again, now letting the other take the initiative to speak, rather than asking himself. "Shard." Mr. Hamilton took hold of Shard's hand once again, his eyes looking tenderly toward the young man at the bedside. "I know I've never been a good man, but I'm truly sorry for involving you in this. 3 months from now, leave Tobisk City. Such a grand capital is not suitable for you. But I think if you were to understand, you'd believe that taking you away from a vagrant life was the right choice. Your mind isn't sharp, remember. Don't trust others' words so easily in the future, especially those trying to make you spend money. I've already made arrangements with Tobisk Public Cemetery for a gravesite. The corpse bearer will come shortly, you don't have to follow. Live in this house for 3 months, according to the life skills I've taught you. Shard, I am sorry. I wish you good luck." Having settled his affairs, the detective on the bed closed his eyes, and Shard Hamilton, pursing his lips, waited a while before breaking free his hand and checking the breath and pulse. Dead. He couldn't believe that the other had died so easily, and it really was about 10 minutes. Before he could react further, a black glimmer flickered across the face of the corpse. Shard felt a sudden tightness in his heart, and a wave of extreme terror overwhelmed him in an instant. But by the time he regained his composure, the black light had dispersed and vanished into the air. As the light disappeared from the body, the emaciated corpse that looked as though it had starved to death began to visibly plump up, as if someone was inflating it from inside, until it transformed back to a normal-looking corpse. How is this normal? What exactly is happening now? In the silent room, Shard uneasily looked around, his unease not stemming from being alone with the corpse, but rather from the unfamiliar environment. This world was not the world of before he had seen a corner of the mysterious and dangerous truth of this world. The voice in his head resounded once more, as if reminding Shard that this place was not one for a human. "You have encountered Whisper." "What encounter? What Whisper? Can you explain more clearly?" But the voice still did not answer. Whisper was one of the 4 elements of mystery the detective had spoken of just before. Clearly what caused his death was linked to the so-called relic, Whisper. Although the oppressive and unknown truth left Shard bewildered, looking at the corpse on the bed, he surprisingly didn't feel too horrified. If all this is someone's joke, that would be wonderful. He hoped at that moment it was all an act, yet reason told him it couldn't be an act. After standing silently by the bed for a moment, he carefully and quietly moved around the 4-poster bed to the window. He cautiously and calmly pulled back the heavy drapes, and instantly the weak morning light, filtering through the fog on the street in the glass of the window, shone in. This light seemed to also temporarily disperse the unease in his heart. Is it morning now? Due to the thick fabric drapes, he had thought it was still night. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly started at that moment, startling Shard. He unconsciously let go of the curtain, but then immediately grabbed it and pulled it all the way open. Squinting out the window right onto the street, didn't have time to observe the odd scenery of the steam age in the mist, first looking downward to confirm it was the corpse bearer knocking, able to see the horse-drawn corpse carriage, before he turned to open the door. Being able to know the exact time of one's death so precisely, that's why the corpse bearer was able to arrive with such accuracy, he muttered to himself, pushing open the bedroom door. Outside was the living room, also featuring similar steam-age-style gas pipes on the walls, handcrafted wooden furniture, and various stacked-up documents and books. The small blackboard hanging on the wall, the very formal coffee table, and fabric sofa set also resembled the style of a detective agency. The living room's curtains were not drawn, allowing the dim morning light from the foggy outside to seep in, the light falling obliquely on the floor before Shard's feet. In the light, dust particles floated quietly, like eerie tiny creatures swimming around. This sense of reality made Shard's skin crawl. He unlocked the cold lock and security chain on the front door, directly opposite which was a spiraling staircase leading downwards, and next to it another door, indicating there were two residences on this floor, somewhat reminiscent of the apartment buildings in Holmes' novels. Unable to find a light, he could only spiral down the oppressive dark staircase, his heart seeming to pound wildly with each step. In the dark environment, the overly imaginative Shard felt as though some terrible presence was peeping at him. From the second floor, he reached the first floor, the stairs leading directly to the hall. On one side of the hall, the passageway connecting to the first floor was completely sealed with wooden planks, as if it were an enclosed coffin, making the hall the only accessible area on the first floor. This scene, already making the anxious Outlander suspicious, intensified his confusion. Why seal the first floor? What exactly is going on here? He passed by the shoe cabinet, casually lifting a fallen umbrella, glancing at the gas lamp above the shoe cabinet. With care, he turned it on, letting the light soothe his spirit. Taking a deep breath, he opened the front door. A silent old man in a black coat stood at the doorway, a crossed leaves emblem hanging on his chest. Behind him was the bleak sky and choking fog. The old man looked up at Shard, his voice as low as leaves scraping the damp, cold ground. Shard Hamilton. The language he used was the same as the deceased detectives, known as Draylon. Yes. Shard nodded a bit awkwardly, motioning for the numb-looking old man to follow him upstairs. The old man gestured to the dejected middle-aged man who was soothing the horses behind him, his face as gloomy as the current weather. The three of them ascended the stairs together. Unsure of what to say, Shard silently led them to a bedroom on the second floor marked with a number 1 door plate. Throughout the process, almost no one spoke. The old man and the middle-aged man both smelled of the corpse. They put on gloves first, confirmed that the detective's body on the bed was indeed dead, and then handed Shard a document requiring his signature. It was a confirmation document for the body to be managed by the City Public Cemetery Administration, with the dual seals of the City Public Cemetery Administration and the City Funeral Committee at the bottom. At the very bottom was a prayer for the deceased, the translation of which made the living Shard very uncomfortable. The old man and the middle-aged man examined the body, while Shard sat at the bedroom's desk and picked up the cold fountain pen. His mind was somewhat muddled now, but he could understand and read, even if he could not write. Fortunately, the knowledge he had received just before gave him the ability to write as well. Planning to sign his name translated to the phonetically similar human Northern Common Language of Draylon, he decided to sign his name. On the cold sheet of paper, there was nothing noteworthy, just the confirmation of the body's transfer and that the funeral expenses had been settled. But looking at another signature on the document, belonging to the committee's secretariat, the naming convention in this world is very similar to the Western style in my previous life, divided into 3 parts. Official documents included adding a middle name. The first name is Shard, the surname could follow Hamilton, but the middle name. The confused and uneasy Outlander didn't know if the deceased Mr. Hamilton had given a middle name to the body's original owner, but now was not the time to search through the room. He had to quickly think of a name to use temporarily. Suolin. That whispering voice resonated in Shard's mind again, almost making him jump. The voice provided a word, which existed in both the ancient language used by women and the common language of the Northern Kingdom used by detectives, meaning silver moon. I can use this as my middle name, but you'll have to explain it, he said. Shard tried to communicate again, his heart extraordinarily tense, and the whispering woman's voice actually sounded. This is fate, Outlander. The silver moon is your destiny. Once you gather the 4 elements and push open the supernatural gate, glimpsing this terrifying world, the meaning will naturally appear. Shard frowned, suppressing the panic inside, and after a moment's thought, he firmly signed his own name, Shard Shurn Hamilton. The corpse-bearers did not ask Shard for a death certificate or a report of the cause of death, nor did they intend to notify the police for an autopsy. It was as if the detective's death was as commonplace as a stray dog's departure from the street. After retrieving the body transfer authorization from Shard, they gave him a receipt with the location of the grave, and then silently carried away the body of Mr. Hamilton, still in his pajamas. Shard escorted them to the front door downstairs, but did not go out himself. He watched as the body was placed in a narrow coffin on the carriage, lined with a brown cloth that seemed stained with blood. The middle-aged man drove the horse-drawn carriage, carrying the coffin and the old man, deep into the foggy streets in the distance. Well then, goodbye, Detective Sparrow Hamilton, he thought silently as he closed the door. Standing in the dim hallway light for a while, Shard then ascended the eerie dark stairs. The step of the Outlander was heavy, and though he was alone and tense, there was a strange sense of relief, simpler than I thought. No queries about Mr. Hamilton's cause of death, no concern whether I truly am Shard Hamilton, not even a tip for moving the body. Detective Hamilton must have prepared everything in advance. The body left carrying many secrets, leaving behind countless mysteries for Shard, the despicable outlander who had taken over another's body. He still had many questions for Mr. Hamilton, and countless doubts waiting for answers. But the dead cannot be resurrected, and he had to accept the fact of the other's death and strive to establish himself in this apparently abnormal world. The only good news was that the house on the second floor, previously owned by Detective Sparrow Hamilton, now belonged to Shard. He suddenly became a property owner in this world, similar to the Victorian era of the mid-19th century. The first floor was boarded up, the neighboring room number 2 on the second floor was locked from the outside, and the stairs leading to the third floor were completely broken. Thus, in this empty house, there was now only Shard left. He returned to room number 1 on the second floor and meticulously checked every corner of the darkened study, living room, bathroom, and bedroom to ensure there was really no one in those shadows. Then he exhaled deeply and sat on the living room sofa, slightly reassured as he looked out at the morning fog. Shard finally had time to sort out the current situation. I've traveled through time, inheriting a detective agency. The body's original owner might have issues, trained by the previous detective to help him complete an apparently simple task after his death. Detective Sparrow Hamilton had secrets. This world holds mysterious powers, and the detective's death along with the voice in my head both prove this. What I need is to gather the 4 elements the detective's death has already exposed me to, whisper, rubbing his face, though worried. The situation so far was at least not bad. Although Detective Sparrow Hamilton's death was sudden, at least, Shard had a footing in this brand new world. This was sufficient to sustain his livelihood, to explore the secrets of this world and possibly find a way back home. Shard was not a person who was content with circumstances, nor was he one to complain about everything. It was unfortunate to have unwittingly left his homeland and come here, but all he could do for now was accept it, to live well here, and try to live even better. Besides, to see this world possessing transcendent powers, the steam age mysteries, those rituals and sorcery, how could one possibly be content with the ordinary? Shard murmured to himself, as the laughter of the woman in his mind rang out, as pleasant as a breeze over a field of lavender. Now that I have a short-term goal, the plan is to check the room more thoroughly, search for currency, find a city map, and examine books. I need to understand the world through text, look into the historical context and religious customs, and cautiously adapt to this place. I'm contemplating whether to stay for 3 months, help the detective with that matter, and then decide what to do after I understand everything. Shard summarized his current situation and accepted the fact that the detective was dead. The worst part right now wasn't the mystery of this world, but rather the complete lack of the original owner's memories, leaving him utterly clueless about this world. Apart from that, things weren't too bad. Rising to his feet, Shard moved toward the washroom. The gas lamp in the washroom had some problems. Even set to its highest capacity, it emitted only a feeble light. In that dim light, he looked at the person in the mirror, dull golden hair, dark brown eyes, obviously a Western male face, around 20 years old, with an expression that seemed a bit anxious, and about 1.8 meters tall. After all, he had been a wanderer before, so his appearance wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but according to Shard's own aesthetic sense, it was quite decent. So this is me, don't get scared by the stranger in the mirror later on, he cautioned himself in his mind, but he didn't immediately leave the mirror. Instead, after cautiously looking around, he whispered, "Hey, hello, are you still there?" He tried to communicate with the whispering woman's voice again to ascertain what she really was, but after a long time without a response, he had to accept the reality and give up for the moment. Next, he needed to find currency. He hadn't found any food while searching the kitchen earlier, and this body was clearly hungry, so he had to put aside other worries for the moment and get some money for food. But the unexpected happened once again. About half an hour later, Shard was seated back on the sofa bathed in the warm yellow light, his expression indescribably panicked. In his hand he held a banknote with the number 10 written on it, a note full of folds and stains, even smaller than the playing cards found in the diary. On the face with numbers was a portrait, while on the back was the coat of arms of the royal family of the Draylon Kingdom, where he currently resided. After searching the entire house and going through all the books and documents, and turning out every pocket in the wardrobe, Shard only found this single banknote that seemed to have accidentally slipped into a gap behind the bookshelf. Could it be that the cost of living in this world is so unique that this single banknote could sustain me for 3 months? Even if he comforted himself with such jokes, he knew it was impossible. "This is bad," he said, leaning back on the sofa, closing his eyes and tilting his head back as he looked at the white ceiling. "Mr. Hamilton, where on earth did you hide the money? I agreed to stay. Surely you wouldn't leave me without a penny." Even though he was scared, he really wanted to catch up with that hearse and shake the dead body awake to question it. If there was a language barrier, being clever might still get one by. If one had physical disabilities, bravery could suffice for survival. But without money, there was no way at all. It was obvious that Mr. Spike Hamilton did not cook at home. There wasn't even a single vegetable leaf in the kitchen, so there wouldn't be any mouse carcasses. Shard didn't know when this body had last eaten, but he clearly needed to eat now. Taking into account the limits of human endurance, Shard had to immediately think of a way to get money, or find a manner to earn money, or he might well end up being forced, after the sun went down, to look for a restaurant on the map, then search for a garbage bin in the alley behind the restaurant and try his luck there. "No, it won't come to that," he said, looking at the lone banknote in his hand with a terribly grim expression, dark as the sky outside. "Even though I don't know its value, it is still money. And there's also the Sun 3 card from the diary. These things will help me survive. But since I can't find money for the time being, I must think about a long-term earning strategy." A transmigrator's knowledge might be quite valuable, but monetizing knowledge in an unfamiliar place is not only troublesome but also dangerous, not to mention that this world itself is imbued with mysterious powers. He remembered that this was a detective agency, and Mr. Hamilton had mentioned before his death that he left some safer tasks that, not so bright, Shard could handle to maintain the detective identity and keep the detective agency going. Since he hadn't found the deceased detective's money yet, he had to prepare for the worst and consider a way to make a living. That being said, Mr. Hamilton knew that Shard, the original Shard, wasn't very intelligent, so he must have left simple tasks to keep the detective agency operative. So perhaps they have already been solved, and I just need to go collect the money. Even though there are mysteries in this world, at least, the life of ordinary people is mainstream. Shard suddenly had an inspiration and stood up to fetch the diary from the shadowy corner of the bedside table in the master bedroom, along with the ledger, memorandum, and work log that were relics of his days as a detective. Although he hadn't found any money just then, he had found these items. Detective Sparrow Hamilton was a very orderly and meticulous man. Even though Shard hadn't studied accounting or business administration, he was touched by the detailed records of the agency's operations. Of course, it was mainly Shard who was moved, because the cases that the agency had yet to resolve were really quite simple, and most were already halfway to completion. Finding Miss White's runaway younger sister, tailing Mr. Lawrence's mistress, searching for the lost orange cat Mia, inquiring about a doctor who can heal eye illnesses. They all seemed simple and not very dangerous. Oh, Mr. Hamilton had already handled most of them. "If I decide to stay and run this place, resolving one case thoroughly in 2 or 3 weeks would be enough to keep it running," Shard summarized while flipping through the handwritten reports by Mr. Hamilton. But what he needed now wasn't long-term operation of the detective agency, but to simply get some money for short-term living expenses. Comparing the remaining difficulty, the payment method, and the amount of compensation for the 4 cases, Shard decided to take on the task of tailing Mr. Lawrence's mistress first. According to the case report, Detective Hamilton had been tailing her for months, only stopping recently due to ill health. The current report could actually be handed to the employer to settle the remaining payment. However, Mr. Hamilton had left a note in the report, taking special care of Shard's limited literacy with simple words. The note said that if he intended to complete the assignment, it was best to have some recent records before submission, as this could likely fetch a higher reward and prevent the employer from becoming suspicious, which meant that Shard only needed to follow her one more time to complete the task. Although it wasn't exactly perfect completion, it would at least meet the requirements of the employer, that is, Mr. Lawrence's wife, and earn him the remaining commission marked as £1.07, which meant £1.04. The tone of the detective's notes suggested this was a considerably generous payment. Choosing this task was not just for the payment, but also because this type of commission helping wives catch their husbands' mistresses was something Detective Hamilton had handled many times, and they were the simplest to finalize without any hitches at the end. Detective Sparrow Hamilton might not be a famous detective, but he was quite adept at investigating extramarital affairs. Not wanting to stay in this eerie house where someone had just died, drinking cold water and filling his stomach with paper pages, Shard prepared to set off for investigation, aiming to hand over the report to the employer before dusk. "It's no problem, I'll get the first payment through this commission, and then slowly uncover the secrets of the deceased detective, figure out the source of the voice in my head. Everything will start to get better." He encouraged himself inwardly and first found the city map. Using the notes from Detective Hamilton's relics and the wall calendar, he deduced the potential locations of the mistress named Lady Lasoya. These were simple tasks, but the most difficult step was finding his current location on that Tobisk City map. The Tobisk City map in the office was annotated by the previous detective and even marked with the pubs he frequented to gather information and the locations of black markets dealing in sensitive items. But the original detective, Mr. Hamilton, did not have the habit of marking his own home on the map. Fortunately, while Shard searched through the materials, he found a past tailing record, which included the route of that particular operation, allowing him to identify the location of this apartment as number 6 on St. Deland Square in the center of Tobisk City. Shard mused unexpectedly, and he found a palace complex called Yordle Palace just 2 streets away from St. Deland Square. As per the crumpled newspaper, between the front page news about the third round of citywide steam pipe renovation and the report on the collapse investigation of ancient towers on Kara's Mountain on page 3, the second page mentioned that Yordle Palace served as the residence for the royal family of the Draylon Kingdom. For Shard, who lacked a home in his own world, his heart raced faster, his panic and tension momentarily scattered by a surge of excitement. He muttered to himself while looking at the papers in his hand, which means, my current location is presumed to be the capital of one of the world's 2 great kingdoms, the Draylon Kingdom, in a central square-adjacent apartment. I actually have such a house, and I'm still worried about starving to death. From the oppression, he had begun to feel a moment's relief, but a house wasn't something that could be liquidated immediately, and Shard had no intention of truly abandoning the detective's 3-month contracts. At least having secure footing, he meant to ponder further, but at least a very sincere smile appeared on his face, replacing the tension. With a house in such a location in hand, there was no need to worry about the future. The smile gradually faded away as Shard realized he had gone through even the will but had not found anything like a deed or title to the property. Could this apartment be rented? Which means I might very possibly have to pay an undisclosed amount of rent each month. Shard incredulously reached this conclusion while looking again at the calendar hanging on the living room wall. It was the 3rd week of Sunlight Moon, June 1853. If he really had to pay rent, it was very probable he'd have to do so at the beginning of each month. This world too has a 12-month system, and the dates are very similar to the past. Otherwise, I might as well run away, pack my clothes, drag my suitcase, carry a bucket, and start this mysterious world journey as a vagrant. Staying here not only means no income, but there might also be debts left by Mr. Hamilton that I don't know about. Of course, Shard didn't run away in the end. It was apparent to anyone that the 3-month mission left by Mr. Hamilton was fishy, and Shard, already entangled, wasn't going to leave, especially not after he hadn't before his death. But to investigate that mission and to explore Hamilton's secrets were concerns for later. Right now, the priority was to secure enough money to survive a week before making any other plans. He took the investigation report and map, and made sure not to forget the compass and pocket watch in the desk drawer. For safety reasons, although no firearms were found, a cane could serve as a weapon naturally. He didn't forget to bring along a fruit knife either. He opted for an inconspicuous outfit, a black coat with matching trousers which was quite in line with Tobisk City's dress code in early summer. In room number 1 on the 2nd floor, which had a total of 2 bedrooms, Shard found clothes that suited his current size in the other room. Unfortunately, that room, presumably belonging to the original Shard, contained no diary or any other written hints that might have made life a bit simpler, given the original Shard's pitiable level of literacy. Having prepared everything, the wall clock in the corner of the living room was approaching 11 in the morning. At the cabinet by the room's door, Shard found the keys to both the room and the main entrance downstairs. He carefully locked the door, took a deep breath, and with gritted teeth plucked a strand of hair from his head. He then laid down on the floor between the door and the stairs, placing the strand of hair in the gap beneath the door, squinting his left eye to make sure the hair was aligned with the protruding corner on the left side of the bedroom door inside the room. The stairwell windows were shut, the ground floor was sealed, and all internal windows were closed, so there was no need to worry about the hair being moved by the wind. As long as Shard took care not to stomp his feet at the door or be careless when opening the main entrance, the position of the hair would indicate if anyone had passed by or entered the room. Just as he was about to rise, he glanced towards the locked door of room number 2 on the 2nd floor. After some thought, he plucked another hair, despite the pain, and positioned it in the door gap, parallel to the lock. It was always good to be extra careful, for the secrets left behind by Mr. Hamilton were indeed plentiful. As he spiraled down the stairs, the tapping footsteps in the silent space inexplicably made him tense again. The stair railing was dust-free, and the decorative oil paintings on the wall looked like they were cleaned regularly. The closer he got to the downstairs, the faster Shard's heart seemed to beat. He knew there was nothing to panic about, but this was after all the first real step into this world since entering this place. Standing in front of the door, he changed his boots, then picked up the black bowler hat from the coat rack and placed it on his head, taking a long time to finally grasp the doorknob and push open the door. His heartbeat accelerated the moment he opened the door, the feeling of completely entering an unknown environment, accepting the fact of his passage to this world, was indeed uncomfortable. Stepping over the threshold, he did not immediately look outside but quickly stepped out with his head down and then turned around, twisting the key to lock the door. With eyes closed, he slowly turned to face the street, stepping back to lean on the door, his head resting against the cold metal number plate, number 6. There's nothing to be nervous about, it's just entering an otherworld likely never to return, he told himself, trying hard to suppress the desire to take deep breaths, raised his head, opened his eyes, leaned on the door, and took in everything before him. The air swirled with a hint of smog, darker than what it was in the morning. Despite that, the bustling square was still teeming with gentlemen in suits with top hats, ladies in dresses wearing makeup, porters carrying wooden boxes, barefoot newsboys shouting, bashful flower sellers soliciting customers, four-wheel carriages rushing by, and plump housewives with paper bags and lace hats. There was a burnt smell in the air. The diverse crowd mingled on the smoke-filled streets around the square, with the vendors' cries and the noise nearly overlapping entirely. Across the plaza, like the buildings behind him, stood three-story houses, with dense networks of metal pipes clinging to walls like vines or spider webs, reflecting the weak midday sun. In the center of the square stood a fountain with a maiden holding a water jug aloft. The fountain was dry, and the statue had turned somewhat yellow. A patrolling officer sitting by the fountain with a police badge looked curiously towards Shard. The middle-aged officer's gaze asked if he needed help, prompting Shard to quickly look away. A newspaper boy passed by. The scraping of his feet against the gravel-covered ground made Shard's hair stand on end. The ding-ding-dang of the bell on the passing four-wheel carriage, together with the inquisitive stares from the carriage windows, all contributed to the acceleration of his heartbeat. Feeling his heart pounding, Shard threw his hands open and pressed them against the door behind him, instinctively leaning back in fear of the reality unraveling before him. Blood pressure rising, heart racing, the sudden tolling of a distant bell almost exploded in his head like a bomb, nearly causing Shard to faint. So real, so unbelievable, so contrary to the common knowledge of his past 20-plus years. This was the otherworld. He truly had left his homeland, come to the otherworld, to a completely unfamiliar world. Do not panic, Shard repeated to himself over and over, but couldn't suppress his body's innate response. It's okay, I will get used to all this, I will integrate here. He desperately kept telling himself, yet his body still involuntarily leaned back against the door, his back soaked with sweat. Then that woman's murmuring voice rang out again, and while it was a sound of the otherworld as well, it seemed to pull Shard back to reality, confronting everything. The murmuring voice proclaimed like reciting a poem chapter, "You have gained enlightenment." Shard's heart slowed its frantic beating at the sound, and his heightened blood pressure also began to normalize due to the whispering. The voice resonated within him. What enlightenment? He hadn't failed to hear it. Clearly, he simply didn't understand the meaning of the words. Enlightenment was also one of the 4 elements of mystery the detective vaguely mentioned before his death, but Shard needed further explanation. He was now absolutely certain that the voice in his head wasn't a system, rather, it was very likely a part of this world's mystical framework. You are me, and I am you. Foreigner, you manipulate the course of fate in front of the curtain. Fate unfolds because of you, and I touch the reality of the world from behind it. You grow strong through me. Though you hold suspicions, we are one and the same. There is no distinction between us. The woman's voice answered not his question, and while Shard felt no anger, he found himself somewhat elated. His hunch was right. The voice in his head was probably a link to accessing and using the mysteries within this world system. The worldview of this world seemed to approach that of the Cthulhu mythos and cosmic horror, where the transcendent and mysteries held power, their very existence influencing the mundane, necessitating another kind of force to assist mortals in contacting those strange and dangerous entities. You are me, and I am you. Even though you say that, you are definitely not like the usual circumstances. He wanted to verify his thoughts with the murmuring voice in his mind, but all he got was the woman's light laughter. Regardless, he had at least made contact with the mystical elements of this world. Even if he understood nothing, at least he was standing here with his own goals. The earlier panic slowly subsided, as if he was getting closer to this smoky steam age world. The feeling of standing on solid ground gave Shard more stability. He told himself to gradually accept everything rather than panic uselessly, earn the money from a commission, investigate Hamilton's story, gather the 4 elements, study the voice in my head, move forward, do not panic. Repeating this mantra in his head finally allowed him to step away from the door. Discarding the idea of going back to change clothes, Shard carefully, very carefully, stepped down the 3-level stairs from the doorway and stood on the street at the edge of the plaza, widening his eyes to look up at this world and let the world reflect in them, regardless, move forward. He said to himself, and after a brief pause, followed the plan he made inside the house, walking along the round plaza street towards the direction of the exit to the main street that led away from the plaza. Leaving the house and stepping onto the main street, he truly entered this world. In contrast to the city's noise, Shard, as he merged into it, seemed as inconspicuous as a droplet entering the sea. He spoke rarely, simply heading towards his destination, the Nightingale Club. Along the way, he walked and listened, learning about this world, the city, and everything around him. Simply put, this world resembled the steam revolution of the 19th century. Only the steam industry here was far more prosperous than in the past, seemingly advancing along the path of steam without any detour. While harmful black smoke spewed from factory chimneys, various strange inventions were being created, and the economy soared with the growth of productivity. Just as Shard had guessed, the city he was now in was the capital of the Northern Kingdom, Draylon Kingdom, in Tobisk City. It was the jewel of the northern part of the continent, a convergence point of human civilization and the essence of the era. A big city had the appearance of a big city, though constrained by the shackles of the era. Leaving the main streets and entering alleys, one inevitably encountered piles of feces and garbage, but the features of a big city still impressed themselves upon Shard within an hour's brief journey. Fortunately, the Nightingale Club was not far from the city center. If he had to cross the entire city, Shard might not have reached it by midnight. The crucial point was that Shard had no money for a carriage ride. Along this journey, he also gained more information about this world from a bystander's perspective. The most important piece was knowing the monetary system, which was, at least in this kingdom, divided into gold pounds, shillings, and pence, with 1 pound equal to 20 shillings and 1 shilling equal to 12 pence. Of course, these denominations sounded very similar to British currency, not by coincidence, but because Shard had translated 3 different currencies from the language of Otherworld into familiar terms, as the method of conversion was quite similar. Unfortunately, the fact was that the banknote Shard found, marked with the number 10, was worth 10 pence. As per the current purchasing power, this was not even enough to pay for a carriage ride from his own doorstep to the club entrance. But if he was frugal, using 10 pence to compete with the children and housewives of the slums at a bakery about to close at dusk for the cheapest breadcrumbs, he could ensure he wouldn't starve for 3 days. At least it's a time of peace. Our own Draylon Kingdom, being one of the largest human kingdoms, has occasional friction with the powerful United Kingdom of Carsenric to the south, but relatively speaking, this is an era of peace and development, an era of progress. I'm quite lucky. Shard was good at comforting himself. The world was temporarily peaceful. The Draylon Kingdom in the north of the Old Continent and the United Kingdom of Carsenric occupying the south nearly divided the world. A full-scale war had ended decades ago, and although undercurrents still flowed, there was at least a facade of peace. Club culture seemed to be a special culture of this era. From the investigation report, Shard knew that Lady Lasoya, the person being investigated, visited the Nightingale Club every weekend and stayed there for at least 3 hours. The report from Hamilton detectives speculated that this was the place where Lady Lasoya and Mr. Lawrence had their secret rendezvous. Whenever Lady Lasoya appeared in the club, Mr. Lawrence was sure to enter as well. This was a private club with membership access, and since Shard had no entry permission, he walked towards Valent Walkway after turning at the street corner, and according to what was recorded in the investigation report, stationed himself opposite the club in front of the news agency to observe. That was the news agency of the Tobisk City Evening Post, rumored to have shares owned by the royal family. Saturdays were the busiest days for the news agency, as it was the usual day for the king's speech and the council's reports. The entrance to the news agency would gather a crowd at this time, waiting for new information to be disseminated. Professional journalists had of course already set out, while those who remained at the news agency's door were people hoping for a stroke of luck. Shard planned to blend in with them. Although it was already midday, Lady Lasoya typically did not appear at the club in the morning. So if lucky, he could quickly spot the target. As long as he could record the lady's time of appearance and departure, the report would be considered complete. Finishing this task so effortlessly gave Shard a sense of unreality. But after all, Hamilton had nearly completed everything, so this was indeed one of the inheritances left by that deceased gentleman. Shard held one of Mr. Hamilton's inheritances, a pocket watch in his hand, so when he stood by the mailbox outside the news agency, pretending to wait for someone while extensively observing the club entrance across the street, he finally saw the target appear and immediately compared it repeatedly with the black and white photo clipped in the report. He confirmed and recorded 123, the time when Lady Lasoya appeared. The lady was fashionably dressed, with lace trim on her skirt and gem-studded hair accessories that clearly were expensive. She arrived directly at the club entrance by carriage, holding a fabric umbrella even though the weather was overcast. She appeared to be about 30 years old, of average height but well-rounded in figure. Although her face was heavily powdered, she was clearly a beautiful woman. Concerned about being noticed and knowing his lack of experience in tailing, Shard averted his gaze soon after confirming the target. Observe her ring. What? The murmuring voice of a woman in his mind appeared again. Although Shard did not know exactly what she was, he still shifted his gaze towards Lady Lasoya. At that moment, the doorman of the club was greeting her. As the woman turned around, Shard clearly saw the ring. Strangely, the ring was not set with a gemstone or diamond, but looked more like a small pebble. Of course, since he was observing from across the street and the pedestrians on the street occasionally blocked his view, he was not sure if he had seen correctly. Lady Lasoya quickly entered the club, not giving Shard many opportunities to observe further. What does it mean? Why ask me to pay attention to that ring? He asked the voice in his mind again, but the murmuring did not respond to his inquiry. This frustrated Shard, but he knew he needed to control his emotions, as he was not a person who got angry easily. "Sir, what time is it?" Lost in thought, Shard suddenly heard someone speaking near him. Startled, he thought his actions of blatantly watching the club entrance from across the street had been too conspicuous, but the voice made it clear that someone was asking for the time. "I'm sorry, I forgot to bring my pocket watch." A gentleman around 40 years old and looking quite refined and amiable explained his abrupt inquiry. He was wearing a black silk hat and formal attire suitable for a banquet, including a white shirt. His face was somewhat broad, his chin adorned with a neatly trimmed mustache, and his blue eyes were particularly likable. The middle-aged man smiled at Shard, and after a moment's hesitation, Shard took out the pocket watch he had just placed in the right pocket of his jacket. 1:30. He said, curious about why the middle-aged man was here, as his attire did not suggest he was a journalist waiting for news, unlike Shard, who was carrying a notebook and dressed accordingly. As if he had heard Shard's thoughts, the middle-aged gentleman said with a smile. He then handed out his business card. Shard politely accepted it and also handed out his own. In reality, it was the late Mr. Hamilton's card, which displayed the address and scope of services of the detective agency without a first name, just Hamilton Detective. Since Shard had chosen the surname Hamilton for himself, he could use these cards. He was glad there was no registry system here. He didn't even need to forge any identification documents. The middle-aged man was Bill Schneider, who ran a private psychological clinic. Unlike Shard's still unstable profession, Schneider's psychological clinic was quite formal, and the income from the clinic was obviously much more than that of a detective like Shard, who relied on inheritance for his first investigation. Evidence of this was that Shard's card looked considerably cheaper compared to the doctor's, both in terms of the paper used and the quality of printing. "You can find me here if you need anything," Mr. Schneider said amiably, pointing to the address of the clinic on the card, located in the eastern district of Tobisk City. "My treatment range is quite extensive." He looked at Shard, and in a moment of confusion, Shard felt a chilling sensation as if he was being seen through by those blue eyes, including schizophrenia. The psychologist said kindly, proficient in communicating with strangers. "What?" Shard was taken aback, but before he could inquire further, Mr. Bill Schneider quickly changed the topic. "By the way, detective, have you ever considered taking adult education courses through correspondence?" Adult education through correspondence. The topic changed so swiftly that Shard couldn't keep up. "I currently have no plans to study psychology." He mistook the other party for an enthusiastic alumnus of some psychology college. After being rejected by Shard, the doctor did not persist. "That's fine then, goodbye." The doctor nodded toward the detective, pocketed the detective's card, and then turned and walked towards the courtyard of the newspaper office. Correspondence. What did Dr. Schneider specifically mean by calling out schizophrenia? Shard stood there, silently pondering, then realized the voice in his mind seemed very much like what one calls schizophrenia. "You don't have to laugh in my mind. I admit your laughter is very pleasant and charming. Surely you're not a product of my schizophrenia." Shard spoke to the voice in his mind. Though certain that his situation involved the mystical and was definitely not schizophrenia, he wasn't sure what the passing psychologist had discerned. "I just left the house and already encountered someone possibly involved with supernatural powers. Bad luck, or is the density of transcendent beings in this world greater than I imagined? Or did the psychologist merely mention it in passing and I'm overthinking?" Shard thought to himself, carefully storing Dr. Schneider's business card. Regardless, the current commission took precedence. Now that he knew the psychologist's address, he could visit any time. At least from the brief interaction, Dr. Schneider seemed to harbor no hostility. But brief interactions can be deceiving, and Shard still wanted to learn a bit more about this world before engaging deeper with others. Could it really be just my bad luck? Shard pondered over his recent encounter with Dr. Schneider. Fortunately, the grumbling of his stomach pulled him back to reality. Right now, the commission was indeed the most important thing. Less than 12 hours since crossing over, Shard had to learn to endure hunger. If he had crossed into a forest, there might have been a chance to hunt. If it was a chaotic era, there might have been a chance to find food. But in a well-ordered big city, filling one's stomach required adhering to the rules. Shard stood at the entrance of the newspaper office, watching the upper class coming and going from the club nearby, hoping the sensation of hunger would pass. Fortunately, all he needed to do now was stand in the fog and wait. If he needed to pursue someone, he really would have been at a loss. I haven't heard of any transmigrators who starved. He wanted to complain about his incompetence, but the current situation was beyond help. He could only hope that the lady would appear soon so he could submit his report to his employer. As he stood there thinking, someone handed him a flyer and Shard took it mechanically. Looking up, he saw a smiling, round-faced missionary in a white priestly robe. A holy emblem of the church adorned his left chest, and a black pendant hung at his front as he distributed flyers to the nearby crowd. Looking down at what had been stuffed into his hand, it was promotional material belonging to the Church of War and Peace. While rummaging through items in the house, Shard had learned about the religious situation in this world, knowing this was one of the churches of the true God. In the past eras of this world, there were quite a lot of stories of deities, but in the current era, only 5 deities were officially recognized by both officials and the public. Hence, the mainstream religion of this world was that of these 5 true gods. Father of Peace, also known as the God of War and Peace, bearing a holy emblem of a dove with tips of light gray wings. Mr. Dawn, also known as the God of Light and Shadow, bearing a holy emblem of a circle with a top-notch, brass-colored. Lantern Bearer, also known as the Sun and Earth God, bearing a holy emblem of the sun pattern, golden in color. Lady of Creation, also known as the God of Creation and Destruction, bearing a holy emblem of a wrench, silver in color. Lord of All Things, also known as the God of Nature and Malice, bearing a holy emblem of 2 overlapping leaves, one yellowish-brown and one green. The old man who had transported a corpse recently was a member of the Church of Nature. Why do the divine vocations advocated by the true gods all seem to involve opposing concepts? At that thought, Shard suddenly had more ideas about this world. Yet the indescribable feeling could not be better articulated to himself. In a blur, he seemed to touch upon some power. As a whisper echoed in his ears, "You have felt the miracle." This time it was one of the 4 elements, miracle. So far, Shard had encountered all but one, desecration. According to the information mentioned by the voice in his mind, it seemed that touching all 4 elements completely would qualify him to reach out to the mysterious powers and open the supernatural gate. It seems simpler than I thought, having encountered 3 out of the 4 in just half a day. Then, a woman's laughter echoed once again in his head, sounding truly enchanting. The 5 major true god churches were not hostile to each other, and their relationships were much better than those between human kingdoms. The church's strength varied from region to region, but in the northern gem, Tobisk City, the cathedrals of all 5 churches existed, each engaging in a relatively friendly competition. Shard thought about these matters, looking at the print material in his hands, and remarked that there was no need for him to invent the printing press, although the print quality was not very high at least. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he discovered important information. Most of the flyer was an introduction to the teachings of the true God, the Father of Peace. It welcomed believers and heathens to the church to listen to scheduled sermons and preaching activities every week. Importantly, at the bottom of the page, it stated that by holding this flyer, one could queue at the church entrance at 5:30 in the afternoon on the weekend to receive free relief food. Moreover, a line in smaller print stated that no matter how long the queue, as long as one appeared before 6 o'clock, they would definitely receive a meal ticket and definitely get food. Even though accepting such charity was embarrassing, at least Shard knew he would not starve today. He touched his nose and noted down the address of the Church of War and Peace, then solemnly folded the strongly ink-scented flyer and tucked it inside Mr. Hamilton's notebook. He silently thanked the deity in his heart. Although he still felt hungry, his mood had greatly improved. Luck isn't actually that bad. As Shard thought this, he knew that once Lady Lasoya, the subject of the investigation, entered the club, she wouldn't leave for an hour or 2. He wondered if he could find the missionary to talk to. In this world, belief in gods was widespread. Atheists were actually a tiny minority. Of course, as long as one didn't publicly declare their disbelief, it was actually not a problem, but Shard was interested in understanding more about these so-called true gods. In a world where belief exists, being completely ignorant of such matters was even more dangerous. He was thinking about how to start a conversation when the missionary walked away. Regretfully, he did not follow, instead continuing to stand and wait, knowing there would be time to learn all this once he was more firmly established. He wasn't the only one standing at the newspaper office door. Most were reporters waiting for news, and a few were idlers working for the newspaper. Today was Saturday, and even though the weather was foggy, Valent Walkway, being a main thoroughfare, was bustling, so the crowd there did not seem out of place. Though called a walkway, it was not prohibited for carriages to pass through. Shard observed the club while sizing up the pedestrians and carriages passing by, thinking this would help him better integrate into the surroundings. The air was filled with a scent of burning, which was, of course, the smog. The odor was not very strong, only the mist in the air thickening as the sun moved from overhead toward the west. Worried about his health, lost in his thoughts, Shard saw another carriage stop in front of the club. He immediately looked up, and it was Mr. Lawrence, the client's husband. Interesting and unexpected gain, he whispered, noting the current time and writing the information down in his notebook. Mrs. Lawrence, the client, was generous. If he could catch her husband with his lover at the club on the day he submitted his report, she might even give him an extra reward, but it might also be an angry woman implicating me. Shard pondered hopefully to see Lady Lassoya at the club's door welcoming Mr. Lawrence, but unfortunately, Mr. Lawrence entered the club by himself. Even from across the street, Shard could see the smile and excitement on Mr. Lawrence's face. He was definitely not at the club just to gamble on cards or drink tea. Good luck, he thought to himself, shaking his head as he detailed Mr. Lawrence's attire for today to validate the authenticity of his report. If this deal goes smoothly, perhaps I can really try staying here under the guise of a detective. Once my life is stable, I'll try to reach out to the transcendent and see if there's any hope of finding my way home. In the idle moments watching the entrance of the club, Shard, the Outlander, thought of his distant homeland and couldn't help but sigh. He estimated the time again, and since Mr. Lawrence had also entered the club, it was impossible for both of them to come out within the next hour. They're busy now, should I find somewhere to rest for a while? With that thought in mind, his eyes scanned the surroundings and landed on a tavern called the Screaming Hound at the corner of the street. Taverns open during the day and located on the main road usually are not too chaotic, especially now at only 2 in the afternoon. Shard pinched the 10-penny note in his pocket, licked his somewhat chapped lips, checked the time, hesitated for a moment, then stepped towards it. Pushing open the door of the tavern, his first sight was a row of gas lamps on the wall, illuminating the somewhat dim interior. The air was filled with a mix of the scent of alcohol and fermented food, making him, still hungry, feel slightly uncomfortable. Shard now understood that the lights used in this era were all gas lamps. Climbing the walls apart from the gas pipes were generally also steam pipes. Gas pipes were the slightly thinner ones, covered on the outside with an insulating layer for steam pipes. The round wooden tables in the tavern were all empty. With few patrons, only 3 customers were sitting around a table far from the bar, gambling with cards, beside a landscape oil painting of snowy mountains on the wall. They were 3 men who didn't seem very affluent, although their clothes had no patches. The dark garments were washed out, and their hats, obviously worn for a long time, were wrinkled and piled together on the table. Perhaps they were merely seeking a break on this leisurely summer afternoon. Shard did not disturb them and headed towards the bar where the bartender stood, intending to buy just a glass of iced water. Instead, he heard a cheer from one of the card players. I won again. The middle-aged man with a bushy beard and messy hair stood up, very smugly tossing the cards onto the table. Look, exact 21 points. He looked around proudly, but unfortunately there were only his friends and himself. Seeing Shard, who had just entered, his eyes lit up. A drink of barley wine for this gentleman. He was not good at drinking, and he did not know the alcohol content of the so-called barley wine, plus he was currently on a detective assignment, so there was no need to indulge in alcohol. And clearly, a glass of water was much cheaper than a glass of wine. The 3 men thought Shard was trying to save them money, so they instantly took a liking to him. Seeing that Shard was without companions, they invited him to join them in the card game. But Shard did not know how to play and could only watch them from the sidelines. However, the men were enthusiastic about teaching Shard the skill of playing rotor card. The playing cards in this world were very similar to the poker cards from his previous world, with the same 4 suits and a total of 54 cards. Only the suits were the sun, moon, stars, and flowers. The mainstream method of playing cards was similar to the 21 points rule, called rotor card. Other games like solitaire, old maid, and high-low also existed, but rotor card was the most popular worldwide, and it is said the inventor was named Rotor. The playing cards were typically designed with a picture on the front, and the suit and number marked in the upper left and right corners. Therefore, sets of special cards issued during specific times were particularly valuable. The most recent special series of rotor card was limited to 1,000 sets and named the Fairy Tale series. The 3 men playing cards were not wealthy and were not very familiar with the so-called special rotor cards, so they could only provide a rough idea. They only knew that a portion of the nobility was crazily pursuing those rare cards. Particularly, some cards had not only special patterns, but also contained special game rules. Those cards were worth a fortune. There were rumors that last year, the Byford auction house sold a special card for £12,000. Shard quietly calculated the costs and thought about the Sun 3 tucked into his diary. He didn't feel like laughing. He profoundly doubted whether the card he inherited was genuine. But if the card with the woman holding up Silvermoon was real, his last bit of worry about future life would disappear. After chatting with the 3 card players in the tavern for an hour, Shard got up and left. When he returned to the entrance of the newspaper office, the spot next to the mailbox had been taken by a young man in a brown vest wearing glasses. That was probably a real reporter, so the young detective moved to stand next to a black iron street lamp instead. The street lamp was generally cylindrical and also used gas as its fuel source. Shard had been standing leisurely by its side, but his eyes inadvertently caught a glance of the nameplate. The plate explicitly warned not to smoke under the street lamp post, or bear the consequences oneself. Shard imagined what could happen and subconsciously moved away from that dangerous spot. The day gradually waned, and Shard kept patiently waiting. After the feeling of hunger reached its peak and disappeared in the afternoon, his body felt much better. He planned to wait until around 5 o'clock, and if Lady Lasoya still didn't show up, he would head to the Church of War and Peace to collect relief food. He also intended to see what the church in this world was all about and verify whether the church possessed supernatural powers. However, with that voice in my head, will I be captured as soon as I enter? And there's the secret of the Outlander. He was somewhat worried about this, but without any knowledge of the situation, Shard's choices were actually quite limited. Perhaps noticing Shard was thinking about her again, the woman's voice in his mind spoke up, observe his ring. This message had appeared at noon, only the pronoun then was feminine, while this time it was masculine. Shard immediately looked up at the club entrance and saw a young man carrying a briefcase step out, with a white egg-shaped stone ring on his right hand, the same one he had seen on Lady Lasoya's finger at noon. Because of its unique design, Shard was confident he was not mistaken. Both of them wore the ring on the middle finger of their right hand, but the voice in his head gave no further hints. Interesting, why did the owner of the ring change? As Shard thought to himself, he watched the man with the ring leave the club and instead of looking for an empty carriage, blend into the evening crowd, following behind a fat man with a briefcase in a hurry, walking east along the street. The fog of Steam City blurred his figure, and if Shard did not pursue, he would soon lose track of the man. Should I follow? The voice in my head definitely isn't just speaking without reason. He thought to himself, then turned away from the direction of the club entrance, unfolded the map tucked in his notebook to 1/8 of its size, and looked for the direction to the Church of War and Peace. The church that distributed relief food was to the east of his current location, and it was already close to 5 o'clock. Alright, since the direction and timing are right, let's go after him. If we can't catch up, just head directly to the church. In any case, I can't go hungry on my first day in the new world. I shouldn't think like that, otherwise I'd start feeling sorry for myself. With this simple thought in mind, Shard gathered his things and started walking along the low wall beside the street, following the man. To avoid being spotted, though the fog in the city grew thicker as evening approached, Shard still didn't dare to follow too closely. He was well aware that he lacked the skills to tail someone, so it was no surprise that, after about 15 minutes when they turned past the back wall of a milk delivery company and entered an alley, Shard completely lost track of the man. How should I say I knew I would lose him? Standing bewildered in the alley and confirming that he had indeed lost his target, he shook his head and gave up the search. Without dwelling on the matter, since he had lost the trail, he decided to go get the relief food. But where is this place in a completely unfamiliar city? While trying to avoid detection and follow someone, Shard had no time to memorize his own route. All he knew was that he was now in a narrow alley with a very unpleasant smell. On the left was the outer wall of the milk delivery company, and on the right was the side wall of a 3-story apartment building. On both walls, apart from the rusty pipes scaling and connecting in various directions, there were also layers upon layers of filthy words and graffiti. Underneath the walls lay trash and feces everywhere. Only near the entrance of the alley, 2 or 3 thick rusty steam pipes were piled up, abandoned by someone. Let's check the name of the milk delivery company and then find our current location on the map. With a plan in mind, Shard no longer cared about the person he intended to follow. He turned and retraced his steps along the alley, being careful not to step on any of the unspeakable filth. As he was about to leave the alley, he also carefully made way, because a team of police officers in uniform hurried past him on the street ahead. The big, middle-aged man with a stubbly face at the back of the group even cast a glance at Shard, who in turn looked back at the man with an innocent gaze, so the officer did not bother with him. Did something happen over there? Shard stood at the entrance of the alley, looking in the direction where the police officers had run. Because he didn't know which street this was, he also couldn't identify what was in that direction. It's none of my business, he murmured softly as he walked toward the entrance of the milk delivery company, carrying his notebook. This wasn't a factory, but just the office building for the delivery department, surrounded by a 2-story yellow house with a yard where an old dog, looking quite aged, lay at the door. The dog glanced at Shard as he approached, but seeing that he only stopped at the door without entering, she lazily stood up and moved to a spot where the sunset could reach and lay down again. The name of the milk delivery company was Silver Parrot, a strange name, but indeed it was on the map. The former detective had even noted that a murder had occurred here 3 years ago. The murder case naturally had nothing to do with Shard. While holding a quarter of the unfolded map, he continued walking, constantly making sure he hadn't taken a wrong turn. There weren't many pedestrians on the street, and walking with his head down didn't result in bumping into anyone. Unconsciously, he reached the end of the street in the evening glow and heavy fog, following the direction of the wall beside the pipes spewing white steam. Ahead was a five-forked road, and according to the map, taking the road diagonally to the left with a dessert shop on it would probably be a shorter journey. But the intersection was already almost blocked by the crowded masses. Closer to the eastern side near the mailbox was a silversmith store with a very clean sign, but something seemed to have happened there. The group of police officers Shard had seen at the alley entrance was maintaining order and preventing people from getting closer. As he stopped to observe, more four-wheeled carriages came from behind him and other intersections, and within a few minutes, even more police had appeared. Even some individuals who looked like scholars from a school alighted from the carriages, seemingly with some purpose. Shard originally had no intention of joining the crowd. Getting the relief food was most important. But because there were just too many onlookers, as he tried to pass through the intersection, he was inadvertently squeezed to the front of the crowd. He wanted to retreat, but the people behind him wouldn't allow it. The police in front kept shouting for people to disperse, that there was nothing worth seeing here. It seemed that seeing Shard being pushed forward without intending to get closer, a young police officer with a fountain pen in his breast pocket kindly reminded him to be careful of pickpockets. This made Shard slightly nervous, and he instinctively touched the 10 banknote in his pocket. After making sure it was still there, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of another group of armed police escorting 3 plainclothes men into the silversmith store. The tallest man among them was exceptionally muscular. The young man in the middle had the air of a scholar, while the last man looked familiar to Shard. It seemed to be the missionary who had handed him the leaflet that afternoon. Do missionaries in this world also work part-time for the police? Thinking of this conclusion, which even he found hard to believe, he clenched the banknote and pocket watch in his pocket, planning to quickly leave the place or he would be late. As he turned to squeeze back through the crowd, a strange premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Before he understood the reason for this feeling, he heard the sound. Boom and explosion took everyone by surprise. The nearly eardrum-splitting sound caused screams to erupt from the crowd. Although no flames were visible, the silversmith store's glass showcase windows immediately shattered, and the walls seemed to tilt momentarily, causing the metal pipes clinging to them to emit a piercing sound of twisting metal. But fortunately, the police had not allowed the crowd to gather at the store's entrance, so when panicked shouts rang out, no one was injured as a result. The crowd dispersed like floodwaters in an instant, and Shard, who stood at the front, also wanted to leave when he saw a middle-aged man with brown hair running toward the silverware shop's entrance. I'm a journalist. What happened here? He was clutching a notebook in one hand and waving his credentials with the other, more excited than anyone as he rushed over, only to be briskly stopped by a young officer. Gas pipeline explosion, sir. Please do not approach. Shard didn't believe this conclusion for a second. How could it be a gas pipeline explosion? Boom, another heart-stopping explosion erupted within the silverware shop, with the vibrating air nearly generating enough force to push people away. This time, even the second-floor windows of the silverware shop shattered, and the falling glass shards forced the police maintaining order to temporarily flee. As Shard backed away, he saw through the window 2 individuals fighting amidst a white haze on the second floor, and it seemed that one of them had a glimmering light on their fist. The distance was too great, and the evening mist that rolled in with the twilight was obscuring his vision, so Shard couldn't see very clearly. Transcendence, he thought to himself. Yes, the woman's voice startled Shard, but knowing she would not offer further explanation, he didn't ask and quickly left the area. The 3 individuals just now must be from the church, and this incident occurred right after they entered. Indeed, this world's church is most likely a transcendent force, closely intertwined with the kingdom's order. With this, the likelihood that I can trust the true God Church drastically increases. I wonder if I have the chance to through the church's channels. Now, he faced 2 choices. Not only the psychiatrist's office, but also the 5 churches in the city presented opportunities for Shard to make contact with transcendence and unravel the mystery behind the voice in his head. But how come I stumbled upon such an incident? As he walked in the direction he had originally planned, along with the dispersing crowd, the woman's voice in his mind repeated a sentence she had said before, observe his ring. Although he still had no idea what the woman's voice in his head was, Shard at least knew that she bore no ill will. He promptly heeded the voice and started to look around, only to see once more the young man with the pebble ring and carrying a briefcase who was walking not far ahead. Such a coincidence. It's impossible to believe it's just a coincidence. Wait, the explosion just now, could it be related to him? Why would I think that when there's no evidence whatsoever? With this thought, Shard hesitated to follow. If the man was able to produce explosions with his bare hands like the 2 individuals in the silverware shop, following him would be almost like asking to replicate the tragic fate of the previous detective. No. Shard slowed his pace, aiming to let the man naturally disappear into the distance of his field of vision. However, to his surprise, the young man also stopped, like Shard earlier, to check a map and then entered a side alley with his briefcase. To follow or not to follow. The woman's voice in his head had highlighted the ring 3 times. It couldn't just be out of boredom. But Shard, who knew almost nothing of the world, had to ensure necessary caution. He continued walking according to his original plan. As he passed the entrance to the alley the young man had turned into, he casually glanced inside and saw the man turning a corner and disappearing ahead. To follow or not to follow. He asked himself again, and suddenly realized that the decision he was about to make would affect his life for a long time to come. To follow or not to follow. He was questioning the woman in his mind when he heard laughter, a whispering answer. Fate unfolds before you. Stranger in a foreign land, are you content with the ordinary, or do you thirst for immortality? The world is like the ocean. Do you have the courage to seek beyond the tranquil island to the terrors beyond? Fate unfolds before you. One path leads to transcendence, another. Chase. Shard clenched his teeth and hugged the wall as he too entered the alley. The alley Shard turned into was merely a passage between 2 buildings, very narrow, so aside from trash and filth, there was no accumulation of other things. His heart pounding wildly, Shard knew this decision was risky, but the voice in his head was right. Longing for transcendence meant embracing risk. Perhaps the channels through the psychiatrist and the church were safe, but he knew nothing. Every path was, in truth, a gamble for him. To gain something, one must give something up. Risk was a price he was willing to pay, albeit a small one. If there's any problem, I'll leave immediately. Shard gripped his cane, tiptoeing forward as quietly as possible. At the end of the alley were some wooden crates with wanted posters, almost illegible, seemingly for a serial killer who had fled to Tobisk City. The entrance of the alley could turn left or right, directly into the slums of the lower district of Tobisk City. Shard hid behind the crates, peering through the gaps at the man who had turned into the alley. There was another alley, where only a young man with a pebble ring was present. He now stood in the middle of the alley, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He even squinted at the sky for a long while before setting down a black briefcase on the ground, and then carefully removing the pebble ring from his right index finger, kissing it under Shard's astonished gaze. The young man seemed to murmur something with his head still bowed, but Shard couldn't make it out. The wind and space muffled his hearing. After kissing the ring, the young man appeared somewhat relaxed. He put the ring back on his right index finger, and immediately thick smoke burst out from his body as if it were on fire. The smoke emanated from gaps in his clothing and quickly enveloped him completely. Shard heard a whispering by his ear, but it wasn't the elegant female voice in his mind. This whisper was indistinct, like chewing, or as if something was cursing. His head felt uncomfortable, as if he had spun around several times and then attempted to walk in a straight line. The insane whispering grew louder, and at one point Shard even thought he saw an evil spirit lunging at him. Fortunately, the illusion ended quickly, but as Shard gradually recovered, he still doubted his eyes because he saw, as the smoke dissipated, a person with a white pebble ring emerging, gently patting her skirt before bending down to pick up the briefcase. Lady Lasoya turned her head again, cautiously checking her surroundings, her lips seemingly curved in a slight smile. Only when she was sure nobody had seen did she finally lift the briefcase and walk to the other end of the alley. Shard covered his mouth and leaned against the wall, hiding in the crevice between the crates in the wall, daring not to move for a long time. Shard had been puzzled about his part-time job distributing flyers for the church, but now it was clear perhaps the other party, like the bumbling detective Shard, was also attempting to monitor Lady Lasoya outside the club. And by the time Shard stepped out of the alley again, the silver, yellow, and red triple moons were already hanging in the sky together, the yellow moon being lighter in color and the brightest of the 3. The night here was as serene as it had been in his former world. This street was somewhat secluded, thus devoid of streetlights. In the dim light, Shard didn't even know what his expression was. It took a long time before he took out his pocket watch. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and he had stood in the crevice against the wall for 2 whole hours before he dared leave, unaware his physical condition was this good. Forget the relief food. He shook his head somberly, the feeling in his heart indescribable. He walked down the street toward home. Even if he had to endure hunger, at least he had a house to stay in, so the situation wasn't too bad. The key issue now was that the lucrative investigation into the mistress seemed untenable. Clearly, Lady Lasoya possessed the ability to turn into a man with the ring, or rather, the young man had the ability to turn into Lady Lasoya with the ring. Shard certainly couldn't report this information to his employer, nor did he wish to submit the dead detective's report, acting as if nothing had happened. Once the report was submitted, Lady Lawrence would inevitably cause conflict with Mr. Lawrence, making Lady Lasoya aware that a detective had tracked her without her knowledge. Even if the report contained no secrets, Shard wouldn't dare guarantee what Lady Lasoya might do. This world is really a bit more troublesome than I imagined. Did Mr. Lawrence actually fall in love with a man or a woman? Perhaps Lady Lasoya was a good person, and turning into a man wasn't meant to harm anyone. But having contacted such matters less than 24 hours after arriving in this world, Shard felt a significant sense of crisis. Perhaps the transcendent in this world also follows the rule that transcendence attracts transcendence. He thought wearily, walking on down the street, worried about being robbed in the dark, harassed by a drunk, or stumbling upon some illegal dealings. Shard, armed only with a cane and a fruit knife, didn't dare take shortcuts through alleys on his way home. Today really isn't my lucky day. Turning left at Old John's pawnshop on the street corner, the thought of having to sleep in a house where someone had just died only worsened his mood. If there are transcendent beings, there might also be ghosts. Don't scare yourself. Wait, where did I turn earlier? He stopped, tilting his head and stepping back a bit, then looked again at the sign for Old John's pawnshop and the store interior still lit by gas lamps. Well, I didn't expect that move. I guess it isn't really bad luck. Things will get better. With a slight sigh, he clutched his pocket watch and pushed open the large door of the pawnshop. He didn't pawn the pocket watch in the end, but pawned the cane instead. The pocket watch was a very important daily tool, whereas the cane was not essential. More importantly, the pocket watch wasn't highly valued. The owner of the store, an old man who called himself John Jones, was only willing to offer 10 shillings, reasoning that the pocket watch had many scratches, probably from being kept together with a set of keys. But for the cane, he was willing to offer £1 and 12 shillings. Do you even understand? This is the heartwood of natural spruce from Delado Mountain area. Look at this grain, look at this craftsmanship. If you could provide information about the craftsman who made it, I might even pay you more. The old man seemed to be complaining that Shard didn't know the trade. After confirming that he wanted to pawn the cane, he advised him that if he didn't redeem it within half a month, the cane would belong to the pawnshop. Shard certainly understood that the cane was worth much more than £1 and 12 shillings. But he really wasn't in the mood to haggle, and eventually just took 2 £1 banknotes, signed the contract, and left. Based on the cost of living, that money was enough to let Shard live quite comfortably for 2 weeks, or even stretch to a month and a half if he was frugal, and that didn't include potential rent. The money was even enough for him to dig up Sparrow Hamilton, place an obituary in the newspaper's advertising section, and hold a modest funeral for the detective. Of course, he had no such plans at the moment, but having solved the short-term food and shelter issue, what should I do about the transcendental, about the mystical? After having dinner at a nearby restaurant where he savored the taste of thick soup matched with a steak, he walked home. When he returned to number 6, St. Deland Square, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. He checked that a strand of hair he had placed before leaving was still in its original position, then he entered the room. Cautiously, he twisted the gas lamp on the living room wall, gradually illuminating the area, before wearily flopping down on the sofa. From the open door of the main bedroom, he could see the bed Sparrow Hamilton had once slept in. Shard decided he would explore the supernatural soon rather than living in ignorance. Although he hadn't encountered any precise danger yet, the world was complex, and Shard didn't plan to wait until he was in danger to start looking for solutions. Possible methods he possessed to explore the supernatural totaled 3. First was Mr. Bill Schneider, the psychologist who had given Shard his business card. Second were the Church of the 5 Great Deities in the city. Visiting the church might yield some insights. Lastly was Lady Lasoya herself, who surely knew about the transcendental. Contacting her was also an approach. All 3 had their pros and cons, but ultimately, it was that Shard knew too little about this world and had no means to learn more. Before he left today, he had checked the map. This city didn't even have a public library to offer free knowledge. There were, however, some private libraries in the city, but entry required an introduction from someone familiar, along with a non-trivial membership fee, and currently Shard didn't have the funds for it. He could only rely on the materials left behind by Sparrow Hamilton, but this gentleman had not been in the habit of collecting books, clearly a mere mortal. By following up on the death of Sparrow Hamilton to investigate his cause of death, he might reach the supernatural, but this was undoubtedly a dangerous method, which Shard's rationality refused to accept. Can you provide any advice? He tapped his head, but only heard the light laughter of a woman. It was the voice in his head that had helped him complete the investigation into Mr. Lawrence's mistress in its entirety, for on his own, he would never have discovered the secret of the ring. He hoped for a hint from the voice again, but received no response. One must rely on oneself, he muttered to himself, tilting his head to look out the window at the night sky where 3 moons had risen together, something he had never seen before. It was so magnificent, so mystical, so intoxicating. Especially the silver moon. Whenever he gazed at it, he felt somewhat relieved of his oppressed mood. No matter what, I can't wait anymore. Even though I haven't encountered any danger yet, since I have started to consider living on as a detective, I must be capable of defending myself. I must understand how complex this world is. Otherwise, the fate of Detective Sparrow Hamilton will be mine too. With some money in his pocket, he put aside the idea of continuing other investigations for the time being and shifted his primary focus to encountering the supernatural. The church, the psychologist, Lady Lasoya. He wasn't very optimistic about the last option, as her appearance today seemed to coincide with the church and police investigations, so instinctively he felt she might not be a good person. He was somewhat interested in the first option according to his limited understanding. The Church of the True God in this world was relatively progressive, but that was just his understanding. He couldn't plan based on such a simple idea. Moreover, he wasn't a believer in any deity, and as a vagrant, he had never visited a church. It was hard to say whether the church's progressiveness applied to people like him. Maybe, I can investigate for a few more days. For now, I don't need to worry about starving, and if I pawn some more inherited items, I could sustain myself for a long time. As long as potential landlords don't appear, I'll have plenty of time to investigate. Wrapped around these three options, I'm sure to find the most suitable one. With this thought in mind, he fell asleep in the bedroom of the original Shard in the apartment, spending his first night in this new world. In his sleep, he seemed to hear the woman's laughter in his mind again. The laughter unexpectedly comforted him, and that night he had a very relaxing dream, sitting on a ridge and gazing at the silver moon on the horizon. Surprises always disrupted existing plans, and Shard's plan to choose one of the three options was disrupted the very next morning. Because he was sleeping in an unfamiliar place, Shard woke up early the next morning. He touched the pocket watch by his bed, saw that it was 6:30, and thought about going downstairs to see if there was a newspaper delivered, knowing the people of Tobisk City commonly subscribed to newspapers. The former detective, who could be considered middle class and needed to read newspapers for his work, indeed might have allowed the current Shard to inherit the future newspapers. Wearing slippers, he walked down the stairs to the first-floor hall, curiously looking at the sealed-off first floor, thinking that when he had the time, he could remove a plank and peek inside. Turning on the gas lamp in the hall, unfortunately, he didn't see a newspaper pushed through the door slot onto the front doormat. Slightly disappointed, he shook his head, thinking about changing into clothes and then going out for breakfast. But just as his slippers touched the first step, he unexpectedly heard the sound of a bell. The apartment building had an exterior door rope. Pulling it would engage an interior gear mechanism, ringing a bell inside, serving as a kind of simple doorbell. Newspaper delivery. No, why would a newspaper person knock? Maybe it's time to pay for next month's newspaper subscription. Financially struggling, Shard felt a flicker of panic, calculating his remaining money as he anxiously turned to look at the door. Whoever was outside, he was unlikely to know them. The likelihood of them coming to collect money was not high, more probably someone looking for the apartment's previous resident. Perhaps a new client. Under worse circumstances, maybe it was the landlord coming to collect the rent. With no peephole or similar structure on the door, Shard could only go to the door and, using the language skills he gained yesterday, asked, "May I know who it is?" He immediately got a response from outside, a familiar voice. "Is this Hamilton Detective Office? This is Bill Schneider, remember me? Yesterday's psychologist. We exchanged business cards in front of the newspaper office across from the Nightingale Club." In this similarly fog-enshrouded morning, one of the few people in this world whose name Shard knew had come to visit him. Not expecting the visitor to be Dr. Schneider, Shard stood behind the door, unsure whether to open it. His moment of hesitation let the psychologist outside know the detective's wariness. "Mr. Hamilton, you need not overthink it. Although it is strange to visit at this time, I have no malicious intentions. Please just look at this since our time is short." The man outside spoke, slipping a piece of paper through the newspaper delivery slot. "Do you remember what I mentioned yesterday? Adult education, correspondence courses. Detective, you have a very special talent." Shard bent down to pick up the paper, then slightly raised the brightness of the gas lamp in the hall. By that light, he saw that it was an enrollment brochure. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him, or if he was still not fully awake. The piece of paper, about the size of A4, was bordered with a silver frame outlining the shape of a parchment roll. It was an admissions document from an institution called St. Byron's Integrated Academy. Aside from the emblem at the top shaped like a book bound by chains, there were not many illustrations. The majority of the paper was occupied by printed text. St. Byron's Integrated Academy was not recruiting ordinary students, they were enrolling correspondence adult students. Besides that, the paper listed the academy's 10 faculties, detailed tuition fees, admission times, academic systems, admission criteria and restrictions, and recommended registration procedures. At least from these aspects, it seemed like an ordinary school. But why is there no school address? It took Shard a while to ask. Then he was surprised he did not inquire whether the visitor had a mental illness, coming so early in the morning to hand a stranger an enrollment document. "Your observation is very keen," the psychologist outside praised, then asked, "So may I come in to discuss? Perhaps I could answer your questions about the other you in your head." The voice inside his head did not appear because it was mentioned. Shard opened his mouth but ended up opening the door. The middle-aged doctor, carrying a briefcase, dressed in a brown coat and wearing a small silk hat, stood on the steps with somewhat thick black boots. Still maintaining his meticulous mustache, his blue eyes seemed very appealing. "Don't forget your milk." He gestured towards the milk box to the left of the door, speaking in a standard accent, probably a local from Tobisk City. "The milkman had just left when I arrived." "Okay, please come in." Shard hesitated and nodded, sizing up the doctor, and attempted to wear a kind expression. He picked up the keys from the shoe cabinet to unlock the milk box, while the psychologist followed him into the apartment after Shard fetched the milk bottle. He was surprised by the sealed-off section on the first floor, but the doctor didn't say much, and in silence, they went up the stairs to room 1 on the second floor. Shard asked the doctor to wait a moment while he went back to his bedroom to change his clothes, and then boiled some water to serve his guest. Although there was no food in the kitchen, at least there was tea for entertaining clients of the detective agency. Otherwise, Shard would have had to serve plain water. Once everything was in order, the two of them sat down to talk. The living room's fabric sofa set seemed quite antique, but it wasn't clear if it were truly so. Too long and too short, surrounding a wooden coffee table, it was very suitable for discussing business with a client. The doctor and Shard then sat down on the facing long sofas. "No need for introductions. First, I need you to trust me," said Mustache Dr. Schneider, as he smiled and thanked Shard for the tea. "I've come because of the promotional leaflet I gave you earlier about the academy. First, let me describe your current symptoms." "Wait a moment, are the symptoms related to the academy?" asked Shard, already having a suspicion. He was not a local and had seen those crazy fantasies, which made him more adapted to this situation. The St. Byron's Integrated Academy mentioned by the other party was probably a school similar to Hogwarts. Indeed, they are related. "Mr. Shard Hamilton, can you hear another voice in your head?" Although Shard tried to control his facial expressions, he could see from Mr. Schneider's smile across from him that he had failed. The doctor added, "Is that voice, by any chance, speaking nonsensical things to you? And are some of its words helpful to you? It whispers in your ear, speaking unexpectedly at times, yet holds no malice towards you." Shard knew he couldn't hide it anymore and nodded. "Furthermore, detective, these symptoms must have appeared within the last 72 hours. "To be precise, 24 hours, said Shard. "That's even better, then we have plenty of time, and it seems we are quite fortunate. After all, the awakening time for a talent is 72 hours, so that gives me even more time to explain the situation," Dr. Schneider said with a smile. "The symptoms you are exhibiting are similar to those of schizophrenia, but in my eyes they are not." Pointing to himself, his blue eyes met Shard's as he spoke very slowly. "For a certain group of people, the existence of another me is a marvelous yet dangerous talent. No, rather, it is an early manifestation of a talent. If it can be guided properly, then you can see a more real world, a mysterious and dangerous world. If not guided, it fades to mediocrity. No, worse," the doctor shook his head. "I don't wish to deceive you, at least there's no need for that now. To put it clearly, this signifies the manifestation of a circle sorcerer talent, a very rare talent. You could consider this a gift of fate or a curse of fate. Regarding circle sorcerer, think of it as a special profession, a profession that can wield mysterious powers. I hope you understand what I mean." The doctor was deliberately observing Shard's expression. In this era still steeped in ignorance, people who believed in the true God generally did not accept concepts like witchcraft. Fortunately, just as the doctor's investigation indicated, the detective across from him had mental issues just a few days ago and only returned to normal due to the awakening of his talent, thus holding different views from the ordinary citizens. On the other hand, as his guess was confirmed, Shard hesitated and nodded slightly. He tried to pretend to be surprised, since a normal person would definitely be surprised, but at that moment his heart was unusually calm, even too calm, which he thought might be due to the stress from yesterday. "So hearing strange voices in my ears is actually the manifestation of some kind of system, a power system. Are there many people like this? Like some people see further, some hear more?" Shard asked. "Yes, I am you, and you are me. Every circle sorcerer is like this. If you succeed in becoming a circle sorcerer, then this voice will accompany you for life, helping you throughout. That voice is another you, just with a different perspective. It will help you touch this mad and noisy world in a truer manner, encountering the hidden and the bizarre. Knowledge, information, even words hold dangerous power, and outside the safe, ordinary world, we cannot approach these powerful forces directly with our souls." The doctor paused to give Shard some time to think, however. The awakening time for a circle sorcerer talent is very brief. From the first whisper by your ear to the complete disappearance of the voice, it usually occurs within 72 hours, and not every gifted one can often hear that voice and realize that the voice isn't just their own thoughts. They might regard it as a hallucination or a hearing problem. Therefore, Detective Shard Hamilton, whether it's the 3 major academies or the church, recruiting and training new hands is extremely difficult. That's why I say we are all very lucky. Dr. Schneider, in the midst of speaking, lifted his teacup and took a sip, then looked somewhat surprised into the cup. This black tea is quite nice. The church and the academy. Shard paid no mind to the former detective's taste in tea or what kind of person he really was, as he was processing this information. Yes, the church can also train circle sorcerers. In fact, the official channels for training circle sorcerers, at least in my view, are the Church of the Five Great Deities and the Three Great Magics Academies. Other organizations like the Church of the Evil God, secret societies, ancient organizations, and various messy groups either have irregular methods or are fraught with hidden dangers. So it was fortunate for both of us that you happened to meet me during your talent awakening period. Then, the church. Compared to the Origin Unknown Academy, Shard was actually more interested in a church that could cooperate officially with the kingdom. The doctor noticed this thought and nodded his head with a smile, understanding, then explained, the academies and the True God Church are not adversaries, they even collaborate occasionally. However, the church dislikes students from the academy, whether they are correspondence students or regular students, considering us attractors of trouble and makers of danger. The doctor slightly raised his eyebrows, and seeing that Shard had no questions, continued, thus, we circle sorcerers from the Correspondence Academy exist legally, but we usually do not let the church know about our status and presence. I know you might be interested in the church, so please answer my question. The doctor's smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Getting a job at the church requires a completely clean background. Even if it's not clean and there are criminal records, a complete life track is necessary to confirm that you're not a dangerous person. Can you provide that? Bill Schneider himself was a psychiatrist, and at this moment it somewhat seemed like he was consulting a patient. You've investigated me, Shard blurted out, but immediately regretted saying it. Not investigating would be abnormal. He thought to himself, I only investigated some basic information. After all, the Academy's enrollment also requires confirmation of the other party's identity. I could not recommend a dangerous person to the Academy, but since we're only correspondents, do you understand what correspondence means? Hence, the demands on identity are not as strict as the church's. Dr. Schneider smiled, looking across at the young detective sitting opposite. The awakening of a circle sorcerer influences a person's mind, which is why you've changed from the original Shard to the Shard you are now. Investigating your identity made me understand the fear and bewilderment in your eyes when I met you yesterday. It was really about waking up, wasn't it? He probably misunderstood the reason behind Shard's change from supposedly low intelligence to his current self, but Shard was happy to let him think so. Thus he nodded as if his thoughts had been seen through. If I take this explanation to the church. That's also possible, but I would prefer you to first understand the academy, to understand what a circle sorcerer really is. Wouldn't making decisions be better after that? I believe you can understand, at least that I'm not a bad person, Dr. Schneider said. Shard nodded again, seeing the sense in the doctor's words. He replied seriously. The doctor took out a pocket watch from his pocket and glanced at it. We don't have much time. The duration of talent awakening is typically around 72 hours, but it fluctuates with individual differences, to prevent missing the timing. What happens if one does not receive guidance during the awakening period and becomes a circle sorcerer? Shard interrupted the doctor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm quite curious about this. The doctor shrugged indifferently. Curiosity is good. It shows that you're not averse to circle sorcerers and mysticism. You almost know nothing, which actually makes you more suitable for guidance. People fear transcendence and are frightened by mysteries, but you show no rejection, only curiosity, which pleases me. As for your question, I don't have concrete data to hand, but I can tell you most likely during the talent awakening of a circle sorcerer without guidance, they go mad, less likely their heads might explode. Yes, have you seen a scene of a hammer smashing a watermelon, pink and white flying all over? The doctor politely inquired. No need to describe further. That metaphor is quite vivid. I can almost see the scene now, Shard said immediately, feeling somewhat nauseous as he had skipped breakfast. Dr. Schneider stood up. Where are we going? To St. Byron's Integrated Academy. Shard raised the academy's enrollment documents in his hand. Certainly not. We correspondence students can only qualify to go to the academy hidden beneath the far north ice cap on the old continent after the 5th year. The address of the academy is secret and related to some subspace entrances and alien species attached to the physical world. Until then, we must continue with our lives and study within our own living sphere. Remember, Mr. Hamilton, we are receiving adult education, and we are correspondence students of the academy. In other words, even if Shard joined the academy, he would not need to study at a secret location like Hogwarts. This had its pros and cons, but at least it allowed him some freedom while acquiring power. Now I am going to take you to find the person who killed Sparrow Hamilton. Dr. Schneider made a gesture of invitation. What? Shard stood up abruptly, stunned by the unexpected development. Yes, this came to light while investigating your identity. Since there have been supernatural and mysterious entities around you, why not take this opportunity to help you resolve this issue? You might also be worried that the person who killed the original Hamilton detective could involve you. It must be admitted that even though the original detective had promised not to involve Shard, Shard was still worried. It's not a very troublesome matter, and it seems the perpetrator didn't make much effort to hide their traces because Sparrow Hamilton was just an ordinary person. Come with me now, I think we can resolve this before lunch. By the way, do you have a pistol? Dr. Schneider asked again. No, Shard shook his head. Then please don't stand in front of me. I assure you that as long as you stay behind me, there will be no danger today. After all, the person we are up against is not a circle sorcerer. Sparrow Hamilton had said as much before his death. Ordinary people cannot distinguish, and tend to see anyone who can use supernatural powers as a circle sorcerer. But for officially appointed circle sorcerers, it's easy to tell. After all, that person has no fate's ring, no accumulated spirit, and cannot feel the four elements of miracle, enlightenment, desecration, and whisper. He is just someone who got lucky with a relic. Dr. Schneider paused, then corrected himself. No, an unlucky fellow. You seem to have mentioned quite a few terms just now. Shard said, though he had already heard about the four elements and the relic, there was no need to show that at the moment. No worries, we can talk as we walk. The detective profession was highly dangerous, and in his investigation, Dr. Schneider found that the former detective Sparrow Hamilton had encountered an accident during a detective activity. Perhaps to prevent Shard's investigation, Sparrow Hamilton had deleted all records of that commission before his death, but Dr. Schneider's information network had completely reconstructed the event. Come to think of it, you figured out the whole thing in one night. Shard did not forget to inquire, but Dr. Schneider evaded the question, saying he would tell him after this matter was over. This is the place. The two left the square in a carriage Dr. Schneider paid, and after nearly a 2-hour journey crossing the city, they got off the carriage beside the Osel River. As the water systems in Tobisk City, the northern royal capital, are well developed, inland water transport supports the thriving steam industry and commercial trade here. Several rivers flow through Tobisk urban area. Among them, Osel River is the river that flows through the north side of the city. Now, in the wet season of summer, the river's current was torrential. This area was close to the edge of the city. Dr. Schneider mentioned that the City Hall planned to establish a new industrial zone nearby, leveraging the river traffic of Osel River to seek new development opportunities for Tobisk City, and to connect the industrial areas of the Northern Kingdom, as well as complement the kingdom's steam locomotive railway network. But at least for now, there were still large swaths of wasteland nearby. After getting out of the carriage and looking around, only the buildings of Tobisk City were faintly visible in the misty distance. To avoid startling him, we'll start walking from here. I noticed your boots are well suited for long walks. Mr. Hamilton, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, so after we deal with this, I'll take you for a meal, Dr. Schneider said, carrying his briefcase alongside Shard, who clutched his notebook, as they stepped into the grass next to the main road. Soon they spotted a narrow path. The late Detective Sparrow Hamilton had taken on a particularly troublesome commission about half a year ago. The Baron of Tobisk City, Baron Huntington, tasked the detective with finding his missing maid. This maid had served the Baron's family for many years and had recently resigned of her own accord. The Baron had his butler take a gift to invite the maid back, only to discover that she had vanished. Although the Baron possessed a certain social status, he was not the maid's family, and he seemed to distrust the police, which led him to hire multiple detectives for the investigation. Truth be told, Detective Sparrow wasn't any famous detective, and his usual assignments were trifles such as looking into affairs. The only reason a noble had approached him for this task was due to the introduction from a former client. Sparrow Hamilton took this matter very seriously after all. A baron was an important figure, inaccessible to ordinary citizens. He investigated diligently, and this spring, after a month's effort and following various clues, he located the abandoned sanatorium on the banks of the Osel River and was convinced this place was the cause of the missing persons case. This sanatorium was probably abandoned about 30 years ago. I was just a child at the time, and I heard my family mention it, local Bill Schneider informed, gesturing towards the building complex that was gradually becoming more discernible in the distance. Although the fog outside the city was still thick, one could make out the clock tower next to the main building and the spires and crosses decorating the top of the towers. Back then, the royal family directed Tobisk City Hall to undertake a new urban planning to accommodate the massive influx of people and the development of the steam industry. The policy then, roughly, was to relocate hospitals and other fundamental infrastructures into the city and factories to the outskirts. This place was originally a sanatorium for the nobility, and by that, I hope you understand I mean for bigwigs that we can't even imagine. Following the call, the sanatorium completely moved out of Tobisk and relocated to a nearby city accessible by a half-hour train ride, which actually turned out to be more convenient than here. So the sanatorium was abandoned, and even the homeless wouldn't stay here. The area is desolate, and if you died here, no one would know. The surroundings consisted of large patches of farmland and wasteland, with the nearest rural town over an hour's walk away. There was, however, a manor and a racetrack nearby belonging to a certain earl. During the racing season, people would use this path that they were now walking on as a track, but currently there were hardly any people around. Although this was an era of rapid industrial development, traces of the steam age could only be seen in the big cities. Away from the cities, everything seemed to regress back to a bygone era, something Shard understood well. The pair quickly made their way along the path to the vicinity of the abandoned sanatorium. The doctor did not mention its name, which seemed unimportant. From the outside, the wall paint was completely peeled off, and all the windows and doors were missing. Surprisingly, the sanatorium's perimeter wall still stood, but the courtyard inside was almost as barren as the surrounding wasteland, with no trace of its former garden. Tall buildings and spires stood solemnly in the wilderness, their fence gates decorated in a way that faintly showed past splendor. Said the doctor, kicking open the rusted-together pair of fence gates. They fell with a crash, startling the birds in the nearby forest. Even at the city's edge, the fog had only slightly dissipated. The gloomy sky looked like it could rain any minute, and Shard regretted not bringing an umbrella. They entered the sanatorium's courtyard, boots crunching through the overgrown grass. A circle sorcerer refers to those of us who possess the Ring of Fate, explained the doctor, glancing around and leading Shard toward the main building's front entrance. Ring of Fate, space-time, age, fate, era, civilization. World, these are the rings forged for us, symbols of our existence. Take heed. I will show you the complete Wheel of Fate, not just a fragment. Watch closely. Doctor, striding through the wild grass, spread his arms slightly, palms facing up as if cradling something, and raised them to shoulder level. Everything behind him appeared hazy, as though a layer of white mist had been added, yet he was unchanged, except for a faint smile on his face. Then, to Shard's amazement, he heard the sound and echo of a train whistle in this desolate, abandoned courtyard. What? He hastily scanned his surroundings through the waist-high grass, and suddenly his skin began to sense heat. Turning around, behind the doctor was not mere mist, but steam. Scorching hot, unnervingly chilling steam that seemed to blur distance and space and phantasmify everything behind the doctor. Among that steam, a massive shadow approached, the mass of steam behind the doctor seemingly containing infinite space-time. The whistle bellowed, steam exploded, and the shadow drew nearer. The rapid speed created a wind pressure that made the doctor's coat, the weeds in the courtyard, and Shard's overcoat flutter. He had to squint his eyes. Even more unnerving was the rising sense of danger in his heart. What exactly is within that mass of steam? It was getting closer. Behind the doctor, within the depth of that mass of steam, a colossal hammer, carrying momentum and energy, emerged. It was silvery gray and as tall as an entire building, striking the doctor amidst a deafening boom. The blast made Shard's ears ring, his vision blur, and he was overwhelmed by a strong urge to vomit, forcing him to clutch his chest. The ground shook, the wind howled, thunder flashed, and amidst these sequences of illusions, that hammer seemed to create the heavens and the earth, as if striking Shard's very spirit. Yet only the doctor was struck by the giant hammer. Immovable, Shard nonetheless believed he saw Dr. Schneider squashed into a copper disc. Copper. He found himself increasingly uncertain about his own senses. Indeed, it was a piece of copper, and after being hammered by a giant mallet, a huge rotating copper ring appeared behind the doctor, a brass-colored metal ring. The steam gradually dispersed, and the brass metal ring with a pentagonal cross-section rotated slowly behind the doctor. Strange lights accompanied by more than 20 spirit runes wandered on this ring of fate. The halo reflected on Shard's face, and the Outlander heard the light laughter of the woman in his mind, his eyes reflecting the magnificent, magical, and powerful ring. This is the Ring of Fate. A circle sorcerer will only summon it in full during all-out combat. Otherwise, one need not summon the entire Ring of Fate, or even just a part of it. Do you have any questions? The doctor stopped in the overgrown grass of the sanatorium courtyard and asked Shard, who was staring in amazement. Shard could still feel the heat of the vanishing steam from the doctor's back and the high temperature from the enormous brass circle. The Ring of Fate was not an illusion, it was a physical entity. Why steam? Why brass? He didn't even notice the urgency in his own tone. The middle-aged doctor laughed. Young man, one's success depends not only on personal struggle, but also on the course of history. I told you, the Ring of Fate represents oneself and the world. This era is the age of steam and mechanics, hence the Ring of Fate emerges from the steam, forged by the pounding of the hammer, exhibiting a brass hue. If this were the era of rainbows, the Ring of Fate might be rainbow-colored, and if it were the deep seas era, then the ring would be water. Do you understand? Shard nodded with effort, his heartbeat accelerating due to witnessing the shocking scene. Understood. He didn't even want to blink, preferring to imprint the full view of the ring behind the doctor in his eyes. But with a wave of the doctor's hand, the ring of fate slowly turned transparent and disappeared, leaving Shard to remember only a few of the runes. Even without the knowledge given by the woman's voice in his head, Shard could understand and hear the common language of the Northern Kingdom, though he could not speak or write it. Now Shard somehow understood the meanings of those powerful spirit runes he caught a glimpse of, which were joy, hound, and dust particle. Suddenly feeling a throbbing pain in his head, as if someone had knocked on the back of his skull, he gave up trying to remember those powerful runes. In this world, knowledge truly was power. Thus, it made sense that the supernatural organization the doctor invited Shard to join was an academy. But if my special trait allows me to understand and hear all writings. In this dangerous world, is that really a good thing? Shard contemplated his secret, while the doctor continued walking through the weeds, explaining, the cross-sectional shape of my ring of fate is currently a pentagon, indicating that I am a 5-ring circle sorcerer, as well as a 5th-year distance learning adult student at the academy. A 1st-ring circle sorcerer has a flat, circular ring with runes on one side. The 2nd ring also has a flat ring, but runes can be inscribed on both sides. The cross-section of the 3rd ring is triangular, and the 4th ring is quadrilateral, and so on. Do you understand? The higher the ring, the closer it is to the most standard shape of a circular ring. Yes, I understand. The two of them talked and entered the inside of the building. Over the years, countless people must have visited here. There was no furniture left, a layer of dust on the ground that could kick up at the slightest step. They did not linger on the 1st floor and walked up the seemingly unstable stairs to the 2nd floor. Shard was worried about the safety of the dilapidated building. Spirit runes are at the core of the Circle Sorcerer system. By inscribing spirit runes on our own Wheel of Fate, we accumulate spirit, perceive the 4 main elements, miracle, desecration, enlightenment, whisper, and continually progress. Spirit elements, Shard asked, puzzled and excited at the same time, finally about to understand these things. The doctor led Shard up the stairs. Regarding spirit, in past eras it has had many names. Magic power, ether, mana, spirituality, light of the mind, but the current era unifies it under the term spirit. It is information, it is the element, it is energy, it is the sum of everything in the world you can understand, one of the displays of a circle sorcerer's mind interfering with matter. The means of accumulating spirit is through touching elements, and the safest way to touch elements is by reading those stories and knowledge from before the oraculture, customs, hero tales, and myths passed down orally. Touching this knowledge is also dangerous, as one can easily fall into madness if not careful. Hence, we usually read original manuscripts or translated versions. Shard simply translated spirit into a blue stripe for himself. But merely accumulating enough spirit isn't sufficient to advance to the next ring. The most important thing for a circle sorcerer isn't spirit, but elements. By accumulating runes of the 4 main elements, one can effectively increase the upper limit of spirit, sublime the soul, and refine the body. The 4 main elements can be perceived in many ways. Shard thought of the woman's voice in his mind, hinting that he had encountered whisper, enlightenment, and miracle when he witnessed Sparrow's death, stepped onto the streets to see the world, and pondered the meaning of God. Merely perceiving and touching is not enough. The elements must be inscribed on one's own Wheel of Fate to prove the integration with the elements. With each advancement of a circle sorcerer, different combinations of miracle, desecration, enlightenment, whisper, spirit runes are needed. This is something I'll explain to you if you decide to join the academy. For now, let me introduce you to the differences between the 4 elements. The doctor paused, looked ahead with a smile, and said, I think the person we are looking for should be right here. The two reached the 2nd floor, which was likewise covered in dust. Instead of heading to the 3rd floor, they looked down the corridor. One side of the corridor had windows, while the other side was lined with rooms. The main building of the sanatorium was shaped like a concave letter, and at this moment they were in the middle of the long side. The doctor said, Arcane technique. If you could engrave an arcane technique spirit rune, it would definitely be a golden rune. All arcane techniques stem from the stories and powers of deities. Remember, the 5 great deities are the only remaining benevolent gods. Only remaining. Shard was quick to grasp the essence and also understood the reason for his first contact with arcane technique. Yes, in past eras there were many gods. If you join the academy in the foundation courses of Divinity Academy, you will learn this part. But most of the powerful gods from the past have vanished, perhaps fallen, perhaps departed, or perhaps sealed. But as it stands, only 5 benevolent gods are called true gods, and their ability to intervene in the material world is not merely symbolic. Don't view them as powerful circle sorcerers. They exist in a truly higher dimension. I hope you understand what I mean. Shard's mouth twitched. He certainly understood. The circle sorcerers of the True God Church mostly specialize in the arcane technique element, but besides the true gods, traces of the old gods still remain in the world. By touching these traces and learning the stories of old gods with the help of another me, you could also extract arcane technique spirit runes. The doctor finally mentioned the essential voice in the mind. The voice in the mind is actually another you, not the real you, but indeed you. The doctor emphasized this concept again while Shard heard the woman's laughter in his mind once more. This is the arcane technique, spirit rune I engraved when I was at the first ring. Behind the doctor, dense white mist appeared again. A part of the brass life ring surfaced, revealing the golden rune. Shard also endured a headache to interpret the rune, which meant dust particle, something he had just seen. The miracle left behind by the god of dust, also known as earthly giant serpent, is one I learned through the Academy's path by knowing its story, hence obtaining the spirit rune. The golden glow flickered, illuminating the ground in front of them where a series of footprints appeared, but I am not suited for this miracle, having developed only such a simple arcane technique. The power developed by a spirit rune is called arcane technique, while the commonly used power by circle sorcerers is called sorcery, which will be introduced in the courses. The two followed the footprints onward, with their goal apparently on the second floor. But remember, gods are dangerous, not because they bear malice toward humans, but because their presence is of such a high rank that merely touching any information related to them might cause harm due to the oppressive nature of their divinity. It's like how looking directly at the sun can damage the eyes. The doctor cautioned, then said, desecration. If you can engrave a desecration spirit rune, it will surely be silver. All desecration comes from those polluted concepts and evil gods, but remember they are not among the 5 great deities or those vanished old gods, but are existing old gods. From the ancient deities that persisted to today, aside from the 5 powerful benevolent gods, there are a few malevolent gods. These deities are relatively weak, born from concepts and desecration, and are terrifying beings indeed. They are truly gods recognized by the True God Church. It's just that their power is far less than that of the true gods. This isn't the True God Church boasting, but a fact. So the true gods are the recognized and existing powerful benevolent gods. Old gods are the vanished benevolent and evil gods, and current malevolent gods. Are the evil gods very terrifying? Shard summarized. Of course they're terrifying, although they are weaker compared to the 5 great deities. Even knowing their power can drive an ordinary person mad. The main mission of the church is to suppress the occasionally emerging evil gods and the ever-present cultists. However, desecration spirit runes are not shunned. Aside from the evil gods, some knowledge from the 4th era can also extract desecration. The secret books record those terrible stories. This is also the mainstream way to extract the desecration elements. Both miracle and desecration are related to gods and must be connected to gods. It is currently the 6th era, a fact not recorded in any of the books Shard had seen, which only listed the years. But Shard knew it was the 6th era, as the voice in the mind had clarified this point the first time it emerged. This seemed to further confirm the other's uniqueness. Now it's the 6th era, while the 4th era was an era of darkness and chaos, very terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. The doctor whispered, as if afraid of disturbing some presence. In the dense fog behind him, the silver spirit rune flickered, still revealing only a part of the life ring, with Shard interpreting the beautiful rune as desire. Emotion, a very powerful spirit rune, originating from a terrifying story in the 4th era that I can never forget. I've developed various arcane techniques with this element, the simplest of which is detecting creatures with emotions around me. The silver glimmer flashed on the brass life ring, and the doctor had his answer. Inside, he's afraid. It seems he knows we've come. The enemy couldn't possibly be unaware, as the doctor made no attempt to hide his voice. If the voice in the mind keeps reminding you of a desecration nearby, don't think, just turn around and run immediately. This element is very deadly. The doctor continued to impart basic knowledge as he and Shard moved forward. Shard also understood why he had contact only with desecration. Enlightenment, if you can inscribe an enlightenment spirit rune, it would definitely be a brass-colored spirit rune. All enlightenment comes from civilization itself. Yes, civilization historical legends, religious and heroic tales, even fictional knight adventure stories through certain mediums can all extract enlightenment. This is the element of civilization, symbolizing the light of our world. Although it sounded simple, it certainly wasn't as easy as just reading a knight's novel. The moment a foreigner views the world and sparks firelight is indeed why one contacts the enlightenment element right at their doorstep. And not just our civilization, not even just human civilization, but also civilizations of past eras can do so. Enlightenment may coexist with desecration and miracle. After all, the history of civilization can't exist without the power of deities, and the gods have never taken their eyes off civilization. From the dense fog behind the doctor, the corner of the Ring of Fate emerged again, revealing the brass-colored rune Beautiful Dream. This is the spirit rune beautiful dream. It's not convenient to explain its origin now. I have good affinity with it. I'm about to use an arcane technique to put our foe into a dream state. A slight glimmer scattered. Shard could not see the specific effect, but he trusted the doctor wouldn't fail. They finally stopped moving forward and turned into a room without any markings. The room was clean but devoid of people. The doctor, unruffled, finally whisper. If you can inscribe a whisper spirit rune, it will surely be a black iron-colored spirit rune. Whisper has a wide range of sources, and it's commonly believed that if enlightenment is the light of civilization, then whisper is the darkness of the world. Whisper is almost a natural phenomenon, echoing throughout the material world. It is acquired through contact with knowledge of evil gods and by accessing relics. The detective died due to a relic, hence Shard could contact the whisper element upon his death. The black iron rune appeared, signifying false reality, the most complex of the 4 spirit runes displayed by the doctor. This spirit rune was acquired a year ago while resolving a Keeper of Secrets level, that is, level 3 relic incident. I don't quite understand its power. It's mainly used to break illusions for now. Under the glow of the black iron rune, the clean room gradually revealed its true appearance. Newspapers and wooden planks sealed the drafty windows. The floors and walls appeared as if covered with a layer of plasma, emitting a foul smell. The floor was filled with glass containers with human organs, haphazardly displayed as if in an exhibition. As the disguise disappeared, the stench of blood hit them. Shard's stomach churned, finally realizing why the doctor had purposely told him not to eat breakfast. Enduring the intense discomfort and mental pressure, Shard's eyes swept over the room that was nearly turning blood red and spotted a young man sleeping soundly in the corner. He didn't resemble a vagrant, but rather a student. His clothes were clean, his appearance gentle, and his attire proper. He held a pistol in one hand and a brass box in the other, slumping there. Bide Morrowed, 19 years old, a student from the Rolex Mechanical Academy of Tobisk City. A year ago, he accidentally came into contact with a level 5, that is, poet-level relic, and fell into madness due to the whisper element within the relic. Consequently, his temperament changed drastically, slowly descending into a kidnapper and murderer of young women. This world, after all, is too dangerous for ordinary people. So what exactly is a relic? Shard controlled his fear of the scene, suppressing the desire to vomit. The doctor, on the other hand, appeared quite calm, either having controlled his emotions well or being accustomed to similar scenes. The two stood at the doorway, with neither intending to step inside. Relics are remnants of the past, stemming from the curses of the first 5 ages. Some form naturally, others were made by powerful entities of the past. Remember, only the first 5 ages could give birth to relics. To date, there are no records of relics from our current 6th era. However, if you can discover one, maybe an entire academic year's worth of practical credits would be enough. Relics can easily be distinguished from other alchemical items, only they could possibly carry the whisper element, and there's no man-made way to add whisper to an item. The two gazed at the metal box held by the young Morrowed that was a relic. Even from across the half of the room, Shard could sense the danger exuding from the object in the young man's hand as he slept. It was as if the box was out of place in this world, carrying with it an aura that could make all things wither. This was the relic that Shard saw for the first time and believed he would never mistake in the future. The doctor surveyed the room and continued to speak. Relics can be tangible objects, but can also be events, or even just a piece of information, a phrase. The True God Church has classified relics into 5 levels, which the Academy has also accepted and recognized. Poet level, level 5, information that could be sung by poets, but only considered common hearsay or legendary tales, the standard measure being Poet Cohen's manuscript. Scribe level, level 4, which requires detailed recording and archiving of this relic information, with the information only existing on paper and not to be casually disseminated, the standard measure being Scholar Unknown's thesis. Keeper of Secrets level, level 3, tightly trained guardians of secrets to specifically safeguard information about a relic, which must be contained under non-special circumstances and used with extreme caution, the standard measure being Secret Keeper's Eye. Sage level, level 2, only Grand Sages are privy to their information and containment status, and should such items be found uncontained, under the agreement, both the Academy and the True God Church must immediately notify each other, the standard measure being Philosopher's Stone. Angel level, level 1, extremely dangerous. The descent of the evil god and the loss of control of an angel level relic are generally considered as events of the same level. I'm only a 5th-year correspondence student. I won't know the characteristics and containment measures of such items until the next grade, the standard measure being Heart of the Evil Angel. What is a standard measure? Shard asked. A standard measure is a reference when grading a relic. Should the danger exceed the standard measure, it immediately falls into the next level. Shard nodded in understanding, but since there was also a standard measure for the highest angel level, it seemed to imply. He did not ask further, as Dr. Schneider likely did not know either. He proceeded to inquire softly, muffling his voice as he held his breath. So what we are dealing with this time is a poet level relic level 5. I've confirmed it. It's the life countdown pocket watch. Yes, it's the object in that box over there. He dares not touch it directly. With a blood sacrifice, the pocket watch allows its bearer to rotate it within a certain range. Pointing the face of the pocket watch at any life form, the amount of life countdown it assigns depends on the angle of rotation. The shorter the countdown, the more flesh and blood is required, which is why Detective Sparrow Hamilton had such a long time. The doctor asked Shard to wait at the door. Then he stepped over the blood mud on the floor, entered the room, and took the box containing the relic. It wasn't until he returned to Shard's side and opened the box, cautioned Shard to concentrate and not be influenced by the power of the relic. As the doctor opened the box, an even more pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses, revealing a container full of blood inside. After pouring out the blood water, the silver pocket watch fell into Dr. Schneider's hands. Without opening the watch cover, Shard could only see grimacing skull carvings on both the front and the back of the pocket watch. The watch cover was surrounded by rune scriptures, which he had also never seen before, yet Shard once again deciphered the inscriptions, confirming to himself he truly could understand all the writing from this otherworld. The price of life is the secret of flesh and blood. At that moment, he actually tasted blood in his mouth, as if he had just bitten into raw meat. Shard actually began to retch, fortunate that he hadn't eaten breakfast and therefore had nothing to expel. The doctor promptly put the pocket watch back in its box and stowed it away in the briefcase he carried with him. Is this the thing that killed Detective Sparrow? After a while, Shard, who had recovered somewhat, murmured. The detective had taken him away from the life of a vagabond and given him all of his inheritance. He was more than happy to avenge him. Yes, that's it. People in a countdown state know their life deadline, but cannot reveal it to anyone, or they will die instantly. But this relic, born of the Fifth Era, although very dangerous to ordinary people, Circle sorcerers have ways to negate its influence, so it's only the lowest poet level. The life countdown effect, restrained by various miracles and enlightenment elements, is not highly dangerous and can only be considered a common poet-level relic. Unfortunately, Mr. Sparrow Hamilton was just an ordinary person. Dr. Schneider shook his head regretfully. In fact, I had been investigating this relic for several months, so I was able to understand your situation in just one night. However, with so many victims, although I saved a few, I ultimately didn't manage to meet Detective Sparrow Hamilton in time. It seems he passed away in the early hours of the morning we met, which is truly regrettable. What came next was simple. The two searched the nearby rooms, and the psychologist used the methods of a circle sorcerer to dispel the illusions brought on by the poet-level relic, finding all the piles of bodies, making sure they didn't mistake the murderer. Afterwards, when Shard refused to be the killer, the doctor directly killed Bide Morrowed in his dreams, a process that, in Shard's eyes, took only a second. Having done all this, they then left the place together. The doctor had written an anonymous letter that morning during his visit to Shard and had it delivered to Riddlevich Field in Tobisk City, also known as the Tobisk City Police Department, through special channels by noon. Soon after, the police would discover this place, thus drawing the attention of the True God Church. This area falls under the jurisdiction of the Church of that Sun God. They act quickly, so we need to leave soon. When they boarded the carriage waiting for them, the doctor still joked, but Shard was not in the mood for conversation. As an outlander with no attachments here, the bloody scenes he had witnessed still made him feel uncomfortable. It brought him a profound realization of the cruelty and strangeness of this world. Together, they returned to the city area and had a meal at a goose restaurant in the Tobisk City Eastern District. Of course, it was the doctor who treated. Shard didn't eat much, though the scenes he had witnessed earlier on the second floor of the sanatorium would likely trouble him for a long time. They then went to the doctor's psychological clinic, which was located on Ronchin Avenue in the Tobisk City Eastern District, the wealthy district. Although not as bustling as St. Deland Square in the city center, the neighborhood was very picturesque. Mr. Bill Schneider's psychological clinic was flanked by an antique shop on one side and a high-end tobacco store on the other. The clinic was 3 stories, with the first 2 floors being the clinic and the third being the residence of the doctor himself. The clinic was spacious. In addition to Mr. Bill Schneider himself, there were 5 other doctors employed by him on staff, as well as receptionists, cleaning staff, a tea lady, and so on, all very formal. The doctor invited Shard to his second-floor reception room, which was a consultation room used only for important patients, to rest. It wasn't until the servant brought over the tea that the conversation could continue. More like a study than a reception room, the curved wall was adorned with dark brown bookshelves, packed with leather-bound books. An imposing desk stood on the red carpet, and just by looking at the fountain pens in the pen rack, You could tell the owner's financial strength. The sofa and coffee table arrangement wasn't as formal as that of the detective agency, but the family-style tea set was indeed conducive to relaxing visitors and allowing them to reveal troubles and secrets. "How do you feel about this trip?" the doctor asked casually, leaning on the single leather sofa, his right hand on the armrest and his fingers on his chin. Shard sat on the fabric-long sofa, which was the one used by Dr. Schneider's patients, for helping you resolve the hidden threat. "Yes." Shard responded, his worries not any lighter. This outing was merely to avenge Detective Sparrow, and it also meant that Sparrow's death was due to the detective assignment and not related to the task he had entrusted to Shard. In other words, Shard still didn't know what other secrets Sparrow Hamilton might be hiding. The current speculation was that Sparrow Hamilton had a mysterious identity besides being a detective, but due to an accident in a detective case, he had to find someone to temporarily take his place. However, that secret identity likely had nothing to do with the transcendent otherwise. The detective wouldn't have known about his impending death and still been completely unable to save himself. Of course, there was no need to explain this to Mr. Bill Schneider. Although the morning's events had led Shard to more or less trust him, he still hadn't let down all his guard. "Detective, now that the accident caused by the poet-level relic has been resolved, and I have helped you clear up the trouble surrounding the death of your predecessor, let us return to the original topic." The blue-eyed doctor sitting on the single sofa looked at Shard. "What are your current thoughts regarding St. Byron's Integrated Academy?" Because circle sorcerers only have 72 hours to awaken, the main method of cultivation by the True God Church and the three major academies is actually to recruit from among their core believers and industry subsidiaries, which also makes it easier to observe. But both sides don't mind recruiting fresh blood, which has nothing to do with their own powers. It's just that cultivation is different from that of the trusted gifted ones. So could you give an example of how ordinary people like us, who were originally unrelated to the mystical, are treated after joining the church or the academy? Shard thought for a moment, chewing on the implications of the words, feeling that it was reasonable to not be completely trusted. As for the three major academies, the conditions are a bit more complex. We use a correspondence method to cultivate gifted ones who were not originally part of the mystical world. All external students receive instruction through correspondence and cannot directly contact the academy itself, let alone enter the academy. Based on the region, correspondence circle mages are divided into different groups, each with 3 to 7 people. When a group has at least one 6-rings warlock, one 5-ring sorcerer, and one 4-ring sorcerer, and meets the condition of having more than 5 people, the group as a whole can pass the trial and truly enter the academy. It must be the entire group, with no one left behind, to ensure mutual monitoring and mutual guarantees within the group. The doctor explained, which made Shard raise an eyebrow. "If I join St. Byron's Integrated Academy." Dr. Schneider nodded, affirming Shard's guess. He pointed to himself. "Then the group I'm in will once again have 5 circle sorcerers. We currently have 4 people. The specific information about others is not convenient to disclose before you join. But I promise, at least until you reach 3 rings, we'll conduct the formal enrollment test. After all, we are still far from meeting the other conditions." That's why Bill Schneider was so enthusiastic about guiding Shard to join the academy. Finding a wild gifted one was very difficult, just slightly less so than finding a needle in a haystack. Seeing that Shard was still pondering, the doctor spoke again. "Mr. Hamilton, I am very satisfied with you, with your background, your origins, and your attitude towards the mystical. A few hours ago, when we both witnessed that horrific scene, your expression of pity and feigned composure were all quite good. Please consider my proposal carefully. The conditions here are very favorable. I don't understand, why are the True God Church and the academies so wary of people like us?" Shard was still hesitant, as Outlanders find it hard to trust others easily during the initial stages of entering this world. You are not yet a circle sorcerer, so you do not understand how dangerous this world can be. The world is like a mad ocean, and the normal world is just a tiny isolated island. Circle sorcerers can delve into that deep sea and obtain more, thereby becoming more easily mad, more easily twisted by the malice from evil objects and the whispers from nature. Even if we have another self to resist those twists and oddities, a sorcerer without childhood training is more likely to take a wrong step and lose control completely, which would be a truly horrible thing. The doctor said simply, seemingly reluctant to speak too clearly. To Shard, it felt like the worldview of this world included not only steam and mysticism, but also elements of agnosticism, or even the rules of Lovecraftian horror. Then is it possible to become a circle sorcerer naturally, without guidance and cultivation? Shard asked again. Absolutely not. You do not know what it means to be a circle sorcerer, or what it really is. This morning we mentioned that within the 72-hour window of a circle sorcerer's awakening, if left unguided, many complications can arise. Most people go mad, some die, and a very small chance exists of becoming something strangely a heap of flesh, a screeching spiritual body. Probably something you could imagine would give you nightmares just by looking at it. Having heard what the doctor said, Shard fully understood his current situation and straightened up to summarize, I don't have much time. I must make a choice soon. And if I don't agree to join St. Byron's Integrated Academy, then you definitely won't let me leave with today's memories. Shard looked towards the doctor, and the cautious blue-eyed doctor nodded. As I mentioned at the beginning, students of the 3 major academies hide their identity in regions where the true God Church is present. Yes, if you refuse, I will use some inconvenient methods to erase your memory. I am good at manipulating emotions and dreams, so I am also skilled at altering memories. Of course, this is because you are just an ordinary person. It would not be so easy with a circle sorcerer. Shard didn't interpret the doctor's words as a threat. These measures were all for self-protection, and Shard knew nobody should cater to him. If my memories of today are erased, I also wouldn't know about the 72-hour limit. He analyzed further. Yes, I think Tobisk City Mental Hospital might have a new guest soon, but rest assured, I am acquainted with staff members in all the mental hospitals in Tobisk City. I'm just joking with you, detective. We can relax a bit. The doctor assessed carefully. I won't force you to choose to join St. Byron's Integrated Academy, which I belong to, but as adults, we all must pay the price for our decisions. Besides, compared to the church, becoming a correspondence circle mage actually offers more freedom. For an ordinary person like you who isn't a believer, entering the church's training system would indeed ensure the church's care, but it would also limit your freedom to act. However, it's different for correspondence circle mages. As long as we pass the exams every semester, earn enough compulsory credits, complete the practical contents, acquire enough practical credits, and don't engage in crimes like murder or arson, the academy doesn't mind what we do. Now, do you understand the difference between academy-trained circle sorcerers and those trained by the church? I understand. Shard nodded his head. Just listening to the doctor, the academy certainly seemed more advantageous. The 3 great magics academies are St. Byron's Integrated Academy, specializing in the containment and use of relics; Zara's Literary Academy, skilled in developing arcane techniques involving spirit runes, which is the use of magic in story; Xerxes' Higher Medical Academy, which knows a bit of everything but is particularly proficient in alchemy. Mr. Hamilton, this isn't just my opportunity, it's also yours. Being able to enter the Circle Mage training system through regular channels, rather than through cult organizations and secret societies, do you know how rare this chance is? The doctor said again, his profession making him quite skilled at persuading others. The hesitating Shard nodded again. Although the original owner of the brain probably wasn't very useful, he was an outlander to this world, and even though he was only in his 20s, he had his own judgment. So how can you prove that everything you've said so far is true? Up to this point, the information I've received has all come from you. Shard asked earnestly. Although it was a suspicion of the doctor, Dr. Schneider actually appeared pleased. It indicated that the young man before him was intrigued. I could apply to the academy for that poet level 5 ring relic to prove my words. But once I do that, the academy will know that a new gifted one has been discovered here. The academy won't force you to enroll, but they will definitely record your identity information. So would you like to come into contact with the poet level relic, dream of St. Byron's Integrated Academy? May I think it over? Give me 2 hours. No, 1 hour. I want to carefully consider today's events. With the overload of information, Shard couldn't immediately make a decision. However, he was leaning towards trusting the doctor, which was why he asked for some time to think. Not a problem, after all, for an ordinary person, this is a lot of information. You can think it over here, or you can leave. It just so happens that I have some minor matters to deal with, so The doctor glanced at the corner room's mantel clock. Within the glass cabinet, the pendulum swung with a heart-shaped metal piece at its base. Meet here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No problem, I'll stay here. Shard said. It made no difference where he pondered. If the doctor had meant him harm, he wouldn't have waited until now. The sanatorium earlier was a perfect setting for murder. If you stay here, there are some academy recruitment materials that aren't convenient to take outside. You could take a look at them. I'll be back after I've handled my affairs, and if you need anything, Mrs. Kara can help. Mrs. Kara was the middle-aged maid who had brought tea earlier. Having agreed on a meeting time in a while, Dr. Schneider handed Shard a file bag containing the academy's information. He then hurriedly left the room, clearly having matters to attend to. After the doctor left, Shard didn't open the file bag but leaned back on the couch and stared at the ceiling. Just as he said, he couldn't make up his mind immediately and summed up today's events in his mind, recalling every detail from his memory. The worst-case scenario is that everything is a scam and the doctor is actually a cultist wanting to take me for a sacrifice. But that possibility is not great. He thought to himself and patted his head. What do you think? You can trust him. But can I trust you? For instance, can you tell me who you really are? I am you. You are definitely not another me from the heart of a circle sorcerer, that much I'm certain of. Shard looked at the ceiling's pattern made up of colored blocks and geometric designs, then at the rather fine crystal chandelier. He guessed at Mr. Bill Schneider's income, then realized it must be a considerable sum of gold pounds. Anyway, there's too little information at hand, or rather, no channels to obtain information, so I can only listen to what others say. In his own mind, Shard believed the doctor was trustworthy. All the information from this morning till now had neither contradictions nor logical flaws. What's more, the doctor's words made sense. Hope of encountering a power willing to guide ordinary people into the transcendent and mysterious world was no simple matter. Shard had already gained a preliminary understanding of this era. The transcendent and mysterious were unobtrusive. The flame of human civilization was fostering a booming steam industry. The mysterious and transcendent were just a small part of civilization's shadow. Shard knew he was tempted by St. Byron's Integrated Academy, and he wouldn't deny it. The three great magics academies and the Church of the Five Great Deities were the only official routes for cultivating circle sorcerers, and those were the only options he would consider. The academy and church each had its pros and cons, but now the academy had approached him first, and moreover, Shard had his doubts about his transmigrator status. Compared to the more lax management of circle sorcerers, it's more likely that the church could see through his identity, especially since the doctor explicitly said that the gods truly exist. For now, knowing nothing of the deity's powers, he couldn't discount the possibility that they might be omniscient. I can accept an offer from St. Byron's Integrated Academy, but I still want to first see what information that so-called relic can provide. He decided in his mind, aware that this choice might not be the best, but Shard wouldn't regret it. It was his own decision. Now let's take a look at this. Thinking this, he was about to open the file bag, but at that moment the room's door suddenly swung open. Since it wasn't knocked on first, Shard thought it had to be the doctor returning early. However, the person entering was a young woman, who also seemed surprised to find Shard sitting there. "Sorry, I thought Dr. Schneider." She appeared to be around 20 years of age and was the most beautiful girl Shard had seen since coming to this world. Golden hair, green eyes, a genuine blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty. She had a serene air about her, resembling a student or teacher, wearing a very ordinary deep blue dress, decorated only with a butterfly hair accessory. "I apologize," the blonde lady said, then immediately apologized after her surprise. Seemingly wanting to close the door again, she suddenly paused, her emerald eyes looking puzzledly at Shard, making him somewhat embarrassed. "This glimmer is, are you a gifted one who's currently awakening?" Now Shard understood why the doctor had spotted him right away at the newspaper office's door yesterday. Presumably, a circle sorcerer's vision differed from a normal person's. Really a gifted one. While surprised, the blonde woman still maintained enough calm. She examined Shard with those beautiful eyes and smiled. Did Bill actually find a gifted one? When did he get so lucky? Did he use some strange relic to borrow against luck? Shard wanted to say something, but the other person shook their head. "Sorry, in our group, only fifth-year doctors have the qualifications for recruitment, so before you officially enroll, I can't reveal any information to you. This is part of our contract with the academy, and we must follow the rules." Taking a step back, he gripped the door handle, his face showing a hint of a kind, smiling expression. "But the conditions at St. Byron's Integrated Academy are really good. It's very lucky for you to have run into a doctor within 72 hours, so you should think it over carefully. Oh, and if you do join St. Byron's, remember, don't choose a major in the Chemistry Academy." Having said this, he nodded lightly in farewell and closed the door from the outside. One of the 4 people in the correspondence circle mage group that Dr. Bill Schneider belongs to. Did he really just happen upon me, or was he acting? Sometimes Shard thought he was paranoid, but coming to a completely unfamiliar world, he believed this made it possible to live even better. However, a school that teaches mysticism actually has a chemistry major. He spun open the envelope's string tie and saw the more detailed academy information. On top was the promotional leaflet that the doctor had brought out that morning. Only behind it were the academy's true recruitment documents. Shard flipped through a thick stack of materials and finally realized, under St. Byron's Integrated Academy, there were 10 specialized colleges, each with its own way of learning and body of knowledge. Chemistry Academy, specializing in herbal medicine and creation of magic potions. Mechanical Academy, adept at psychic ability, cultivating alchemical abilities. Astronomy College, the training ground for diviners and star observers. Academy of Ancient Literature, analyzing spirit runes and inheriting ancient languages. School of Mathematics, studying ceremonies and sorcery, arcane technique. Folklore Academy, researching history before the 6th era, gathering ancient and modern literature, proficient in the element of enlightenment. History Academy, training investigators, space-time retracers, proficient in the element of desecration. Academy of Library Management, training keepers of secrets and guardians. The main responsibility is to secure relics, and it is also the strongest specialism of St. Byron's Integrated Academy, proficient in the element of whisper. Divinity Academy, teaching theology, studying the history of the old gods, proficient in the element of miracle. Cooperation with the True God Church is usually also managed by the Divinity Academy. Political Economy College, not open to correspondence circle sorcerers, hence no information. The reason why the specialized colleges under St. Byron's are referred to by common academic names rather than simply Containment Academy or Magic Academy is to allow correspondence circle sorcerers to reasonably speak of their studies to the average person, reducing the possibility of exposing the academy. It was through these documents that Shard realized that the circle sorcerer system explained by the doctor was actually missing some important content. For example, once a circle sorcerer fully awakens, they generate spirit runes unique to their soul, also known as core runes. The core runes are not etched upon the ring of fate but within the central hollow of fate's ring, which relates to the sorcerer's advancement. And the content of the core runes is also the basis for the Academy's recommendation of joining a specialized college. For instance, Dr. Schneider, Shard guessed that his core rune would likely involve psyche, hence the doctor should be from the Mechanical Academy. So before becoming a circle sorcerer, I can't decide what I will learn, but to actually be able to traverse time. He shook his head, feeling the culture and system of this STEAM age anew because of these recruitment documents. He scrutinized carefully, noting the significant information, and then repacked the red documents into the envelope, getting up to place it on the office desk in his room. This reception room only hosted important guests. The office desk was scattered with many papers. The doctor probably hadn't had the time to tidy them up, and he wasn't worried about Shard snooping because most of it was about the clinic's operations, and a small part wasn't even in the common language of the Northern Kingdom. Very unfortunately for Shard, for some reason, he understood those strange and peculiar writings, indeed possessing the special ability to comprehend scripts. The piece of paper that caught Shard's attention seemed to be made of parchment. It was partially concealed by the book Psychology and Abnormal Psychology, but only the signature was covered, not interfering with the main content, Academy Bounty Notice. An illegal organization, Blood of Mercury, carrying a Keeper of Secrets level relic forged Philosopher's Stone, has been spotted in Tobisk City and the surrounding areas. An Academy bounty is issued to all circle mages on correspondences in the area to closely monitor the actions of Blood of Mercury. If the forged Philosopher's Stone is submitted to the Academy, it will offset 5 practice academic credits for this school year, and the academic assessment grade for this term will automatically be upgraded to Excellent. For additional rewards, please consult with Professor Rogers of the Mechanical Academy. Note 1. This mission is extremely dangerous. It is not recommended for students of 3 rings including or lower to make any direct contact with the Blood of Mercury organization. Note 2. For detailed information regarding the relic Forged Philosopher's Stone, please consult with the Academy. Note 3. The True God Church has been notified of this information. If you are interested in completing this mission, please be cautious not to reveal your identity to the church. Below was the signature, obscured from view, seemingly a joint announcement released by the Public Affairs Administration of St. Byron's Integrated Academy and the Mechanical Academy. What if it's exposed to the True God Church? I forgot to ask the doctor earlier. Shard thought, then he placed the document bag on the desk and sat back down on the sofa. So far, no one knew his secret of understanding various strange languages, so the possibility of the doctor forging this was not high. On the contrary, the appearance of this Academy bounty notice was more likely to prove that what the doctor said was true. However, academic credits, academic assessments. Truly chilling terms. Who would have thought that even in the era of STEAM civilization, one could encounter such things? Shard mused to himself, recalling his life back home. It made him even more determined to delve into the mysteries and find a way to return. Only he hadn't expected to have to study and take exams, even in the other world. And what's more uncertain, he might even have to write papers. There are always more solutions than difficulties. He thought to himself, patiently waiting for the doctor to return. Even though the doctor had treated him to lunch at the Goose restaurant not long ago, Shard had barely eaten due to the horrific scene he witnessed in the morning, which had left a deep impression on him. Now, having made some plans for the future, and feeling a bit better, hunger started to set in. So he took the opportunity while the doctor was away to ask Mrs. Kara for some snacks, saying he wanted to have afternoon tea. It seemed the doctor had mentioned Shard was an honored guest, so when the maid wearing a floral apron knocked and entered, Shard saw that she was actually carrying a porcelain plate. This is part of Mr. Schneider's collection. The middle-aged maid smiled as she spoke. She looked to be in her 40s, somewhat older than the blue-eyed doctor. Her figure was plump, fitting Shard's image of a middle-aged woman from an ordinary family of this era. Although there was no great Eastern nation in this world, porcelain still existed and was still prized. Only special soil and techniques from specific regions could create such fine pieces. Shard thanked Mrs. Kara, not particularly interested in the porcelain plate. He looked at the exquisite yellow fluffy muffins on the plate and the shiny red cherry on top of each one, and he swallowed subconsciously. Shard, don't disgrace the people of the otherworld. The outlander, new to this place, said to himself, and then, as expected again, heard the pleasant laughter of the woman in his mind. They had agreed to meet at 2, but the doctor was nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for Shard stumbling upon the washroom and realizing there really was no one to stop him from wandering around, he might have suspected he had fallen into some sort of trap. Since it was someone else's place, Shard went back to the original room to wait after making sure he could leave at any time. He didn't have the bad habit of rummaging through other people's belongings, and he was also worried about coming across files he shouldn't see, so he just sat on the sofa, bored, surveying the room's interior decoration. Having been in this world for close to 40 hours, he had gained a greater understanding of the developmental level of the country he was in. The characteristics of the steam age were evident in all aspects of life, not just in the gas lamps and steam pipes, but also in the intricate mechanical structures of clasps on furniture, and the elevating platforms on the sides of bookshelves, controlled by large gears, pulleys, and ropes, all of which were new to Shard in his own world. He had never imagined he could come to such a world, and while he felt lost, he also tried to exchange his knowledge for money. But he knew too little and did not possess an exceptional eidetic memory. As such, he was still filled with anxiety about the life ahead. Dr. Schneider didn't show up until 2:30. He had changed into a black overcoat. He began apologizing as soon as he entered. "I am truly sorry. Something completely unexpected came up. I had ordered a batch of sensitive drugs on the black market. No, please don't look at me like that. They are not for the patients at the clinic. I don't do that sort of thing. They were for my own arcane technique research, and there was a complication when receiving the order. Such bad luck." As he spoke, he took his seat again, and the maid also walked in, bringing a fresh pot of black tea for both gentlemen. "So have you made up your mind?" the doctor asked earnestly, his blue eyes gazing into Shard's. Shard had observed the color of his own eyes in this body in the mirror. They were still that blackish deep brown, the same as before. "I have made up my mind." Shard sat up straight and nodded, giving his answer with equal solemnity. "I want to try and come in contact with the poet-level relic, Dream of St. Byron's Integrated Academy." The doctor's face lit up with a broad smile. "Although today's luck hasn't been great, I have found, Hamilton Detective, that anything involving you always seems to go smoothly. As one of the 3 great magics academies, St. Byron's Integrated Academy had the ability to deliver relics over long distances. But since Shard wasn't yet a formal circle sorcerer, Dr. Schneider naturally didn't let him know how this was done. After waiting alone in the room for another 10 minutes or so, the doctor returned carrying a black paper box. It was indeed a black paper box, with nothing but black to be seen. Shard didn't even immediately notice where the seams of the box were. Dream of St. Byron's Integrated Academy is a product of the last era, from the 5th era to be precise. Back when the academy was just established, Miss Montefiore, the legendary founder and 13-ring sorcerer, had a revelation during a summer nap and obtained this relic. This relic must be kept in a dark space, which is a relatively simple containment method for relics. The academy was only established last era. Shard was a bit puzzled. He had thought it was one of those ancient organizations handed down through several eras. In fact, the Church of the 5 Great Deities and the 3 Great Magics Academies all came into existence during the last era. Remember this common knowledge. The 4th era was a time of darkness and chaos, with wickedness and distortion rampant across the world. The 5th era belonged to the witches, where only females possessed spellcasting abilities. Powerful witch empresses divided the world among themselves, and city-states fought each other. There was no progress in civilization, and it was a wild and primitive era, but equally terrifying. In the 6th era, the transcendent beings faded, and humanity's civilization was finally able to progress to the current age in the hands of ordinary people. The doctor didn't elaborate on even older eras, and Shard didn't ask, because the two were sitting on the sofa, and Dr. Schneider had already opened the box. Peering inside, the box was lined with straw, on which lay a delicate enamel filigree snuff bottle, the size of a palm. The overall color of the bottle was a light blue, adorned with bright yellow sunflowers interconnected by golden lines, which irresistibly reminded one of joyful summer days. "You've come into contact with Whisper." Just one glance at the exquisitely crafted snuff bottle was enough to deeply captivate Shard. Shard had seen more intricately crafted objects in his world, but at that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to possess this one. Fortunately, the woman's voice pulled his thoughts back on track, and Dr. Schneider simply smiled at Shard's lapse. Even a poet-level relic can affect ordinary people, which is why the church and the academy try to contain and control relics as much as possible. However, you have really recovered quickly. Once I open it, you will fall into a dream. The dream will last for 7 minutes and 23 seconds, during which you will understand the past and present of the academy. This will help you believe what I have told you. Such a precise time, Shard asked, then leaned back slightly on the couch under the doctor's guidance, assuming a comfortable position conducive to napping. Almost every circle sorcerer who joins St. Byron's via correspondence goes through this relic to confirm the information they have received. It has been used countless times without fail, the doctor said with a smile. This never-failed phrasing, on the contrary, caused Shard some worry, but he did not voice his feelings and instead signaled the doctor to begin. All right, please prepare. The doctor stood up, covering his mouth and nose with a wet towel to prevent himself from falling asleep as well, and took a step back. Begin. The lid of the pot was opened, and a rainbow-colored smoke billowed out, causing Shard to lose consciousness immediately. Shard had a dream, in which his spirit left his body and ascended into the distant sky above the bustling steam city shrouded in gray fog, observing steam factories puffing out thick smoke in the distance. He then flew northward, over cities, over mountains, over grasslands, over forests, until he saw snow-capped peaks and beyond the tallest mountain the immense ice cap of the far north. Perhaps it was only a moment, or perhaps it was several hours or even days, but the sky in the far north grew dim. In that dark night, beneath the colorful aurora borealis, behind the luminous glacial mountains, emerged a huge complex of buildings. It was a strange dream like none he had ever had. When Shard woke up, he only remembered walking through the vast academy, strolling through ancient castles, looking up at the starry sky from the top of spires. He weaved through amphitheaters with rows of seats, searched for herbal medicine recipes in the basement, and checked the list of contained relics in the library. Mysterious, ancient, profound, Secretivithat is St. Byron's integrated academy, but also a meeting place for mystery seekers. Standing from the remote past to the present, behind the ice glaciers of the far north, when he opened his eyes, his vision was still blurry, but Dr. Schneider's figure across from him on the couch slowly came into focus. The doctor was frantically closing the lid of the snuff bottle and placing the poet-level relic back into its box. So do you now know the academy truly exists? After putting away the snuff bottle, the doctor asked Shard with a smile. Shard let out a wistful sigh, finding himself missing the strange dreamland. Indeed, it is true. What the doctor said is indeed true. Even though it was just a dream, this special dream was enough for Shard to make the right decision. The only side effect of this poet-level relic is a very mild addiction. Dr. Schneider's voice was soft, carrying a strange power, as if trying to completely pull Shard back from the world of dreams. Forget that dream, Shard Hamilton. But sooner or later you will, as a circle sorcerer, join us on a steam locomotive to the northern cities, walk through the auroras over the ice cap, huddle through the long nights of blizzards, and together we will assist in climbing the highest glaciers, and then enter there, St. Byron's Integrated Academy, the place for circle sorcerers. My dream is to secure a lifelong teaching position at St. Byron's after advancing to the 10 rings level in the academy. Shard, if you liked it there, then join us. The dream, both real and surreal, took some time for Shard to come to his senses. When the doctor once again formally inquired about his decision, this time Shard nodded without any hesitation. Yes, I hope to join the academy and become a correspondence circle mage. Dr. Schneider's face revealed a heartfelt smile. Then congratulations, Shard, please allow me to call you that. You are about to become the 5th circle mage of our team. Just wait a moment, Miss Dorothy Lewisa just visited, and she will join me in presiding over your enrollment ceremony. I can introduce you too and let her know that I'm not always so unlucky. The enrollment ceremony requires at least 2 team members to be present to prevent new circle mages from being deceived. Even though the doctor had been quite enthusiastic since his visit to number 6, St. Deland Square this morning, his enthusiasm seemed to grow even stronger. Oh, Lewisa is a 4th-year correspondence 4-ring sorcerer, whose main profession is a novelist. I know you've just awoken from blind foolishness, so you probably haven't read her work, but she is somewhat famous. Dream of the Snail and Midsummer Night's Wish, 2 short stories of hers, won the Kingdom's Literature Award 3 years ago, and she even received an audience with His Majesty the King along with the other 35 awardees. Actually, there was no need for you to mention the total number of awardees back then. The door was pushed open, and the blonde lady he had seen earlier stood outside. She was dressed the same as before, but seemed somewhat annoyed. Doctor, is it necessary to divulge all the unimportant details every time you introduce a friend to someone else? It seemed that the atmosphere among the doctor's group of 4 correspondence circle mages was quite good. They were all friends, at least, and Shard was happy about this. But he also guessed that this blonde novelist lady might have been listening in on the conversation outside the door. It's really not possible for everyone to be completely off guard, he thought to himself, preparing to stand up and greet her. The doctor sidestepped the blonde lady's question with a laugh and gestured for Miss Lewisa to take a seat. Hamilton Detective has already accepted my invitation, and now our group finally has 5 circle mages. Doctor, are you sure you didn't use some strange relic to overdraw your luck? She voiced her suspicion but still came in and extended her hand to Shard, Dorothy Lewisa, novelist and part-time journalist. Miss Lewisa seemed very adept at what she was doing, so Shard also stood up and shook her hand lightly. Shard Hamilton, I guess you could call me a detective. That's a rather fine profession, isn't it? As they sat down again, the doctor cleared his throat, hinting that he had some business to discuss. Shard, please allow me to call you that. There's one last thing before your formal enrollment. I need to talk to you about the tuition fees. A jolt went through Shard's heart, and the blissful feelings were once again dispelled by the sad reality. He blinked. Yes, tuition fees. He realized that when the doctor introduced the church and the academy, he hadn't mentioned the significant downside of the academy, for surely the true God church wouldn't charge money to accept members. The school's fees are based on the academic level. Just a second. Dr. Schneider took a document from behind a bookshelf at his desk, and the blonde lady didn't speak, instead looking on with interest at the two of them. This is the fee schedule. Since we are correspondence students and don't communicate directly with the academy, these documents were made by the academy to prevent group leaders from overcharging. Apparently, such incidents were quite common centuries ago. The document Dr. Schneider handed to Shard was a formal explanation of the fee standards for higher education institutions. It was a printed version that even had the sun pattern added to the top right corner and 3 combined gears drawn in the bottom left corner as page decoration. Even ordinary people wouldn't find this strange. In comparison to the knowledge provided, the tuition fee for a first-year correspondence circle mage was surprisingly cheap, at only 50 gold pounds. Shard knew that in this world, even the boys from middle-class families at a medium boarding school would have tuition fees that amounted to about 100 to 150 gold pounds per year. He still looked troubled, for he couldn't even produce 5 gold pounds in cash, let alone 50. But there were many of the detective's relics left in the house. Selling them all would surely fetch 50 gold pounds, and besides there were several commissions that were about to be completed, so Shard did have some options. Do I need to provide cash right away? That was indeed the most troubling issue. The academy requires cash in gold pounds, but they also accept other currencies, although the exchange rate would need to be verified. Of course, if you can't provide the cash for the time being, the academy does have loan programs, but the interest might be disadvantageous for you. As Dr. Schneider explained, Miss Lewisa, with her hands placed on her knees, also kindly said, however, in my opinion, the group can lend it to you. We have the funds. After all, besides rich people like the doctor, no one can come up with such an amount of cash all at once. The doctor with blue eyes touched his nose, looking slightly embarrassed. I was in the same situation once. It's quite normal, but you should consider whether you are able to take on this loan. The lady with golden hair reminded him kindly. This tuition loan doesn't carry any interest, but starting from the date of the loan, you need to pay back 10 gold pounds the first month, and then 20 gold pounds each for the next 2 months. Dr. Schneider added, there's no need for collateral. I will vouch for you within the group. After all, I know your personal information you can't leave. Dr. Schneider knew Shard had just recovered from his blind foolishness and was very aware of his situation. Relieved, Shard took a deep breath. It seemed his luck was indeed very good. Of course, he didn't forget to express his gratitude. He really had met some nice people. While saying this, he suddenly remembered something. Because of the interest-free loan, he decided to trust Dr. Schneider and the lady writer in his group even more, so he took out the notebook he carried with him. Carefully, he peeled back the leather cover of the notebook and pulled out a card from the slot. Is this worth anything? Special Series Rotor card. Miss Lewisa immediately recognized the card before Shard handed it over, but she shook her head and suggested that he pass it to the doctor. I don't play cards often and don't know the value of such things. How about letting the doctor take a look? Indeed, it is a rotor card, not only with a special pattern, but even a special effect. Is this genuine? The doctor, curious, took the card and inspected it under the warm yellow glow of the gas lamp on the wall. He didn't want to reveal Shard's identity and background to Miss Lewisa, so he shared some common knowledge with Shard. Although I am not a collector, I know some grand nobles and enthusiasts who are madly after these special rotor cards. The special pattern alone is already very precious, and if there is a special rule, that kind of fanatic collecting is even stronger than men's desire for beautiful ladies, which I cannot understand. I heard that last year in the Ford auction house not far from your St. Deland Square, there was an event. This is the Genesis series Silver Moon, the doctor suddenly asked in surprise. What? Shard didn't understand, but the blonde lady was very interested and stood up to look at the card. The doctor placed the card on the tea table in the middle of the three of them and introduced it to the two who were unfamiliar with rotor cards. Look, there's a vertical line at the center of the top of this card. This indicates that it's from the Genesis series of rotor cards, which was initially issued. It said that only 13 Genesis series cards were issued 300 years ago, each with a different design and invariably equipped with special rules. Genesis Silver Moon is one of them, hence its name. Moreover, each card from the Genesis series has a significant effect in the rotor card game system. I don't play cards, but I think the rules you mentioned are indeed extraordinary. Dorothy Louisa, who had read the effects before anyone else, said, and the doctor also bowed his head to examine the effects on the card. He wasn't a gambler or a fanatical rotor card enthusiast, but knew that under the rules of games similar to blackjack, a card that could adjust numbers from 1 to 5 would be incredibly fearsome. Is this a genuine card? It must be worth a lot, right? The blonde girl asked, and Shard was also somewhat hopeful, but the doctor resolutely shook his head. Impossible. It absolutely can't be genuine. Each of the Genesis series cards is worth as much as a street of houses around St. Deland Square, or even more, much more. It can't be genuine. The Genesis series was issued 300 years ago. They're either damaged by now or tucked away in a grand noble's tomb or family collection room, not something that would appear so casually. Knowing Shard's background, he made such a judgment. Is it still valuable if it's not genuine? Shard agreed with Dr. Schneider, but still asked. He, too, didn't believe it was genuine. After all, it was a 300-year-old antique. The doctor handed the card to Shard with some regret. I'll lend you the money first. However, this Genesis Silver Moon, you might want to get it appraised. Trying your luck isn't a bad idea. Where can I get it appraised? Shard became interested, too. I know this, the Prophet Society. They specialize in this. Miss Louisa, the writer, said, and the doctor nodded, giving a more detailed introduction because he knew Shard wouldn't know. The distribution of rotor cards has always been managed by the organizations of the Prophet Society, and they also offer appraisal services for special cards. Appraising a card costs 5 pence, which is quite cheap. If it's a genuine item, the Prophet Society will issue an appraisal certificate. When people want to participate in official rotor card tournaments and mix special cards into their decks, they must present the appraisal certificate. Rotor cards were even more popular in this world than Shard had thought, but it wasn't too surprising, considering they were just a card game. In the relatively liberated production conditions of the Steam Age, some special forms of entertainment were quite normal. The doctor continued, the Prophet Society is actually an organization of circle sorcerers, but not very formal. They collaborate with both the Academy and the Church, are recognized by us, and even have some connections with our group. Their initial business was divination, and around the middle of the 6th era, in the 15th century, they introduced the special series rotor cards to facilitate the promotion of divination services, after which rotor cards became their main business. The doctor pursed his lips, not quite able to convey his feelings. The society made a fortune by organizing various rotor card tournaments. Printing cards was like printing gold pounds. Cough, cough, I'm not envious of this trade. Of course, the Prophet Society still offers divination services, but it's also involved in book publishing and newspaper distribution, and the local Threepenny Gazette is run by them. What a succinct name for a newspaper. In a big city like Tobisk City, the Prophet Society has many branches and organizations. There's one near St. Deland Square that's more official. Gosh, living in the city center would be wonderful. Even if there's an extremely small chance your card is the legendary Genesis series Silvermoon card, you don't have to worry about the news leaking. It's a very formal organization. The doctor joked. If this card is genuine, make sure you tell us. It might make for a great novel theme. Miss Louisa also made a joke. Her attitude towards the stranger Shard was quite good, indicating she welcomed the group reaching its 5-member quota. Shard nodded and noted down the doctor's words on the rotor card appraisal. But in fact, he hadn't held much hope that the card in his hand was genuine, even though the demeanor of the previous detective on his deathbed had shown him to be a fervent rotor card enthusiast. But after all, he was just an ordinary person, with an income that barely qualified as middle class, so it was unlikely that he possessed such a precious item. As for the museum introduced by the detective before his death, Shard guessed it was probably a black market of sorts for counterfeit rotor cards. Thus, he thought about visiting the Prophet Society for an appraisal when he had the time, to set his mind at rest before heading to the museum. Once he had ensured a loan from the group to resolve the issue of tuition fees, he officially began the admission process. Shard had thought someone from the academy would come to him, but all proceedings were handled by the doctor. Remember, we are correspondence circle mages. The academy provides us with knowledge, and we need to meet mandatory credits through study and exams, as well as earn practical credits through academy tasks. This is the nature of our relationship with the academy, somewhat like a special employment system. There's no need to pay too much attention to the academy, at least not until you climb the glaciers of the far north with us and enter the academy. Dr. Schneider gestured dismissively, while Miss Ryder believed that Shard would deeply understand this point after a few weeks. The two official circle sorcerers then had to inform the academy that a new correspondence circle mage was enrolling, and the way to contact St. Byron's Integrated Academy was through a poet-level relic, the measuring item Poet Cohen's manuscript. Poet Cohen had also been a student of St. Byron's Integrated Academy, but that was a story from the last era. Although the fifth era had only female spellcasters, the academy still accepted a small number of male students for certain research that didn't require supernatural powers. His relic manuscript had more than 100 pages, and each page could be used to transmit information and small items to the cover of the manuscript. This was the main method St. Byron's Integrated Academy used to communicate with correspondence circle mages, as well as for textbook distribution and assignment submission. Within the Schneider group, the highest-ranking doctor was responsible for keeping the manuscript pages. It was a large parchment roll, about the size of an open book. It was currently blank and looked quite old, to the extent that one could see the frayed edges moving on the paper. First is your basic information, as well as the tuition fees. The doctor had Shard use a blue fountain pen to write down basic information such as address, age, occupation, and past experiences on a piece of stationery, then placed an envelope filled with banknotes on the manuscript page. As the glimmer flickered, both the envelope filled with gold pounds and the paper with information vanished. After a few dozen seconds, a receipt emerged from the manuscript page. In both Draelon and Carsenric languages commonly used in the Old Continent, the receipt listed the amount received and even bore the Academy's official seal. Quite professional. The receipt was temporarily kept with the doctor and would be returned to Shard once he repaid the money. Next is the trustworthiness test. The Academy needs to test whether the correspondence circle mages enrolling are cultists or individuals concealing ulterior motives. The Academy has its secrets as well, which can't be easily disclosed to outsiders. Dr. Schneider said this quite casually. How is this test conducted? Shard was a bit anxious, not worried about the original owner's dull-minded past, but his own identity as a transmigrator. Upon hearing Shard's question, Dr. Schneider had yet to speak when Miss Dorothy Lewisa preempted with a smile on her face. Ah, the nostalgia. This has already become the standard procedure. Please write an essay of no less than 800 words on your thoughts on good and evil, order and chaos. Shard thought he had heard wrong. This step is also to verify literacy. The Academy does not accept illiterate students. Shard, I know you are not very literate, so you can keep it simple, the doctor kindly said. But why an essay? I thought it would be a kind of lie detector test. Just writing an essay relieved Shard, who was fearful of lie detector tests. If asked about his past, he was worried he would run into big trouble. Lie detectors can be cheated after all, but an essay reflects a person's continuous thoughts, attitudes, and even aspects of nature one may not be aware of. This is more reliable and has a unique signature of this era. Oh, detective, this is no longer the chaotic era of barbarism and steam. The entrance tests of the civilized age of enlightenment are, of course, more cultured, Miss Ryder said with a casual lean on the couch, taking pleasure in the sight of others being forced to write essays. So Shard was coerced into the entrance writing test of 800 words. He could understand and read well enough, but speaking and writing relied on the knowledge provided by the inner voice, so it was still quite strenuous. However, this also confirmed Dr. Schneider's investigations about the original Shard. Good, evil, order, and chaos were relatively large topics. 800 words might seem like a lot, but if taken seriously, it might not even be enough for the introduction. Shard, adhering to the principle of less is more, divided the entrance test into 4 parts, the first part for pleasantries, the second on good and evil, the third on order and chaos, and the fourth for conclusion. This made the thought process much smoother, and Shard was particularly adept at writing this way. While Shard was busy with his entrance test essay, Dr. Schneider was not idle either. The standard admission process of St. Byron's also included having the mage in the group lead the gifted one to solve a mystical event once, in order to judge whether the gifted one's character was suitable to become a circle sorcerer. The earlier retrieval of the life countdown pocket watch would suffice, but it also required a report detailing the gifted one's performance. So while Shard wrote his essay, Dr. Schneider had to draft a report which might be slightly more troublesome. Miss Lewisa, however, was quite happy as she was the only one who didn't have to write anything. While the 2 gentlemen were engrossed in writing, she sat there holding her cup of tea, watching them with an indescribable sense of contentment. The essay and the report were sent away by the manuscript together, and only after a good half-hour did a notice of admission bearing Shard's full name arrive. His admission evaluation was excellent. During this time, the three of them had been talking, acquainting Shard with some basic knowledge. In reality, the admission evaluation only consists of excellent and unsatisfactory, unlike the annual assessment and year-end summary, which are graded as excellent, above expectations, pass, fail, and abysmally bad, the doctor whispered. It's a small trick of the Academy to win over your goodwill, added the blonde writer. Shard found this amusing, but it also made him realize that the Academy was indeed very formal, not some minor organization. Well then, the next step is for me to help you formally assume the role of Circle Sorcerer and open the supernatural gate. Only after you receive your core rune will you be certain of the specialized academy you'll join. As for textbooks and study materials, they'll be delivered to you in 3 days, as the academy also needs to prepare these things. Now to the ritual. Hearing the doctor's words, Shard suddenly became nervous. He hadn't expected it to be so direct here, in this place. Of course, is there a problem with the doctor's clinic? Besides, isn't the 72-hour mark approaching? Ms. Lewisa, the blonde writer, was puzzled, but Dr. Schneider understood what Shard meant. It is indeed here. Oh, Shard, let me emphasize again. Remember, we are correspondence circle sorcerers. St. Byron's Integrated Academy has no special emotional ties with us, only responsibilities and obligations. Do you understand? As for assisting you, it's because I need a 5th circle sorcerer in the group, and the Academy rewards the introduction of new circle sorcerers. It's not because I'm a kind person. Dr. Schneider looked earnestly at Shard, his blue eyes conveying a warning. You lack common knowledge about this world, so I offer you the most crucial warning: do not easily trust others. He's actually a good person, but he's always so stern. The lady beside him shook her head and said. Shard nodded cautiously, but he agreed with Miss Ryder's viewpoint. Dr. Schneider was a good person, at least for now. Lewisa, for the next part of the procedure, you only need to observe and prevent any unexpected deviations from the plan. Please do not speak. No problem, we've already been through this procedure twice before, haven't we? When Annette and Augustus were inducted, Miss Ryder said, signaling Shard to pay attention. A gifted one's awakening of the Ring of Fate first requires contact with the 4 elements, which is difficult for an ordinary person with no prior knowledge. Now is the 6th era, not the chaotic and dark 4th era, nor the 5th era ruled by the witch empresses. In this era where the supernatural is not prominent, steam and machinery are the themes. There isn't much mystery here. Even if people are aware of the existence of mysteries, it's hard to come into contact with them. Moreover, ordinary people cannot imagine the dangers of contacting mysteries. Dr. Schneider held up 4 fingers. So, Shard, of the 4 elements, how many have you encountered so far? I'm only missing desecration related to the evil god. Shard responded truthfully, and Dr. Schneider did not inquire further. Look at my Ring of Fate. 3 silver runes shimmered simultaneously, and Shard interpreted their meanings as wrath, mud in the heart, and malice. You have touched desecration. Following this statement, a whisper recited another phrase. 6th era, Common Era Calendar 1853, Summer, the day of Silvermoon's dark radiance. You have touched all 4 elements. Outlander, the supernatural gate will soon open, and the path of sublimation lies ahead. Did your other you give you any hints? Dr. Schneider let his Ring of Fate disappear into the steam, then asked. Yes, it gave me a hint, telling me that I have touched all the elements and the supernatural gate is about to open. Dr. Schneider nodded in satisfaction. The other me is the core of the Circle Sorcerer system. It is the backside of your soul. It is you, yet not you. It shares your knowledge, it shares your memory, but it can feel and see more. Thus it can serve as a bridge between Circle Sorcerers and the world, preventing us from directly contacting knowledge and information that can taint the soul. I'll repeat this, hope you will remember. So the other me cannot know what I do not? Shard asked, a thought striking him. Dr. Schneider nodded affirmatively, and Shard blinked. He had long suspected that his other me was not normal. So it's actually you, but you don't know it. It shares your gender, so in my mind, it's a man's voice, while in Lewis's mind, it's a woman's voice. The lady beside him nodded in confirmation. It shares your memories, but it does not need sleep, so it may know more about the night than you do. But fundamentally, you and your other you are just different in thought processes and perspectives, so sometimes you might hear strange things. It can see more from the ordinary world. Dr. Schneider added, and Shard blinked again. Inside him, the light laughter of a woman seemed to nourish his heart, driving away the last traces of influence from the poet-level relic. Who exactly are you? He asked inwardly. Outlander, for now, I am you. Element gathering was just the first step. The subsequent ones are ringing bell, ignition, pushing, and praise song. The complete 5 steps are the most orthodox procedure for the awakening of Circle Sorcerers, used by both the Church of the 5 Great Deities and the 3 major academies. Ringing bell involves shocking the soul to initiate its initial sublimation. Although this sounds complicated, it really just involves drinking a magic potion. The three great magics academies and the Church of the Five Great Deities have different formulas for the ringing bell potion, Dr. Schneider said. The potion from Xerxes Higher Medical Academy is said to taste the best, orange-flavored and very sweet however. The potion from the Church of Nature and Malice of the deity Lord of all things is the hardest to drink, somewhat like chewing dry bark. The Academy sent directly the bell's potion through a manuscript, a conical glass bottle filled with bubbling purple potion. It felt somewhat cold to the touch, but it was warm when drunk. However, Shard felt that he couldn't taste anything. Look behind you, the doctor reminded. After swallowing the last gulp, Shard wiped his mouth, put down the bottle, turned around, and a layer of white mist had formed behind him. He could faintly hear the sound of a bell, though it was not clear. He indeed felt what was called the vibration of the soul, but that might also have been an illusion in his stomach from drinking too quickly. Ignition meant lighting the collected four elements to spark the initial soul fire. This step only required the assistance of a circle sorcerer above 3 rings and some skill. The doctor placed his right index finger on Shard's forehead. As a cold airflow slowly entered Shard's body, the bell sound in his ears became clearer. He turned his head, the dense white mist behind him now held a scorching temperature, and the steam deepened, seemingly containing endless possibilities. Propelling meant allowing the soul to drive the ignited feeble spark, enabling the circle sorcerer to sense the spirit and manipulate the 4 elements. Specifically, this required Shard to feel the power, to sense the idealistic force of the mind influencing matter. So Dr. Schneider brought a book with no cover. For circle sorcerers, there are many ways to interact with the 4 elements. However, the method of engraving a spirit rune into one's ring of fate is not encouraged to contact deity, mystery, or strangeness, although it could work. It's quite dangerous. The orthodox cultivation method is through reading books. Absorbing stories from the past. Other methods are considered to rely on luck. Reading books. This reminded Shard again that the supernatural organization he had joined was a school. Yes, the church, academies, and few circle sorcerer organizations possess some special books, containing considerably dangerous knowledge and stories from past eras. These books are copied by hand from dangerous ancient languages into contemporary languages, which dilutes their power. Hence, reading those original or only once copied or translated forbidden books is the best way for a circle sorcerer to inscribe spirit runes. And for you, this will be enough to let you sense your own power. He handed the book to Shard. This is a manuscript of the first volume of the Book of Fire Worship, copied from the original at least 6 times. It's the least dangerous book I have, and it's not possible to obtain a spirit rune by reading this book. Take half an hour to read through it completely. You can ask me about any words you don't understand. Thus, Shard spent another half-hour reading, equating his future path in the supernatural to reading and learning in his mind. He needed to disguise his current identity, so he could only sporadically select a few words to inquire about. During this time, the doctor and Miss Ryder maintained enough silence, knowing this was an important moment for Shard. Finished reading, how do you feel? The doctor asked, somewhat hot. Shard cautiously replied, putting down the book. Ignite it, the doctor then handed Shard a piece of paper. Shard held it, waiting a few seconds as the doctor did not say anything else, then asked, did we skip a step or something? Like spell words or gestures? Don't understand, feel, guide this power. Unless your core spirit rune is a concept like extinguished fire, this shouldn't be a problem. So Shard closed his eyes. He came from another world where the supernatural didn't exist, but there was more knowledge and fantasy. He closed his eyes, relaxed, imagined a warm flow moving with his senses inside his body, reaching his fingertips, then bursting out sparks. Opening his eyes, the paper between his fingers had turned yellow due to the high temperature. From behind in the steam came a tremendous roaring sound, the black shadow representing the hammer about to strike Shard's soul. The last step is the anthem. You must acknowledge your identity, declare to the world that you have transcended the mundane. The doctor's tone became serious at this moment. How should I do that? Shard was puzzled. His heart was pounding. He realized he was truly about to touch the supernatural, to enter the mysterious realm of the steam age. Say anything you like, I just recited my name back then. Louisa read a famous short poem. Mr. Lat August prayed to God. Miss Luvia Annette murmured, so we don't know. For Shard at this moment, the doctor's words seemed to come from a distant place. He looked at the white, dense steam behind him, watching the hammer about to strike from behind the fog. A woman's voice reciting whispering verses sounded again. Thus, almost synchronizing with the murmuring woman's voice inside him, Shard silently declared, the 6th era, year 1853 of the Common Era calendar. Summer, on the day of the dark shine of Silvermoon, I came to this world. I opened the supernatural gate, stepped onto the path of sublimation of the 4 elements. Shard Shern Hamilton, the path of fate branches out under my feet. I shall witness, I shall experience, I shall see all of this. The giant hammer, carrying tremendous wind pressure, swung out from the depths of the steam, striking the area behind Shard in a whirlwind. Boom. The soul was shocked, sparks splattered, spiritual light flashed, elements overflowed. Amid that chaotic spray of white steam mist with a strange luster, resembling the sun, a brass-colored ring of fate gradually appeared clearer. It spun, scattering sparks all around. The brass ring heated up completely in the steam mist, and the ring of fate hovered behind him. In the center of the rapidly spinning ring, two brass-colored, gleaming core runes symbolized Shard's forthcoming destiny. Space-time silver moon. Consciousness, in the instant the ring of fate was formed, seemed to once again soar into the sky as if in a dream, beholding the entire world and touching upon the world's veins. Compared to an individual soul, the vast world was unfathomably deep, terrifyingly formidable, and overwhelmingly immense. Yet before anything more could be discerned, it immediately returned to the body, making Shard seated on the sofa realize what he was doing. Without looking back again, the meanings of the two spirit runes became known instinctively. These runes represented the traits of the soul and the world's recognition of existence, which would not lie. The core rune located at the very center of the Ring of Fate could only be a brass enlightenment rune, at least for ordinary humans, because the greatest strength of humans lies in civilization, nothing particularly special about themselves. For believers favored by the gods, depending on the gods' camp, it's possible to receive a gold miracle or a silver desecration core spirit rune when inaugurated, and such people are usually called the gods' electorate, or the saint heir, whereas circle sorcerers who become so through certain special and imperfect inauguration processes, with the aid of the power of relics, may obtain the black iron whisper spirit rune, but this poses a great hidden danger to the soul. The doctor was explaining, his low voice gradually pulling Shard back to reality. Since Shard's inauguration was completed, Miss Louisa regained the qualification to speak, and she added, of course, there are other exceptions, such as powers inherited from ancestors and the like, but these have nothing to do with us ordinary folk. Shard nodded, and upon seeing him look at the two, Dr. Schneider gestured for Shard to take a sip of tea. Your complexion is very poor, which is normal. The forging of the Ring of Fate is the transformation of the soul, and feeling pain is very normal. It takes a few days of rest to alleviate this. I felt nothing at the time, but I was in so much pain that night that I couldn't sleep. It was as if someone was knocking on the gas pipes in my head. Although Shard didn't feel his condition was bad, he still picked up the teacup as the doctor advised, letting the warm steam mist his face. So Mr. Schneider, Miss Louisa, the number of core runes. Because of the voice in his head, the Outlander didn't dare to confidently assert that he was normal, and therefore couldn't be certain of the normal number of core spirit runes. At this moment, Shard was trying hard to suppress the joy of successfully making contact with the mysterious, yet maintaining the most basic sense of reason and vigilance. He had already gained trust and could not show any abnormality in himself. Doctor showed you were bound to ask this expression. Generally, there are no more than 3 core spirit runes, but according to the Academy's data, over 80% have 2. After all, a soul cannot possess only one outstanding characteristic, but there are also uncommon cases. The highest record is approximately from the beginning of the 6th era in the year 306 of the Common Era calendar, when Zara's Literary Academy once had a circle sorcerer with 7 core spirit runes. No longer needing to pretend, Shard genuinely showed a look of surprise. What level of circle sorcerer did he eventually become? The blonde Miss Writer shrugged. Don't know. This person was just a minor character in history. Not even his proper name was accurately recorded. Oh, I get what you mean, but the number of core runes doesn't correlate much with the height of achievement. The doctor here is an example of the common situation. The doctor then revealed his complete Ring of Fate, at the center of which were 2 brass spirit runes, Light of the Mind and Dream. Let me translate, these are Dream and Light of the Mind. Generally speaking, the simpler the concept, the easier it is to interpret multiple meanings, to develop and create all kinds of arcane techniques, and the stronger it is. So personally, I find Dream to be somewhat more powerful. Because spirit runes do not use contemporary language, Dr. Schneider had translated it. He was unaware that Shard had deciphered it at a glance. I have 3, but they're not that special. As she spoke, white steam mist emerged behind Miss Louisa. Accompanied by the booming hammering, a spinning brass-colored circle with a square cross-section appeared, on which were 3 core spirit runes, writer role playing another princess. She explained the meaning of the 3 core runes, and thought that writer was her most useful core rune, which matched her profession as a writer well. Miss Louisa was proficient in the brass-colored enlightenment element, adept at finding strength in stories and legends. The language used in spirit runes is that of bygone times. If one cannot find a way to translate them, one must ask the owner of the runes, who instinctively understands their meaning. So Shard, what about your spirit runes? Both the doctor and the writer had actively demonstrated their powers, partly to put Shard at ease so he would not feel the need to conceal his own. After all, core spirit runes are related to which academy and major one is assigned to after admission. Space-time silver moon. Shard thought for a moment and decided there was no need for concealment. After he uttered the two words, indeed, he saw astonishment and curiosity on the faces of Dr. Schneider and Miss Lewisa. He couldn't say he felt smug, but at the very least he had a pleasant surge of emotion because of it. Both are rather broad concepts, which is good. The Academy has many records on Silvermoon arcane techniques, and Silvermoon is easily developed into various new arcane techniques. This spirit rune is quite rare but not obscure. Space-time. Are you certain it is space-time and not time or space? Dr. Schneider leaned forward to confirm. Positive. Shard nodded, and although he hadn't experienced the ordeal of blowing up the test crystal ball due to an excessive talent, clearly his talent was not an ordinary one. Shard restrained his emotions, displaying just the right amount of curiosity and not deeper contemplation. These two core spirit runes seemed to be a curious coincidence, especially Silvermoon. Don't you dare laugh, he told himself inwardly. Space-time has never appeared before. He inquired aloud, as Dr. Schneider and Miss Reiter exchanged glances before the latter explained, of course it has appeared, but it is exceedingly rare, exceptionally so. The documented cases of individuals possessing this core rune, added together, would not exceed 5. And circle sorcerers who obtain space-time spirit runes after coming into contact with the mystical and historical knowledge, and upon assuming their roles, historically are likely fewer than 100. Dr. Schneider looked at Shard somewhat hesitantly. If it were only Silvermoon, we would suggest you join the School of Mathematics, where you could become an expert in arcane techniques and a master of spell words. But since it is space-time, you will surely choose the History Academy, become part of the investigator team, joining the quest to explore the secrets of the past. Even if I do not recommend it, the professors of the History Academy would definitely not allow you to join another academy. No one else could be more suitable for this profession than someone with space-time. As you tread into the time gone by, you will face more dangers, but you will also learn more secrets about the fallen old gods. Investigator or explorer of space-time is not a special profession unique to St. Byron's Integrated Academy. Circle sorcerers who have core spirit runes related to the concept of time, or those who have obtained spirit runes related to time, can use the relic known as Time Key, which fluctuates in level from Poet level 5 to Angel level 1, to travel through time and explore the past before the 6th era. The Time Key is a disposable relic, and different keys open different eras. All time keys are connected to the fallen old god, father of the infinite tree. This particularly powerful old god belonged to the camp of benevolent gods. Contacting related knowledge and traces, there is a chance to obtain the Golden Miracle Spirit Rune. According to legends and some ancient steel records, Father of the Infinite Tree fell during the Chaos Age of the 4th Era. However, he merged his body with the continuous spacetime using his infinite concept, creating a bridge to the past and future. The Time Key is a relic left by this fallen old god. Because the old god exists within the continuum of spacetime, the time jumps that his relic enables are not limited to the time points before his fall in the 4th Era. However, for some unknown reason to date, there has never been a time key found that can return to any past point in the 6th Era. This remains an important research topic for circle sorcerers studying time. In any case, the doctor asked Shard to draw those 2 spirit runes, and while conveying Shard's core spirit rune information to the Academy, he briefly introduced him to this common knowledge. Spirit runes belong to the language of the past and are essentially unique with no duplicates. Unless one has encountered spirit runes with the same meaning before, it is impossible to fabricate them, so they can serve as proof that one hasn't lied. But before Shard could ask questions like how about time stability, won't time paradoxes occur? The Academy's response had already come back. If Shard Shorn Hamilton is willing to join the History Academy is willing to list him as a key figure for cultivation, and will provide him with a Keeper of Secrets level relic for self-defense after he joins the Academy. What does that mean? Shard looked at the doctor. Dr. Schneider shrugged. They are always like this, generous to those with talent, but absolutely will not break the rules. So should I accept? Unless you have a reason to refuse. Miss Reiter answered simply, playfully flipping her golden hair at her temples. Every year there are some key figures for cultivation, but I think there's no harm in it. Thus, Shard successfully became a first-year correspondent circle mage under the History Academy of St. Byron's Integrated Academy. To become a circle sorcerer, it's necessary to engage with the 4 elements, and advancement as a sorcerer similarly requires the 4 elements. For each ring, at least 1 golden miracle, 1 silver desecration, 1 brass enlightenment, and 1 black iron whisper spirit rune must be etched onto the ring of fate to accumulate enough spirit for the ring to ascend. There is a limit to the accumulation of spirit at a certain ring, so etching 4 spirit runes is the same as etching 400 before ascending it makes no difference. Moreover, etching too many spirit runes is detrimental, because the spirit runes necessary for advancement must be etched at that particular ring. Under normal circumstances, etching spirit runes is no simple task. Properly balancing the number of spirit runes with one's study of arcane techniques and sorcery is also very important. Magicians from 1st ring to 4 rings are called low ring sorcerers. Those from 5 rings to 8 rings are inner ring, and beyond 9 rings are high ring sorcerers. This distinction isn't just numerical, but rather at the point of ascension from 4 rings to 5, and from 8 rings to 9 rings. In addition to the required 4 spirit runes, the sublimation incantation demands that throughout this phase all 16 spirit runes, one from each ring, must align in meaning with the magician's core rune. This connects to create the sublimation incantation. In Dr. Schneider's team, only the doctor himself, a 5-ring sorcerer, has completed 4 ascensions. When he advanced from 4 rings to 5 rings, he used the black iron whisper of the 1st ring running, the silver desecration of the 2nd ring malice, the brass enlightenment of the 3rd ring hound, the golden miracle of the 4th ring brightness, in conjunction with his core rune dream to construct the low ring to inner ring sublimation incantation. The Hound of Light runs through the malicious dream. The choice of runes in the sublimation incantation is not restricted, and the doctor just happened to meet the 4 types. If the conditions of the sublimation incantation are not met, one can never advance from 4 rings to 5 rings, or from 8 rings to 9 rings. Since the 4 spirit runes used must come from different rings, there is no possibility for compensation. Moreover, the choice of sublimation incantation can be aided by past examples, resulting in the sublimation codex that consists of thousands of records. Magicians refer to their core rune to look up examples and begin preparations from the start of each phase, hence every power cherishes its own sublimation codex as the most important secret. Low ring, inner ring, high ring. These 3 phases can all utilize the same core spirit rune to string together the sublimation incantation. Therefore, having multiple core spirit runes only increases the options available without substantially affecting the difficulty of advancing. If one does not wish to rely on examples of past sublimation incantations, or if their core spirit rune is extremely rare with no examples to consult, then one must try on their own. With enough luck, one can always satisfy the conditions for ascension. However, Shard will only qualify to view the sublimation codex of St. Byron's half a year later to determine the most important spirit rune for his 1st ring. The Academy worries about the reliability of correspondence circle mages and also wants to confirm that the correspondence students who have become transcendent beings will not have a change of heart. Besides, advancing as a sorcerer is inherently difficult, so half a year isn't considered a delay. Although there is no limit to the number of spirit runes within each ring, acquiring spirit runes is quite difficult. To advance in academic grade at the Academy, not only are mandatory credits from study exams required, but also practical credits from Academy tasks, along with the prerequisite that one's academic grade corresponds to their ring level. Therefore, it is rather normal for someone to spend 2 or 3 years in a grade, and if they can't find the sublimation incantation spirit rune sequence they had planned on during the 4 rings, even if they meet the condition of the 4 types of spirit runes, they would still choose to postpone their promotion. Course regarding textbooks, basics courses for Circle Sorcerers, Keeper of Secrets level relics promised by the History Academy, and investigative tasks from the History Academy. These matters would be discussed after 3 days, once the Academy has organized Shard's textbooks. At that time, not only will there be teaching outlines and cultivation plans given by the Academy, but all 4 members of the same group will be present to give Shard advice. Thus, after confirming his joining the History Academy, Dr. Schneider announced that Shard was free to leave. Leave now? Just a second ago, Shard was still memorizing these essential pieces of knowledge, so he asked with some surprise. Is there anything else you need? The doctor asked in surprise as well. I mean, since I've joined the Academy, there isn't. Miss Lewisa, still a woman, understood what he meant, I see. Shard, who had been sitting for almost the whole afternoon, stood up, and both the doctor and Miss Ryder got up to see him off. The latter had matters to discuss with the doctor today, so she could not leave yet. As Shard was about to reach the room's door with the 2 of them, the doctor suddenly added, also there are 2 taboos you need to remember. St. Lawrence Integrated Academy stipulates that all its Circle sorcerers are prohibited from setting foot in the New World. This is a taboo of the Academy. A universal taboo among Circle sorcerers is the prohibition of suicide. Setting foot in the New World would be considered by the Academy as forfeiting one's student status automatically, while a Circle sorcerer committing suicide could at least trigger a crisis not inferior to a Keeper of Secrets level relic running out of control. New World refers to the geographic discovery made 50 years ago, lands found beyond the current old continent, somewhat similar to the geographical discoveries of our past world. However, the new world is devoid of humans, yet is extraordinarily rich in resources. Why? Shard asked, puzzled. We don't understand the rules of the academy. As for the prohibition of suicide, Miss Louisa looked at the doctor. The doctor believes that it probably has to do with another self. If we commit suicide, the other self might do something. Dr. Schneider shrugged his shoulders. That's the situation for now. We haven't encountered a circle sorcerer who has committed suicide. Shard, remember to come here after 3 days, which is Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. Aside from the Academy's matters, you'll also need to be acquainted with the regular study gatherings within the group, as well as our fixed annual tasks. Oh, speaking of which, these next few days, you can try exploring your spirit runes on your own. This notebook is loaned to you. It was then he remembered and reached to unlock a drawer on the desk, from which he took an old black-covered notebook and handed it to Shard. Concerning the development of arcane techniques from spirit runes, you can give it a try, but as you've just acquired your power, it's unlikely to be smooth. Your most important task over these 3 days is to rest. Inauguration as a circle sorcerer is harmful to both spirit and body, so use these 3 days of bed rest to read through the notebook. You'll probably sleep till noon tomorrow. See you in 3 days. Just remember you need to return £10 within the month. The farewell seemed somewhat abrupt, but Shard knew he had overstayed his welcome, so he organized his cluttered thoughts and said earnestly, "No need to thank me, I was only here to act as a witness today," Miss Ryder said, though she seemed to be in good spirits. "And you needn't thank me, as I've said. I was merely eager to find a 5th member for our group," the blue-eyed doctor said to Shard in a very soft voice. Leaving Dr. Schneider's psychiatric clinic, Shard found the outside world bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The city, shrouded in a light mist, reflected the sunlight in such a way that walking through it gave Shard an impression reminiscent of another era. Just half a day ago, he was an ordinary person, and now he could ignite a piece of paper with his mind. "Actually, it's not that different," he muttered. Upon reflection, he realized that he hadn't given up much to gain what he now had. This seemed a bit too lucky, but according to the doctor, besides the compulsory credits earned through study, each academic year requires completion of the Academy's practice tasks to obtain practical credits. Otherwise, even if one advances to the second ring, they would have to repeat the year. It seemed his life had truly gotten back on track, creating a sense of unreality for the Outlander who, just the day before, was contemplating collecting relief food. With newfound strength, he could now continue working at the detective agency. Shard planned to complete the 3-month task left by the previous detective, of course. The condition was to successfully resolve at least one official commission to see if he was suited for the job. To save money, he still walked home, but to celebrate, he treated himself to dinner at a restaurant. By the time he got home, it was already 7 in the evening. After briefly studying Dr. Schneider's notes, he learned that both arcane technique and sorcery were formally taught at the academy. But when it came to spirit runes, each person had to explore on their own, from which one could develop their own arcane technique. It could be shared or kept for oneself to study. With that in mind, instead of researching arcane technique by himself, it made sense to wait for the textbooks and start with some conventional ones. Nevertheless, Shard couldn't contain his curiosity and spent the entire night exploring spirit runes. Thought effects matter, the mind interferes with reality. By bedtime, he was unable to draw upon the power of space-time at all, and could only make the tips of his fingers emit a faint silver light, an arcane technique of the Silvermoon rune. That light was incredibly serene, and gazing at it soothed Shard's mind. It's not much use. At least it'll save some on the gas bill. Speaking of which, do I have to pay the water, gas, and steam bills for this house? With these disheartening thoughts, he fell asleep, exhausted. Outside, the night sky of March hung high, and although the brightest phase of Silvermoon had passed, it still shone upon him. Despite both Dr. Schneider and Miss Ryder believing that the consequences of becoming a circle sorcerer were not so easily overlooked, and that the detective would likely need to rest in bed for 3 days, Shard woke up on time at 6:30 the next morning without feeling any different from the day before. He lay in bed for a while, contemplating the connection between the world and life, then had his thoughts dragged down to a more prosaic and realistic level by his own dismal financial situation. Only then did he stretch out his hand in front of his face and notice the faint silver light at his fingertips. He stared at that light for quite some time before heaving a small sigh of relief. The terrible mood brought on by the thoughts of his thin wallet instantly lifted, and he didn't even consider the gas bill he had thought about before going to sleep. He got up, washed, and at just past 7 o'clock, he was on time to wait for the newspaper and milk at the door. He hadn't seen the newspaper yesterday because he had gotten up too early, but in fact, he had noticed the Tobisk City Morning Post and Kingdom Morning Post lying on the doormat when he came home last night. Of course, starting next month, he would have to pay for the newspaper himself. After downing 2 bottles of milk, Shard stepped out for breakfast and instinctively placed the empty milk bottles in the milk box by the door. Although Dr. Schneider had advised Shard to rest properly for 3 days, Shard didn't feel anything amiss and attributed it to the strength of an outlander's soul. So today, he was still planning to try out the commission left by the previous detective. If the commission didn't go well, he would consider pawning the detective's inheritance to pay off debts. Mr. Lawrence's mistress investigation. I'm not planning to get involved in it anymore. In 3 days after asking the doctor and others about that pebble ring, I'll make further plans. Of the remaining 3 commissions, finding Miss White's missing sister and seeking information about a doctor who can treat eye disease are both somewhat difficult, so today's task is to find the lost orange cat for Miss Mia Sun Gold. Actually, the former Hamilton detective had already found the cat, but left the simple task to Shard as he hadn't handed it over. So all Shard needed to do was to pick it up and return it to the client. After having breakfast at a restaurant near St. Deland Square, I rolled up the newspaper and tucked it under my arm, walking east along Charles Avenue. At the next intersection, I waited a moment, watching the crowd getting ready for work on Monday morning amid the thin mist. Then I turned left into the somewhat narrow purple iris alley, glancing at the wall's corner where the wild grass was unusually lush due to the onset of summer, carefully avoiding the barefoot children running wild in the alley. Based on the detective's notebook, I stopped under the building with the sign Goodman Peter's Pet Shop. My nose had already picked up the smell of fermenting animal feces, but just as I was about to knock, the door of the pet shop opened on its own. A girl with brown long hair came out. She looked very young, clutching a red lady's handbag in her hand. She also paused when she saw Shard, then nodded politely and walked past him along Purple Iris Alley toward the east. Shard's gaze followed her, watching the brown-haired girl merge into the flow of people at the alley's entrance. Naturally, it wasn't love at first sight. The moment Shard saw her, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if the light around us dimmed in that instant, and only a spotlight shined on her, making her the main character on stage. "That's a person from the Sun Church, young man. Best not entertain any unnecessary ideas," someone said. Only then did I notice the middle-aged man in front of the pet shop's door behind me, with a ruddy, heavily veined nose, watching Shard as he turned around. The man reeked even more strongly of a mix of fermenting animal feces and food. He was dressed in blue work overalls, a topcoat whose original color was indiscernible, and black boots covered in mud. "Can I help you?" the middle-aged man asked. "Hello, I am from the Hamilton Detective Agency. I've come to pick up. Please wait a moment." Shard cast aside the odd sensation he felt for a second and looked at the note in the former detective's notebook, an orange cat, about half a year old with a pure white tail. It has orange markings on its left front leg. The other legs are all white. Its name is Mia. He described the characteristics of the orange cat, but to his surprise, the color drained from the man's face inside the door. "You're not about to tell me that the cat is lost, are you?" Shard's own face paled as well, pressing against the door frame and asking in a low voice. Former detective had paid to board the cat here, and the client described as a generous lady had offered a reward of £2 and 3 shillings to find the cat, even allowing for reimbursement of reasonable expenses incurred during the search. This offer was extremely unreasonable, but also showed the cat owner's anxiety. If it weren't for the fact that Goodman Peter's pet shop was closed on weekends, the first commission Shard would have chosen definitely wouldn't have been Mr. Lawrence's mistress. "Of course I didn't lose it, detective. You shouldn't make baseless accusations about people, but that damn cat." The man inside clenched his teeth as he spoke, as if the cat had devoured his entire possessions, his expression contorting. "Get that cat out of here. I'm never helping to look after an orange tabby again." "All right, where is the cat?" Shard asked, not particularly fond of cats, but for a hefty commission, he wouldn't mind carrying one through the streets and alleys. "On the rooftop." The man pointed upwards, his teeth-grinding expression intensifying. "Ever since that detective brought it here for foster care, this cat hasn't let anyone touch it easily, and it's scratched my wife and Miss Cindy at least twice. It won't eat cheap cat food and keeps bullying the other pets here. I've been running this place for so many years, and I've never seen such a combative 6-month-old kitten. It must be up there basking in the sun right now. Just take it away. I can't stand it anymore." Shard pretended not to hear the man's complaints and stepped back slightly from the doorway, then looked up at the 3-story building. "How do you expect me to climb up to the rooftop? In the house's yard, there's a staircase you can use to climb from the first floor to the roof. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to see that cat ever again." Shard certainly didn't want to climb that high. He cared greatly about safety. He was thinking of convincing the man, who had a big nose and was middle-aged, when the latter simply handed him a 1-shilling banknote. "Hamilton detective gave me 1 shilling and 10 pence to take care of it for 2 months. Here's 1 shilling back, just take it away, and never let that cat appear in this alley again." The voice was almost hysterical, so much so that the children playing in the street and a woman opposite hanging out clothes all turned to look. It was hard to imagine the psychological trauma that Orange Cat had caused him. Following the middle-aged man through the house, they arrived at a backyard filled with empty pet cages. The middle-aged man steadied the long metal ladder, and Shard carefully climbed to the rooftop. The roof was cluttered with various trash and miscellaneous items, and it was a mystery how these ended up here, considering one could only reach this spot via ladder. In the southeast corner of the roof, the only area that seemed clean, Shard saw a cat sprawled lazily on a metallic pipe, facing the morning sun of early summer. It was indeed a young kitten, lying limp as a puddle on the pipe. It wasn't particularly large, actually quite skinny. Its fur shimmered slightly in the sunlight, filtering through the mustache sign of good health. However, instead of an orange tabby, it looked more like a white cat wrapped in a warm orange blanketingly. When the cat stood up, did Shard realize the striking orange-yellow hue was indeed its fur color. The cat stood on a metal pipe discarded on the rooftop, one end propped on a broken sofa cushion, elevating it slightly above the surrounding debris. With its back to the morning sun, its amber eyes fixated on Shard, sizing up this stranger. Shard had no experience with such animals, and given the big-nosed, middle-aged man's words, he was somewhat worried the orange tabby might pounce. But this orange tabby, also named Mia, didn't appear aggressive. It observed Shard, who knew he was under scrutiny. Thus, he tried to appear friendly, constantly reminding himself of the cat's value. "I'm taking you to meet your owner, Miss Mia Sun Gold." He found a stable footing amid the debris, crouched slightly, and clapped his hands with a forced smile. Then, unsurprisingly, his suspicious demeanor did not elicit a response from the cat. Miss Mia Gold. It was the standard common language of human in the Northern Kingdom, also known as Draylon. This time, however, it was phrased with a slight Tobisk local accent, a skill Shard had picked up over the past few days. "I'll take you to your owner, Miss Mia Gold." The orange cat's delicate ears twitched. It lifted its right front paw to lick it, and after putting it down, it continued to gaze intensely at Shard. Shard pursed his lips, looked around, and after confirming there were no taller buildings nearby, he extended his right index finger. Look. Silver light gleamed upon his finger, and the orange cat's amber eyes instantly widened. With a slight open mouth, standing on a rusty metal pipe, its whiskers trembling, it leaned forward to gaze at the light Miss Mia Gold. Shard continued, then slowly approached the orange cat. Gradually extending his left hand and suppressing his own worries about wild animals, he gently scooped it up with one hand. The orange cat wasn't heavy, at least not right now. The cat was still tilting its head to look at Shard's right hand finger, but when the light on the finger extinguished, it did not attempt to escape from Shard's embrace. It leaned against Shard's chest, and with the right amount of force, it swiped its two little paws at Shard's previously glowing finger, seemingly very interested in the new toy. Good. The detective then let out a long sigh of relief, stood up, and prepared to leave the place. While young Orange Mia just squirmed uncomfortably, but did not struggle excessively. Not fierce at all, even quite well behaved. It seems I also have a knack for making other animals fond of me. Shard thought to himself cheerfully, then noticed that under the pipe where the orange cat had been laying, there lay something. Holding the cat with one hand, he bent down to pick up the object with his right hand, and it turned out to be a box of somewhat old rotor cards. The rotor cards could only be used when a complete set of 54 cards was gathered, and if there was a special card, it could be substituted based on suit and number since all rotor cards had the same pattern on their backs. The box in front of him wasn't anything special, similar to the set he saw the three men using in the tavern, with extremely simple card faces that could be bought for a few dozen pence. Seeing it was not something important, he casually placed it in his pocket. Then carefully, with one hand holding the cat, he climbed back down the ladder into the courtyard. "I picked up an old set of rotor cards from the rooftop. How much do I owe you?" Though the old cards looked like trash, Shard still mentioned it. The old cards weren't worth much. Shard had nonchalantly put them in his pocket because he wanted to complete a full set with the Genesis Silver Moon. And the middle-aged man with a large nose nearly cried in front of Shard upon realizing he was indeed taking the cat. As for the rooftop junk, he didn't care at all. He then left Purple Iris Alley, but Shard didn't aimlessly wander with someone else's cat. Instead, he headed straight to Ms. Gauder's house. During this time, little Orange Mia, aside from initially making a purring sound, kept clawing at Shard's sleeves and the front of his shirt without trying to escape his embrace. Miss Gauder, willing to pay such a high price for her cat, must definitely not be a poor person. She lived in a quiet residential neighborhood on Sandrew Street to the south side of the city, where each household boasted its own private small garden, marked with their names on the gate fences. Miss Mia Gold, the owner of the dainty orange cat, was not at home. Shard stood outside the fence gate, ringing the bell for quite some time, but no one came out to open the door. However, the sound did disturb the neighbor next door, an old woman who walked with a stoop and wore glasses. Her gray hair was neatly combed and tied together. She was dressed respectably and wore silver jewelry on her wrist. "Who are you looking for?" With a heavy accent, she stood in front of the fence that separated her garden from Miss Gold's and asked, "Miss Mia Gold, she has entrusted us to find her cat." Shard also shook the cat he was holding in his arms a bit. The orange cat lazily meowed, turned over, and pressed its head against Shard's chest. Thighs. Cat really liked Shard, and even though the half-year-old orange cat was not heavy, carrying it all this way had already become somewhat unbearable for Shard. "Oh, that one, the naughty little thing." The old woman clearly recognized the orange cat Mia. Then she said something that almost made Shard's heart sink. "Mia moved out last week." "Huh." Thankfully, there was a follow-up statement. "Are you the Hamilton detective looking for her cat? You're much younger than Mia described. Don't worry, she left a letter for you." With that, she turned and went back into her house to get the letter, and when she returned, she said, "There are some banknotes in the letter. Before you open it, check the wax seal to make sure no one has tampered with the money." The letter was left for Detective Sparrow Hamilton by Miss Mia Gold. In it, Miss Gold mentioned she had to move to a large estate in the countryside on the east coast of the Draylon Kingdom because of family matters and was going to live with her parents. Thus, she sold her property here. But Miss Gold still remembered her cat and the detective who took on the commission. Without confirmation that the detective had found the cat, she left this letter in the care of her neighbor. If the detective found the cat, he would be able to receive this letter. "I cannot forget my Mia, but now is truly the time to leave Tobisk City. Detective Hamilton, if you're reading this letter, please provide temporary custody for Mia and send a letter to the address below. I will come to your office to pick her up within 6 months at the latest. At that time, a larger reward will be provided." Postscript: in addition to the original detective fees, there is an additional £5 in banknotes enclosed with this letter for the temporary care of Mia. Please do not be overly harsh with my little mischief maker. The orange cat known as Mia wriggled a bit in Shard's arms, looking like she wanted to sleep, completely unaware of her owner's departure. "Why, I'm allergic to cats, and Mia couldn't find anyone else to take care of her cat. Plus, she didn't originally think you would actually be able to find Mia," the old woman explained. Having never seen Sparrow Hamilton, she mistook the young detective in front of her for the one Mia had originally described. You just take care of Mia for now. When Mia comes to get her, she won't shortchange you. Look, she even named the cat after herself. You're not the one who." Mia dictated the contents of this letter before she left. "HMPH, I've been her neighbor for so long, can't she trust me with something like this? All right, I'll go post the letter now. Goodbye, ma'am." Shard harbored some suspicion that the old woman could read minds. "Goodbye, detective. Remember, this cat can't drink milk, but it can drink goat's milk." The old woman's voice came from behind, adding another expense to Shard's list. Detective Sparrow Hamilton had known Miss Mia Gold for a long time, and this wasn't their first commission case, so Miss Gold gave the detective a great deal of trust. That trust resulted in Shard gaining the additional task of looking after the cat, and an unexpected increase of over £7 in his savings. Miss Gold was truly generous. With the remaining money from pawning his cane, Shard felt he could soon make up the £10. And with a bit of luck, if Miss Gold received the letter and came over within a week, he might be able to pay off all of his debts for the month. Feeling cheerful, Shard walked back to St. Deland Square with the cat in his arms, his steps feeling much lighter. On the way back, he passed by the Silver Parrot Milk Delivery Company, which he had visited not long ago, and went in to inquire. It turned out they could also deliver goat's milk. The salesperson who handled Shard's inquiry even guessed that he intended to feed the kitten goat's milk, thereby introducing him to more cat-rearing tips. However, his enthusiasm didn't lead Shard to relent on the cost of ordering goat's milk. Fortunately, number 6, St. Deland Square, was right on the daily route of the busy Silver Parrot Milk Delivery milkmen. Therefore, there was no need for an extra route to deliver specially to Shard, so the actual cost of the goat's milk was a bit less than expected. Shard considered the orange cat Mia his lucky charm, and after leaving the Silver Parrot Milk Delivery Company, he thought about indulging a little for lunch, perhaps in some better food. Just as he passed by the old dog lying at the doorway, the voice of a woman, which had not made a sound until today, finally rang out in his mind. Observe her ring. He immediately looked around and almost a second later saw Mr. Lawrence's mistress, Lady Lasoya, emerge from the alley across from the milk company, heading towards the direction of the silverware shop where a fight had happened the day before yesterday. She still wore that white, egg-shaped stone ring. Is she changing from man to woman or woman to man? Shard speculated, but had no intention of following her. He valued his life, and having decided to give up the assignment, he would not change his mind out of curiosity. If he had the strength of Dr. Schneider or the female writer, Miss Dorothy Lewisa, of course, he wouldn't give up. But one must face reality, and he accepted that he was still weak. With a pleasant mood, he casually walked through the streets with the cat in his arms and entered the candy shop across the street. Pretending to be curious, he asked about the price of the small cakes in the glass display case, using his peripheral vision to confirm Lady Lasoya had walked away. Then he immediately left the store and entered the same alley Lady Lasoya had appeared from. The alley was not deep and, like most alleys in Steam City, dirty and filled with odd smells. A quick walk took him to the end, where some abandoned pipes lay, their surface even covered with a layer of disgusting green moss. And around the pipes he saw a wall-thighs was a dead-end alley. The alley should have connected to another block on the other end, but the store at the exit had expanded its premises, effectively walling off the alley with its back wall. Between this pile of pipes and the wall is an excellent blind spot. When Lady Lasoya came out of an alley with no exit just now, did she perform another transformation by kissing her ring? Shard thought, pleased with his caution and his swift action. Although he dared not follow her, it was no problem to investigate what she had done just now. In a very safe situation, having obtained intelligence that had nothing to do with him, Shard was satisfied and intended to turn around to leave, planning to share today's experiences with Dr. Schneider. But at that moment, the woman's graceful whisper came again in his ear, "You have encountered enlightenment." He stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows. The element of enlightenment was related to civilization, yet the rich traces of arcane techniques and sorcery could also possibly lead to its emergence. But here, standing in the narrow space between the pipes and the walls because it was a blind spot, there was less rubbish, and instead more animal feces. Shard examined the wall in front of him carefully. The wall was almost completely covered with all kinds of filthy words and shapes representing private organs, along with many other strange traces that he was unwilling to imagine. His only two spirit runes, for the moment, did not have the effect of enhancing vision, but what really set him apart from others was his ability to decipher almost any text. Under the sentences that insulted the deities at a height above Shard's waist, some strange patterns caught the young detective's eye. Treating them as text, he was able to discern the meaning and pronunciation of those words. Reveal. The ancient language took 6 syllables to express such a simple meaning. In the thin fog, a white light flickered before Shard. He stepped back but still stayed between the gap of the pipes and the wall. The curious cat was startled by the white light, while the person holding it saw a worn stone statue slowly rising from the ground. Its base was square, and the statue was only half the height of Shard, depicting a nobleman with bat wings and draped in a cloak. Shard closed his eyes, allowing tears of blood to seep out from beneath his eyelids. He covered the cat's eyes, quickly turned around, and heard a whisper by his ear, a joyful whisper reciting untold stories. "You have come into contact with the remnants of the old god vampire Duke Lowell, the old god born from the original blood of desecration, craving blood and driven mad by it. At the dusk of bygone days, he developed familiars with the curse of blood, his mind clouded by the blood curse, roaring in the depths of the castle in the dark night. You have heard the story of the old god vampire Duke Lowell, and you have learned one of the miracles of the old god vampire Duke Lowell. Can it inscribe a spirit rune?" A moment later, having confirmed that this was all the information, Shard, having emerged from his surprise, asked with an expectant voice as the headache from being in close proximity to the old god's statue lessened. Afterwards, Shard heard the woman's voice in his heart laughing softly. "You have acquired the sorcery, Echo of Blood. You have not yet obtained enough stories of this deity, outsider. Miracles are not so easy to obtain." As the whispering in his heart subsided, the old god's statue transmitted a new power to Shard. The ring of fate hidden behind his soul began to rotate, drawing on slight golden elements, allowing the brass ring to be tinged with particles of gold and extracting a spirit unique to the soul. Shard's right eye suddenly turned a bloody red, and he gained the power to see inconspicuous residual traces of blood. Having fully understood what was happening at the moment, Shard didn't check the power he had received first, but instead examined the cat he was holding in his arms. Although the cat had witnessed the entire process of the old god's statue's appearance along with Shard, luckily, it had been distracted by the scattering white light at that moment, so it didn't observe the full appearance of the old god's statue first like Shard did. Therefore, Mia was a bit listless, but hadn't suffered the mental impact in the same way as Shard. The power that Shard had acquired was, to put it simply, his right eye could now see the inconspicuous blood traces lingering on the air and the surface of objects when sorcery was actively triggered. This ability could also be achieved in Shard's world through certain technological means. But when he used sorcery, he didn't need instruments and merely needed to open his eyes, and as long as there were remnants of blood, no matter how faint, he could see them. Although it was not a particularly powerful ability, it surprisingly matched Shard's profession as a detective very well. Shard had never heard of the old god vampire Duke Lowell. In fact, he had not heard any names of the old gods besides the father of the infinite tree. The story of this old god didn't make him sound like a benevolent god. This judgment was completely correct. Therefore, after obtaining the sorcery in the story, the voice in his mind also hinted to Shard that he was coming into contact with the silver element of desecration, an element only evil gods would possess. But whether it was because he didn't deeply perceive the desecration of this old god, or because the power of the stone statue with a base leaned more towards miracle, Shard gained nothing from desecration. The gains from the sorcery were pretty good though, as arcane technique required the corresponding spirit rune to be used, while sorcery didn't require a spirit rune and was a universal mystical ability of circle sorcerers. Since it was universal, the effects of sorcery were often not as good as arcane technique, but in reality, certain sorcery also had usage restrictions. And judging from the doctor's notes, the sorcery obtained through contact with remnants of old gods usually couldn't be learned in other ways. So Shard had incidentally come into possession of a rare sorcery, a pity that its effects were not very significant. Having gained the benefit, the next step was of course to leave immediately. Shard couldn't take the old god statue with him, he didn't even dare to touch it directly with his skin. The existence of the stone statue was clearly related to Lady Lasoya, and it was impossible for the old god statue to naturally exist in the city. It had to be that she had brought it into this alley to hide. Such an act of bringing an evil god statue into the city was a serious violation of the law, so Shard had finally concluded that Lady Lasoya did not belong to the side of good. He then read the 6 syllables of the ancient script meaning manifest in reverse order, causing the evil god statue to slowly re-enter the ground. Only then did he cautiously slip away from the alleyway, not even bothering to save money, and immediately boarded a carriage at the next intersection, without any hesitation, taking the cat with him towards the psychological clinic of Dr. Schneider in the eastern district of Tobisk City. But unfortunately, Dr. Bill Schneider was not in the clinic. The clinic staff still recognized Shard from when the doctor had invited him over as a guest the day before, so Dr. Cray, who was in charge of receiving him, informed him of Dr. Schneider's whereabouts. An earl in the city, who preferred not to disclose his name, had a wife and daughter who recently developed gluttony. The earl's private doctor thought it was a psychological issue, hence they specially invited Dr. Schneider to diagnose and treat them. Dr. Schneider would be staying overnight at the earl's estate outside the city and would not be returning at least for today. As for the address of the estate and the surname of the earl, they couldn't tell Shard in order to protect the privacy of the patients. But Mr. Hamilton, you can leave a note for Bill, and he'll see it as soon as he gets back, Dr. Cray said kindly, yet firmly refused to reveal the location of the earl's estate. Dr. Cray was a man approaching middle age but not yet 50. His figure was slightly plump, yet he maintained it just below the threshold of obesity. His head was completely devoid of hair, which is why he wore a decidedly noticeable brown toupee. This inevitably drew one's gaze upwards during close conversations. Dr. Schneider won't be back today, right? Shard, holding a cat, couldn't help but confirm, while the ginger cat Mia seemed never to have been in such a setting before and was now excitedly looking around with wide eyes. Yes, when the earl's butler came to invite Bill, he had already specified the time for the house call. The doctor repeated, "Then do you know Dr. Schneider's friend Miss Dorothy Lewisa? Do you know where she lives?" Shard asked again. If he couldn't find the doctor, then another circle sorcerer from the same group would do. The matter concerned the evil god statue, and he had to find someone capable of dealing with it discreetly. "Yes, of course, I know her. She's a regular at our clinic, often coming in for issues with anorexia and insomnia, but I can't disclose a patient's information." Dr. Cray apologized, and Shard knew his request was somewhat overreaching, so he opted to leave a message for Dr. Schneider instead. The evil god statue, though not a relic, still held considerable value due to its remnants of an old god. Even though the Academy advised against circle sorcerers gaining the 4 elements by interacting with such bizarre objects, those professors at St. Byron's Integrated Academy above the rank of 9 rings, who held lifelong teaching positions, could potentially document the stories of old gods using powerful language through the remnants of old gods. Doing so would be much safer than Shard being directly affected by the remnants of an old god today. So whether out of concern for Lady Lasoya's intentions or simply wanting to contribute by reporting this matter, it was necessary to let Dr. Schneider know about it soon. But since the doctor was not there, he had no choice but to wait patiently. Shard couldn't just report the matter directly to the church. It wasn't about his concern for the old god statue being taken away by the church, but rather, he didn't know how to make an anonymous report. But the doctor will be back tomorrow. Waiting one more day probably won't make a difference. With this thought in mind, he left the psychological clinic with the cat. However, a deep-seated unease lingered within him, distracting him so much on his walk back to St. Deland Square that he nearly got hit by a carriage at an intersection. Shard had left home early in the morning, but since the quest for the ginger cat had gone exceptionally smoothly, he returned home by only 2 in the afternoon. He and Mia had already taken their lunch outside, so he temporarily had nothing to do. Shard set the cat down at home, and Mia seemed to adapt well to the unfamiliar environment, rolling around on the sofa and going to explore every corner of the room. Shard, on the other hand, began diligently recording the entire process of the cat quest in the ledger and record book left by the previous detective, strictly following the former detective's format. After finishing, he flipped through the detective's past records and planned to complete the remaining 2 simple quests, Runaway Girl and the search for the doctor, in the next few days as well. That way, after receiving the teaching materials sent by the Academy on Wednesday, he would have time to investigate the past acquaintances of the detective, seeking the secrets that Detective Sparrow Hamilton might have hidden. So Shader spent the afternoon organizing all of the former detective's belongings and appraising his own assets. In the evening, he went out for dinner with the cat again. On the way back, he bought some breadsticks from a bakery near the square to have with the following morning's milk for breakfast. Of course, he couldn't forget about the premium cat food. Having taken the money, Shard would take good care of that little orange kitten. Thus, just 2 days into this world, Shard had become a young detective living in Kingdom Capital's Central Square, with a cat and a job in tow. Thinking about it, my luck isn't too bad, just short on money. In the evenings, he spent time continuing his research on space-time and Silvermoon. Having come into contact with remnants of an old god that day, the accumulated miracle elements transformed into more spirit, making the silver glimmer at his fingertips even more dazzling. But it still had no attack power. It was sufficient for illumination, though. Shard also tried out the ability to ignite paper, which was likewise enhanced with the acquisition of that power. Although the young orange cat was scared by the warming paper in Shard's hands and hid in his arms, refusing to leave, Shard was quite pleased with this ability. This learning session was interrupted at nearly 9 o'clock that night. At that time, Shard was sitting in his study, reading Dr. Schneider's notes and struggling with the doctor's florid handwriting, when he heard the bell downstairs being rung. The cat, which had been resting on the desk before, immediately darted under the desk, as if startled. Shard comforted the timid little Mia and, puzzled, walked out of his room and down the stairs to the hall on the first floor. Could Dr. Schneider have returned to the city early and seen my note? But it wasn't him. When he opened the door, outside stood a somewhat nervous middle-aged man with short yellow hair, wearing a black overcoat, likely a client seeking Detective Sparrow Hamilton. Shard's first official client had arrived. The man's name was Laggart Franklin, an accountant living in the west end of Tobisk City, employed by Hunter and Lola's textile factory. It wasn't his first time visiting for business, and he was an acquaintance of Detective Sparrow Hamilton, so after being invited in by Shard for a cup of tea, he was greatly shocked by the detective's death. Sudden illness, even without effective treatment. This was the former detective's explanation for his own death. Medical practices in this era were not advanced, and doctors were just beginning to move away from the customs of bleeding and purging, so it was not uncommon for acquaintances to suddenly fall gravely ill and die. I am the detective's nephew from his hometown. I've inherited this detective agency, and Uncle Sparrow entrusted me with it before he died, said Shard, as he relayed the identity contrived for him by the former detective. Seeing that Mr. Franklin believed his story, he then asked, although Uncle Sparrow is no longer with us, I can complete the task, even at a cheaper rate. May I ask what brings you here so late in the evening? Whether moved by Shard's sincerity or the promise of a cheaper deal, the middle-aged accountant hesitated a moment before finally discussing his predicament. Though the Franklins lived in the royal capital, they were just an ordinary family within the northern pearl of the old continent. Mr. Franklin earned a living as an accountant, while Mrs. Franklin worked as a copyist at a nearby private library. Their only child, little Franklin, was the couple's biggest headache. He used to be a well-behaved child in the family, but ever since he befriended a bad crowd on the streets, he began hanging out with them all day, gradually developing a gambling addiction. He frequented nightclubs and underground gambling halls, pilfering money from home to squander away. Mr. Franklin's previous visits to the agency included a task for Detective Sparrow Hamilton to find little Franklin, who hadn't returned home for 3 days. The boy was found in an underground gambling den in the northern slums of the city. The second time was to extricate little Franklin from the Lucky Southern Cross Club, where he had been loitering for 3 days. That club's main business was liquor, but at night it turned into an underground gambling den. This was Mr. Franklin's third visit to request an intervention, and once again, the task was to forcibly remove young Franklin from the illegally operating club where he was addicted to the rotor card. Mr. Franklin had had enough. He planned to sell his properties and quit his job soon, abandoning the struggle he and his wife had endured for 30 years in the prosperous capital of the northern Tobisk, to relocate with his family to the Western Kingdom, to the so-called City of Art in Adak City. Mr. Franklin's brother had been living there for many years and could introduce new work opportunities for the family. Of course, more importantly, it was to keep young Franklin away from those bad influences, away from the rotor card and gambling tables. After I bring him back this time, I will lock him up at home. I will take him directly on the steam train next month after we finish moving, said Mr. Franklin. So, Detective Hamilton, can you get my son out of that club? The client confirmed the order. This matter only needed Shard to set off immediately to enter the club and then convince young Mr. Franklin to leave with him, so the accountant offered 13 shillings and 3 pence, which was just over half a pound. For an accountant earning around 70 a year, this was about a week's wages. The commission fee included the club's admission ticket and an extra subsidy for traveling at night. Although it was worth less than half a cat compared to the commission for finding Mia, Shard considered it and accepted. He had only recently seen the Franklin family's case in the records left by the previous detective, which included the process of the detective convincing young Franklin to leave with him. It's a simple task, without any potential mistakes, Shard remarked. The orange cat stayed at home, worried about Mia being frightened. Shard even left hurriedly without turning off the gas light. Mr. Franklin waited at home for news, while Shard, due to the long distance, chose to take a carriage to his destination. In Tobisk City, the fare standards for hired carriages varied depending on where passengers boarded and where they were headed. Within a 4-mile radius centered around Yordle Palace in the city center, destinations under 2 miles were charged 1 shilling, followed by a 5 pence charge per additional mile. For long-distance travel outside the central district, the fare per mile became cheaper. Shard's destination was conventionally referred to as the lower district, also known as North City. Considering the additional tips due to the night travel, he paid a total of 3 shillings when he got off at a dimly lit alley. Fortunately, the Franklin home was also in the North District, so no more carriage rides were needed after finding young Franklin. Meanwhile, the costly fares of the hired carriages made Shard aware of the stark disparities between the rich and poor in this bustling steam age, and highlighted the numerous challenges he faced as someone from the lower class. The city night was quiet, but Shard, who had become a first-ring sorcerer, felt a terrifying sensation akin to staring into the abyss in the silent, long night. Tobisk, the largest city in the north, and its secrets and unknowns, the eerie atmosphere of alley shadows and apartment corners, were most definitely plentiful, but thankfully Shard did not encounter these this evening. This world is much more dangerous than I imagined. The club called Lucky Southern Cross had its main entrance located on Grass Hill Avenue, but to enter the gambling area of the club, one had to approach through a back door in the alley. Following the records left by the previous detective, Shard circled around in the dark until he spotted the silver-gray rusted iron door. Meanwhile, a stray cat suddenly leaped from a wall top, startling the detective and leaving him annoyed at his own cowardice. After knocking on the iron door 3 times cautiously and waiting for a full half-minute, a tall man with a beard, dressed in a black coat and leather boots, cautiously opened the door from inside. "This is no place for young people," he said, glancing at the young detective and pushing him slightly. However, surprisingly, he failed to move him. Even as a first-ring sorcerer, his physical condition had significantly improved. "Are the rules here that barbaric?" Shard inquired. He showed a Silvermoon 13 rotor card, the one he had found earlier that morning on the rooftop of the pet boarding center, and then added, "I am here to see Mr. Rotor for some matters concerning the table." He then provided 3 1-penny coins as the entrance fee. "Did you think you were coming here for the first time?" The bearded man glanced at the card, confirming the password was correct. "Someone recommended me," Shard answered in a deep voice. The bearded man sized him up once more before stepping aside to let Shard enter the dimly lit corridor lit by yellowish gas lamps. The detective immediately raised the collar of his coat to cover half of his face and cautiously looked left and right in the alley before proceeding. "Although this is an illegal gambling den, you don't have to do this," the bearded man muttered behind Shard. The corridor was quite dark, filled with a disgusting scent of sweat, alcohol, and tobacco. Only 10 steps in, doors began to appear on both sides of the corridor, all slightly ajar, letting the harsh light from inside spill into the hallway, and the sounds of chaotic shouting and hand-striking tables could be heard. Shard didn't enter any of the doors. He cautiously continued forward, quietly using Echo of Blood to check his surroundings. He didn't detect any obvious bloodstains, indicating that there was no more serious illegal activity here, at least. Although it's not a combat sorcery, it's mysteriously very useful, he thought. The corridor led to the club's brighter eastern hall, where dozens of tables covered with tablecloths were set up. Well-dressed gentlemen, drunks just out from the bar, and workers who had just finished their shifts were all gathered around the tables, excitedly waving their money in the still dimly lit area, watching the gambling taking place on the tables. The Lucky Southern Cross Club was divided into 3 levels, and only guests with sufficient status could go to the gambling area upstairs. Little Franklin was obviously limited to mingling on the first floor. The last time Detective Sparrow Hamilton visited, he found the young man lying drunk in a corner of the Eastern Hall. Because the hall was so crowded, and Shard had only heard from Mr. Franklin about little Franklin's attire and appearance, he didn't immediately locate the young man. He held a 1 shilling note in his hand and quickly blended into the crowded hall. He repeatedly paused by different tables, watching to see if he could find the person he was looking for, but he definitely wouldn't throw the note onto a gambling table. The cost of the carriage ride had already been painful enough, and Mr. Franklin didn't reimburse unnecessary expenses incurred during the investigation. After half an hour, he had almost checked the entire Eastern Hall but hadn't found his target. Instead, while pretending to study the betting at a table, he overheard gamblers chatting about an interesting event that had happened here an hour earlier. A young man with a gray hat, wearing a sailor's shirt and his face full of freckles, had accumulated too much debt at the gambling table and was taken to the second floor to be forced to pay it off. Shard didn't know what paying off implied, but it didn't sound like anything good. He knew he had discovered little Franklin's trail, and the young man's situation seemed quite grim. Entering the club's second floor required showing at least £10 in cash and a recommendation from an acquaintance. Shard had neither money nor acquaintances, but he had to proceed to the second floor. It was not time to give up, especially since it was his first official assignment. After waiting for a while, fortunately, a group of about a dozen drunkards staggered out of a room on one side of the hallway and headed towards the second floor. Great opportunity. Shard moved to the side near the staircase entrance along with a few others, but quickly steadied one of the slightly lagging drunkards, enduring his smell of alcohol, and supported him as he blended into the crowd, finally reaching the second floor as a detective. Making money is never easy, he thought. Compared to the noisy first floor, the second floor was much quieter and more elegantly decorated. Even at night, it still functioned more like a club for drinks than a gambling den. The corridor's floor was covered with a red carpet, and a wobbly line of people, under the guidance of a waiter waiting at the second floor staircase, headed straight into the second room on the left. The room inside was quite spacious, and the gas lamps were turned up to their maximum power, making everything inside shine with golden splendor. However, having just left the chaotic environment downstairs, this ostensibly normal scene now felt oddly distorted. The interior of the room resembled a common parlor, but there was a huge gambling table at the center. The table was wider, the chairs more numerous. Against the wall stood a liquor cabinet, and 2 inappropriately dressed women with heavy makeup. Neither the drunkards nor the waiters acting as croupiers noticed Shard, the man who shouldn't have been there, as the group moved to the new room to continue their revelry. Shard stood beside a sofa, trying to avoid drawing attention as he looked for an opportunity to slip out into the corridor. He considered whether he should use his Ignite ability to create a small disturbance and attract attention, when he heard the drunkard he had been propping up speaking to a man with a scar at the corner of his mouth. Sitting on a sofa with his head down, "Captain Lades, tell us again the story about how you tried to commit suicide by firing 8 shots at your own head to show your undying loyalty to the kingdom when you were captured by those Southerners." The drunkard burst into loud laughter, and the ridiculed Captain Lades kept his head down, silently staring at his boots. "Lades has only just been ransomed back. Let's not talk about this. How about finding a pistol and letting him demonstrate for us, ha ha ha." The man holding 3 cards at the card table also turned around and chimed in, filling the room with jovial laughter. Shard took the opportunity while everyone was roaring with laughter, poking fun at the Captain 8 Guns who had just been captured and returned home, to slip out of the noisy room and back into the corridor. The walls and doors had excellent soundproofing, and a few steps later, Shard could hardly hear the raucous laughter from the room. He walked along, hugging the wall, the deserted corridor working in his favor. Although he didn't know where little Franklin was, according to the former detective's records, the second floor of the Lucky Southern Cross Club had an emergency exit that led directly outside, so Shard wasn't worried about getting caught. But as he thought this and turned a corner, he was met head-on by a man whose uniform was obviously different from that of the guards at the casino downstairs. Shard walked forward with his chest out and head raised, not showing any signs of fear, but even so he was stopped by the man. "Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. I don't think I've seen you before." The man extended his hand to grab Shard's shoulder, and although Shard lacked hand-to-hand combat experience, his instinctive dodge was unexpectedly successful. This made him realize once again that the enhancement provided by a circle sorcerer was all-encompassing. "Yes, I was invited up and had just gone to the washroom," he explained. "But isn't the washroom that way?" The man pointed in the direction from which the detective had just come, giving him a puzzled glance. "You're quite nimble. The washroom over there is broken, and the vomit from that group of drunkards clogged the toilets. Oh, I really don't want to describe that scene to you. Shard was quite impressed with his own quick thinking, but the man who stopped him still furrowed his brow. Sir, you're not a guest on the second floor, are you? Although it was a question, the tone was already affirmative. Shard smiled awkwardly, realizing that further denial was pointless. Thankfully, he didn't have any dangerous items on him, and indeed hadn't done anything wrong in the club. All right, I was just curious about the second floor and followed some guests up when they were being taken up. I understand. I'll leave the club right away. Faced with an unexpected situation, there was no need for Shard to argue with the gangsters running the gambling establishment over £50. As he moved to step back, he was again stopped by the man's next words. From now on, don't go wandering off. The guests upstairs are all distinguished, and when you play here, you have to follow the rules. You don't need to leave, you can continue on the first floor. Wait, you're not here to look for that pauper Franklin, are you? He frowned. All right. Considering the current situation, Shard thought it unnecessary to lie since the other party seemed to be reasonable for the time being. If you're talking about the young man with a gray hat, wearing a sailor's shirt, and with freckles all over his face, then yes, his father sent me to take him away. His father has sent someone again. Come with me. Once you've paid off his debt, you can take him away. The man waved Shard over, leading him down the corridor. You should have said so on the first floor. For guys like him who owe gambling debts, we worry about how to find people to pay off their debts for them. The casino owner unexpectedly made a lot of sense. I thought, how much does he owe? Shard asked the crucial question. The accountant had promised that if his own son incurred a debt at the casino, the detective could pay it off in advance and the money would be reimbursable, but Shard himself didn't carry much cash on hand. £1.06, add on the interest and his board for these days here, £2 and you can take him away. The stakes on the first floor were actually not that high. Little Franklin managed to lose so much within 2 days, probably never once betting correctly on the outcomes. But this wasn't Shard's concern. Mr. Franklin could pay off debts up to £10, and Shard just happened to have £2. The man continued, of course, since you're here on behalf of his father. Just like last time, if you're willing to give us £3.06, the casino can issue you a £5 receipt to take to Pauper, Franklin's father. It took Shard several seconds to realize what the man meant. He had seen this kind of thing in his original world, but was still taken aback by the otherworld casino owner's business acumen. After thinking it over, he shook his head. He felt some sympathy for Mr. Franklin, who was about to relocate his entire family and didn't think it necessary to make money this way. The guy didn't mind, and actually agreed with Shard's opinion. You're right, a steady stream flows far. Anyway, Pauper, Franklin will come back again. Shard admitted to himself that he had a very wicked idea of the club's so-called debt repayment, but in fact, little Franklin was only forced to help wash dishes in the kitchen, and once he washed enough, he would be allowed to leave. When the man led Shard into the kitchen, they happened to see a fat man in chef's attire knock the young man with the small eyes to the floor with a punch. The physically frail little Franklin fell amongst the scattered rotor cards, blood from his knocked-out teeth splattering on their surfaces. At the end of the kitchen, a bloody pig's head was placed, with steam pipes spraying hot steam over it, which the fat chef seemed to have been dealing with earlier. Stop it, someone has come to redeem him, the guide said languidly, waving away the kitchen smells in front of his nose, then stretched out his hand for Shard to pay. Shard handed over the £2 he had prepared earlier, then pulled up little Franklin from the ground. Your father sent me. Mr. Net, he can't leave now. This damned kid tried to run and even bit me, the chef said furiously, showing off the bloodied bite mark on his chubby hand. Give me £50 or he can't go. Hearing the fat chef's demand, Shard furrowed his brow and looked at the money collector, who was known as Mr. Net, and the latter shook his head. This is a matter between you two. The club won't stop him from leaving, but you have to convince Fat Jack. I've got no money left. Shard pulled out the pockets on either side of his coat, which indeed held nothing but a keychain and a notebook because his money was in the inside pocket. I didn't expect he could owe so much money. Little Franklin had already stood up, his head lowered, silent beside Shard. Although he had caused some trouble, he knew that now he had to rely on this man, who didn't seem much older than himself, to leave. No money. With a huff, the fat chef bent down to pick up the 4 scattered rotor cards from the floor and showed them to Shard, which were the Sun 1, Sun 8, Stars 13, and the Emperor. The Emperor and the Empress are independent cards outside the 4 suits, somewhat similar to the Jokers in Shard's world, but they play a very interesting role in the rotor card game similar to blackjack. Draw one from these 4. If you draw the Emperor, you take him. If not, he leaves all his clothes and you leave your coat. Saying this in a muffled tone, the fat chef began to shuffle the cards behind his back. Then with hands bearing the imprint of bloodied teeth, he held the 4 cards, fanned out with their backs facing forward. Don't say I'm a bad person, it was he who bit me, he said grumpily, indicating for Shard to hurry up and draw. Shard blinked and stopped little Franklin, who was trying to reach out. If you're lucky enough, you won't need me to redeem you here. As he spoke, the ring of fate in his spirit slowly turned. the spirit activating elements, elements influencing reality. A subtle hint of red traced his right eye, the echo of blood allowing the bloodstains to reflect in Shard's eyes. The world in his eyes changed, with everything taking on a wonderful glimmer. Even though little Franklin had only sprayed a little blood onto the cards, and only on the front, the sorcery of the echo of blood still allowed Shard to see the faint red traces in the air, to see the different red mist glows around the 4 cards in the chef's hand. He had already seen that the Emperor card had the highest amount of blood on it, so he knew almost immediately which card he needed to draw the second one from the left. Is this considered bullying? Becoming a circle sorcerer and doing this, it's not right. He thought absent-mindedly, examining his own morals and values. Then he reached out with his finger, touching the card farthest to the right. His eyes, however, didn't look at the backs of the cards, but stared intently at the fat chef's face, who tensed up and tried hard not to show any expression. Mr. Net and little Franklin at the side were both drawn to the scene. Not this one. Shard whispered, moving his finger to the second card from the right, staring at the chef's face for a few more seconds, nor this one. Shaking his head this time he switched to the correct card, and after several seconds, slowly drew it out amidst the chef's inadequately suppressed look of surprise. This time it is. The card was slowly turned over, revealing the Emperor. This should count as taking advantage of ordinary people. He also thought to himself, damn, I didn't realize you were an experienced gambler. After a moment of surprise, the fat chef angrily slammed the other 3 cards to the ground. Take this damned kid away. Next time if he owes money and doesn't pay, be careful not to fall into my hands. The pale-faced son of the accountant showed a relieved smile, while Shard nodded. He didn't judge others' actions, but knew that the sorcery echo of blood was indeed very helpful for his detective career. After handing Shard the receipt, to prevent Shard and the downcast little Franklin from wandering around the club, the man intended to escort the 2 out of the club. However, just as the trio was about to descend the stairs from the 2nd floor, they were stopped. It was a woman dressed as a maid, in her early 30s with very ordinary looks but a rather fine demeanor. She came down the stairs from the 3rd floor. The lady wishes to see you. She looked at Shard and nodded to him slightly. Do I have someone behind me? Shard thought and immediately looked behind him, but no one was there. Me. The woman spoke, and Shard, not understanding why, looked to the man leading the way, who shrugged. There's only one distinguished guest on the 3rd floor tonight. If it's that lady, you'd better follow her upstairs. She's a very prestigious woman. As for him, I'll keep an eye on him for you and make sure he doesn't get near the gambling tables. As he spoke, he patted little Franklin's shoulder forcibly twice, almost knocking him over, but little Franklin didn't dare to protest Shard's departure. May I know who the lady is? Shard hesitated to ask, suspecting someone like the club owner or even Mr. Lawrence's mistress, Lady Lasoya, had discovered him. But he didn't understand the reason she sought him. The only interaction the former detective had with this place was the last time he came to pick someone up. Beyond that, Shard had no other social relationships that could possibly link him to the club. He was also concerned about a cat at home and wanted to return as soon as possible to prevent the newly arrived cat from relieving itself on his bed or desk. The lady is a titled noble, the most distinguished guest we have tonight. For the sake of her reputation, you cannot know her identity for now, the maid-dressed woman said in the standard Draylon common tongue, and Shard finally nodded slightly. Then what does she want with me? Sorry, I don't seem to know anyone of such distinguished status. Please come with me. The lead woman turned and headed upstairs. Shard hesitated for a moment and then followed her. Compared to the relatively quiet 2nd floor, the 3rd floor was absolutely serene. From the decorations, if Shard hadn't come from downstairs, he might even have believed he was on a floor of an art museum. He followed behind the maid, looking at the oil paintings on both sides of the wall as he walked along the carpeted corridor. He stopped in front of a pair of golden double doors, where the maid opened enough of a gap in the left door for Shard to enter. The lady is waiting for you inside. Shard nodded again, waited for a second without the voice inside his head prompting him with a clue, and then entered the room. The maid closed the door from the outside, Shard standing with his back to the door, looking at the empty reception room. The layout here resembled the doctor's reception and consultation room. One entire wall was taken up by bookshelves, and the entire floor was carpeted. The combination of desk, coffee table, and sofa, and the wooden brown cabinets looked extremely businesslike. However, the brass-colored metal box on the coffee table was rather eye-catching. It looked like the so-called gear mechanism box, which required rotating the gears on all 6 sides to a specific arrangement to be opened. The steam and gas pipes on the walls blended well with the painted walls' color, and there were 2 angel-shaped gas lamps blowing horns on each side of the room, emitting a warm yellow light, but not as bright as the crystal chandelier hanging above. The 3 windows on the wall opposite the door were covered by thick, red-brown embroidered drapes, but Shard didn't consider the possibility of someone hiding behind the curtains. It was eerily quiet, causing Shard to feel a chill down his spine. Someone was peeping at him, but definitely not within this room. The silence was profound, and seeing no one around, Shard walked toward the sofa. He didn't sit down, staying ready to leave at a moment's notice, but his eyes once again fell upon the brass-colored metal gearbox on the coffee table. According to common sense, Shard naturally wouldn't reach out for any unknown object. However, up close, he saw not only the various sizes of gear knobs on the brass cube surface, but also a line of twisted musical note-like script on its upright face. Though he had never seen them before, Shard still understood them. "I am watching you in the darkness." Immediately, a murmuring voice inside his mind reminded him, "You have touched Whisper." "What, this is a relic?" Shard exclaimed in surprise, at the same time noticing that the bright gas lamps and crystal chandeliers inside the room had started to dim. An inexplicable sense of dread led him to look down at the brass gearbox, which had silently opened without notice, with its lid askew from the body of the box. As the lighting grew dimmer, billowing black mist emerged from it, spreading like waves in all directions. "This is just like a scene from a horror novel. Relic containment has failed." Shard hardly had time to react when the surging black mist snuffed out all the light inside the room. It was pitch black all around, as if a layer of black ink had been painted over his eyes. In the darkness, his fear intensified, causing Shard's body to tremble involuntarily. In a world where darkness descends, the sense of direction had utterly vanished. Shard felt as if he had plummeted into the most terrifying abyss, both his body and spirit assaulted by fear, at times even believing he was being observed by an immense, indescribable entity within the darkness. The extreme panic made him want to scream, but the Outlander quickly calmed himself down, knowing what was the most rational thing to do at that moment. In the dark space, reason and emotion fought each other. This fear was not an emotional response but an instinctual one, and in the moments when the fear surged, whispers came from within the darkness. It wasn't the pleasant sound of a woman's voice in his head, but rather a loathsome whisper of hatred and resentment from what seemed like millions of people overlapping. It sounded like white worms squirming in his ear canal, raising goosebumps on the back of his exposed hand. Why can I see the back of my hand?" He looked down at his hands to see a faint silver glow covering them, preventing him from being completely devoured by the darkness. "Right, I'm no longer an ordinary person. I am a circle sorcerer." In the midst of fear, he barely calmed down, looking at his hands and feeling the slowly rotating brass life ring in his soul, summoning it forth. The bell tolls. The body wrapped in silver moonlight made the white steam in the dark space seem to be tinted with silver light. The siren. A distant whine echoed through space-time, rocking the profound darkness. The gavel. The hammer struck from the depths of steam and darkness as sparks flew. The brass life ring appeared behind him in a high-speed spin, casting sparks into the darkness. Silvermoon. Even without mastering any arcane technique of Silvermoon, Shard still followed his instincts and, standing in this darkness, raised his right hand high and shouted. When the life ring fully appeared, it was the sorcerer's strongest stance. The spark-emitting brass ring responded to its master's call, the core rune of Silvermoon flickering. Shard seemed to hear a woman's laughter at that moment, and then the index finger of his raised right hand emitted a silver light as dazzling as the sun. The light of moonlight gradually spread outwards, causing the surrounding darkness to retreat as if time was reversing. At the same time, Shard also noticed in front of him a golden light sketching out the silhouette of a seated woman, her glow also driving away the terrible darkness created by the relic's loss of control. "This is the person who wanted to meet me," Shard thought to himself as he watched the light drive away the darkness, returning the surroundings to the appearance of a reception room. The darkness, unwilling to retreat, sought to tear at Shard, but it couldn't come near the radiance of Silvermoon. Whispering voices were also cursing the people emitting the light, their voices overlapping, almost indistinguishable. But Shard heard the most obvious voice among them, not just one instance of whispering saying those words. It wasn't directed at him, it was an inadvertent mutter in the darkness. The Outlander understood this inexplicable language. "Old God, you damned thieves, 13 of." The darkness completely receded, and the silver glow from Shard's fingers gradually faded as well. However, he felt that if he needed to, he could still use this power, which could be considered his first creation of an arcane technique, the Silver Moonlight spell. Although it wasn't very useful, that is. The last of the whispers echoed incessantly in his ears, and Shard was surprised by their content, but he didn't know whether they were true or false. The content heard in the whispering of the out-of-control relic was usually not to be trusted. He looked down at the brass cube on the coffee table, which was already closed, as if the emergence of black mist from just moments ago was an illusion. Then, looking up at the spot where the figure of a golden-haired woman had been, he saw the wall where the bookshelf stood, with a wooden door slightly ajar at the bottom right corner of the whole bookshelf. The door handle was pure gold and blended well with the bookshelf, so Shard did not notice it when he first entered the room, stepping on the thick red wool carpet. Instinctively, he understood that his woman was in the room behind this door. The room was cooler compared to the hallway, given that the hallway itself was already cooler than the city on this summer night, and the temperature in the room seemed to be of late autumn. The temperature seems a bit off. I remember it was normal at the beginning. Has the aftermath of the relic's loss of control not ended yet? The power of a high ring sorcerer affects the environment. She must be quite angry. High ring, above 9 rings. Wait, how do you know? Also, why is she angry? Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? Shard hesitated in thought when finally the woman's voice came from behind the door. You, probably understand what just happened, right? There was a tone of helplessness and indignation in her voice, and it was the first time Shard discovered he could clearly discern someone's feelings from their tone. The relic lost control. He replied honestly and then learned the truth of the recent events. Young sir, I don't know whether I should blame myself or blame you. That was a poet-level relic, the Box of Darkness, which can only be contained when the opening spell words are chanted, and at the same time one possesses light and celestial-related spirit runes. I only wanted to meet you. Why did you do this? Don't you know that you should not lightly read unfamiliar inscriptions? She spoke not too quickly, in that accent-laden northern common tongue, with a voice that sounded to be no older than 30 but possibly just over 20. Her intonation was very elegant, and even Shard could hear the unadulterated anger in her tone. As for the things she mentioned, Shard truly did not know. Although he maintained his usual caution, being new to this world, he could not have foreseen that muttering spell words in his mind could cause a relic to lose control, but it was indeed an accident caused by his carelessness. He decided to take this incident as a lesson. Madam, I am very sorry. I don't intend to shrug off responsibility, it's just, may I ask, what matter do you have with me? He didn't know how else to explain, so he could only express his apologetic attitude while probing the other party's mood. The lady behind the door could never guess that the guest she invited could easily understand ancient texts, nor would she know the guest's core runes, so part of the responsibility for what had just happened definitely lay with Shard. He wanted to mention compensation, but facing a high-rank ring sorcerer, he definitely couldn't afford it, so he could only inquire about her intentions. A moment ago, both he and the other had used the power of a circle sorcerer, and the lady behind the door was not surprised, suggesting she knew the identity of the detective she invited to the second floor. This puzzled Shard greatly. He had only been a sorcerer for a day, and no one should have been able to see through him. But at the very least, the woman behind the door was not Lady Lassoya. Even without having heard Lady Lassoya's voice, Shard was certain that a person of indeterminate gender could not speak with such an elegantly calm tone. Never mind, an apology will suffice. I also shouldn't have left the relic out during a reception. We both bear some responsibility. This incident has reminded me never to leave relics lying around carelessly otherwise. Who knows what kind of people might come across them. I couldn't have imagined that you could actually read those ancient spell words. The lady behind the door sighed, and Shard breathed a slight sigh of relief, not because of the issue being brushed aside, but because through this incident he realized that the high-ring female sorceress behind the door was a reasonable person, making it quite safe to deal with her. Back to the point, young sir, how should I address you? The woman behind the door adjusted her mood and then asked. Shard couldn't see through the room's door to the other side, but he believed that she could see him. He could fully imagine the sight of the woman sitting behind a table, conversing with him through the door. Shard Hamilton, currently a detective. Good evening, miss, my respects to you. Shard considered his words carefully, trying to make his speech more appropriate. It was wise to cooperate in conversation until he understood the other party's purpose, and he genuinely regretted the incident earlier, although it wasn't entirely his fault. Let me say it again, don't laugh. I know it was my carelessness, and I will learn from it, he said to himself. However, I just knew that understanding all languages is definitely not a good thing in this world. I must remember this lesson. Shard thought. The woman quickly adjusted her mood and continued in a softer tone, Detective, it's nothing serious that I called you here so hastily. The Box of Darkness was just an accident, and what I want to know from you is the whereabouts of that statue. Sorry, what did you say? Statue. Startled internally at the memory of the recent event, Shard expressed confusion in his voice, genuinely believing that he had an excellent talent for acting. The statue of blood, or should I say, the statue of the old god, vampire Duke Lowell, do you know where it is? The woman's voice had regained its composure, as though she were discussing the evening weather with Shard, only her tone had grown chillier, and the pressure was no less than before. First ring sorcerer, there's no need to lie. The sorcery you used between the first and second floors earlier had such a strong smell of blood, but you are clean, so I presume you are not a believer of that old god, nor are you a member of the Blood of Mercury organization holding the statue. So, as a first-ring sorcerer, True God Church, no, you don't seem like the believer of a deity, but your method of employment seems quite regular, Magic Academy. Since you were so careless just before, I suspect you might be a newly enrolled correspondence circle mage of some school. That's even better. Correspondence circle mages have no loyalty to the academy. She seemed to know a lot about correspondence circle mages, but didn't give Shard the opportunity to respond, rather saying softly, actually, that's all irrelevant. I don't care about your identity, nor am I interested in probing whether you have any secrets. Now, detective, please tell me, where is the statue of the old god? Shard looked toward the slightly ajar door with some surprise, but he understood that he needed to stay calm more than ever. Madam, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. You know I'm only a first ring. Today's Tobisk was also foggy, and there was no way anyone could have seen him with the statue in the alley. He couldn't even fathom how anyone could sniff out the scent of blood from his encounter with the statue. Think not even the echo of blood could detect any trace on him. This was supposed to be a straightforward commission, and in theory, the release of sorcery could only be perceived up close due to the fluctuations of the spirit and the congregation of elements. No one had mentioned in the doctor's notebook that someone could accurately sniff out traces of a specific sorcery through 2 layers of sealing. Shard knew he had met someone extraordinary, but at least she wasn't from the blood of Mercury. Could she be a believer of a deity hostile to that blood-stained old god? For the moment, that was his only guess. I possess special spirit runes, finely attuned to the power of old gods, so there's no need to panic. Detective, do I need to emphasize my question again? The room seemed to grow colder, and Shard shook his head, knowing that the person behind the door could see him through it, and so he said no need. The statue of the old god, Vampire Duke Lowell. I did indeed come into contact with it just today. That's good to know. Even if you don't wish to disclose the location, I believe I can find out where you've been today, but we could save some time, couldn't we? Asked the lady behind the door, her voice tinged with pleasure, as she awaited the detective's answer, confident that he wouldn't disappoint her. Shard furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. Then, madam, may I take this as your commission for me to find the statue containing the remnants of an old god? This wasn't him indulging in a role-playing game as a detective. He was seeking clarification, wondering whether she intended to take without giving or to trade. Although he was apologetic about the uncontrollable relic, it didn't mean he was willing to hand over something valuable for nothing. The situation turned out to be slightly better than Shard thought. You may certainly take it as a commission. I have always advocated for fair trade. Moreover, you hold no grudge against me, aside from the incident just now. If possible, I have no issue with conducting a trade. So, detective, how much do you require for the commission? Please name your price. And after this transaction, let's consider the incident with the uncontrollable relic as if it never occurred. I won't mind. The possibility of sudden wealth was right before him. The lady inside did not seem to be joking. The labels of noblewoman and high-ring sorcerer combined were sufficient for Shard to imagine just how wealthy she might be. Shard resisted the allure of money, stopping his mind from imagining counting a stack of coins in his study by the light of the desk lamp, with the gaslight turned off. He had more pressing matters. The statue is in the alley diagonally across from the Silver Parrot Milk Delivery Company. To the right of the entrance is an old bookstore. At the end of the alley, in the dead space between the pipes and the wall, that's where the statue is hidden, but you need spell words, incanting a 6-syllable spell to make the statue appear. This is my sincerity. I don't want money. Not wanting money was, of course, a lie, but could also be considered the truth. As for revealing such crucial information so soon, it was a tactic. Shard believed she could find the location by tracking his movements, so revealing it early could play in his favor. I wish to trade the location, and the incantation needed to reveal the statue for a power that I can use. It doesn't need to be an equivalent exchange. As long as I can use it, that will suffice. The statue was certainly a lost cause, especially since Shard had no intention of holding onto such a dangerous item, nor did he have the capacity to take it with him. Therefore, a suitable compromise for greater benefit was the best strategy. The lady behind the door got it right. Trading the statue to the academy or to her made no difference. Shard remembered the oft-repeated words of Dr. and Miss Wrightathy were merely correspondence students, with no specific ties to the academy. Thus, he wouldn't consider trading the statue to someone else as a betrayal of the academy. Besides, Shard wanted to make up for the incident with the relic a little, and it was beneficial for future dealings to be at a slight loss in a negotiation with someone reasonable and powerful. Power, you are too weak. The power I possess is not suitable for you. This once again proved the other party's strength, which Shard believed without a doubt. The woman paused for a moment before continuing, as if in thought, and the temperature inside the room had returned to the same level as the hallway, indicating that her mood had also returned to normal. But I happen to have in my possession a decent relic, though its value is far less than that statue of the old god. No, not the box of darkness. That's merely a poet-level level 5 toy. I offer you a scribe-level 4 relic and will tell you the secrets of the blood of Mercury to help you avoid danger, in exchange for the address and spell words. How about it? Because saying nice things doesn't cost any money, Shard was willing to use the Northern Common Language pack in his head to translate his Chinese into the otherworld language with a translated accent to praise the other party. But this time, Shard didn't take the initiative to reveal the contents of the spell words, and the woman inside the door surely understood his intention. Recently, a sage-level relic has appeared in Tobisk City. The first sentence was somewhat surprising. He had thought the woman wanted to discuss the Keeper of Secrets level relic related to the blood of Mercury, the forged philosopher's stone that Shard had seen on the Academy bounty notice at the doctor's. But fortunately, it was only Sage level 2, not Angel level 1. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely for him to suddenly encounter an Angel level relic after all. Shard still had a certain level of confidence in his luck. The woman in his heart laughed again. This is not exactly a secret, at least the church and the Academy know about it, as well as other fellows with spies in this place. The sage's relic is God's gift box, an instrument once used by an old god who possessed the power of creation. The woman behind the door said with a teasing tone, "At present, the Blood of Mercury, which is classified as an illegal organization, possesses this sage-level relic. For some reasons, the Blood of Mercury is temporarily unable to move the relic, so God's gift box is still in Tobisk City. The power of the relic is immense. Every circle sorcerer who touches the box for the first time will automatically know a formula for synthesis. By putting specific relics into the box in a certain order, one can synthesize a more powerful and definitely fitting relic for themselves. Detective, do you understand? I think I understand." Shard carefully memorized this information. This was the first time he had come across information about a sage-level relic. This is somewhat similar to the synthesis in the study of alchemy, but the side effects of a sage-level relic. Dyack, the silver-eyed one of the Blood of Mercury, seems to think that through this box, he can master the synthesis method for an Angel level 1 relic, the Blood of Mercury. The woman was laughing, but her laughter wasn't nearly as pleasant as the laughter in Shard's mind at that moment. The silver-eyed one is attempting to use this immovable sage-level relic to synthesize the real Blood of Mercury, which was also the original intent for the formation of the Blood of Mercury organization, in pursuit of a possibly non-existent relic. That's why this group of people came to this city with all sorts of random items, including that statue. They say there are also a number of quite decent relics, but for now, I am only interested in that statue. So what do you think of that sage-level relic, the God's gift box? Shard hesitated, quite doubtful. If everything the woman said was true, he wondered if the Academy, knowing the truth, would inform the local correspondence circle mages in this region. If they told the whole truth, then the bounty order seemed somewhat understated. Therefore, the Academy bounty notice he saw at the doctor's might actually have finding traces of the Blood of Mercury organization as its real purpose, and the forged philosopher's stone was just incidental. The Academy currently had no intention of sharing this intelligence with the correspondence circle mages. I have no interest in that item whatsoever. I know exactly what that box is, so I will never touch it. It first appeared in the autumn of 1068 of the 5th era, very ancient, very powerful. If I were you, for the next few months, I would definitely hide in this fog-shrouded city of steam from Blood of Mercury. Those people are nearly going mad. All right, ma'am, I really appreciate your information. It's a spell word. He took a few seconds to commit the woman's words to memory verbatim, then confidently recited a 6-syllable spell word. After that, he added that it was due to the effect of his core spirit rune that he was able to learn it. But the woman seemed unconcerned with that comment, just as she was indifferent to why Shard could easily make the box of darkness go out of control. "Good detective, I appreciate someone like you. This was a rather nice commission. Now, please take care of this relic." From behind the door came the sound of a drawer being pulled open, followed by footsteps. But when the door was finally pushed open, only a young maid emerged. In her mid-20s, she wore the classic, sturdy black and white uniform of a maid. Her black hair was netted with white ornaments because she wasn't working in the kitchen, so she didn't have the apron around her long maid's dress that Shard had envisaged. This definitely wasn't the lady Shard had been conversing with. The contour of the lady behind the door had been depicted in golden hues in the darkness just before, quite different from this dark-haired maid. The maid opened the door at the corner of the bookshelf, immediately returned it to a slightly ajar state, preventing Shard from getting a chance to see the noble lady inside. Then she carefully brought a small square box in front of Shard, cradled in both hands, the outside wrapped in red velvet. She held it in one hand and with a snap, opened it to show Shard the ring nestled inside the lining. A faint smell of blood was captured, but neither the naked eye nor the echo of blood could see any blood stains on the ring itself. The ring appeared to be made of pure silver, and the gem in the setting was a piece of yellow amber encasing an unknown insect. The insect, resembling a common midge, was entirely red as if it could come to life from the amber at any moment. "You have touched," whisper. Scribe-level relic vampire ring. When worn on an injured state, directly touching any humanoid creature's skin can draw their blood to heal oneself. It cannot cure diseases or curses, but it can provide relief. However, if the injuries needing healing are too severe, it could lead to the contacted person's blood being drained instantaneously. But do not use the ring as a weapon. Even if you're willing to hurt yourself, don't do it. This is a scribe-level relic. Frequently using the ring's ability to heal oneself can lead to symptoms similar to bloodlust syndrome. That was the woman inside explaining. She didn't hide anything about the relic. Do not wear it when you're uninjured, at least not for extended periods, or else I can't guarantee what might happen. Of course, even if it isn't because of the relic's side effects, it's better not to wear it casually, because this is also something I took from Blood of Mercury. They don't know who took it, so you should be that cautious. For a moment, Shard didn't know whether to fuss about the woman's contradiction with Blood of Mercury, or to ponder the relationship between Blood of Mercury, collecting so many blood-related supernatural items and synthesis formulas. Detective, you are lucky. If I hadn't had this relic on hand, the deal might not have gone so smoothly. After all, for a weak circle sorcerer, overly mysterious knowledge and two powerful weapons are equally dangerous. Detective, I won't fuss over the matter of the box of darkness. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you. The lady's words behind the door seemed to suggest it was time for the guest to leave. Shard closed the ring box, taking it from Miss Maid. As Miss Maid moved back toward the door, instead of bidding farewell and departing, he collected his emotions and said aloud, "Madam, might I have the honor of knowing your identity?" "You do not have that honor for the time being." The woman spoke bluntly, and Shard seemed to hear the black-haired Miss Maid accidentally let out a chuckle as she pushed the door. "I know what you're worried about. Now that I know your identity, your appearance, naturally I can find out your address, the identities of the correspondence circle mages you work with. But what of it? The most important thing for correspondence circle mages is not to let the church know their identities. So do you think I am someone from the church?" Just as the woman did not believe Shard was a devout believer of the true gods, Shard also did not take her for a devout believer. You can talk about tonight's events to the correspondence circle mages you team up with. They naturally know the rules of the city. That includes our trade, of course. You can speak of it. Any more doubts? She was probably in a good mood now, having obtained information from Shard, although there was some initial displeasure. Your presence here tonight, certainly not for you. Encountering you was purely accidental. I appeared in this disreputable place tonight only because I heard the club had a rare rotor card. Which series is it, may I ask? It doesn't matter anymore. It was a forged rotor card. That's truly unlucky. Then goodbye, madam. May you soon touch the statue of the old god. This was a reminder for her to search quickly, so that the Blood of Mercury wouldn't have time to move the statue, preventing her from finding it and blaming Shard later. Farewell then, detective. Speaking of which, I do appreciate a young man like you. Your reaction when the relic went out of control was commendable. Most first-ring sorcerers don't perform like you do. If you ever need anything, you can reach me through this club. But you understand, all gifts come with a price to pay. Indeed, madam. I wish you a wonderful night. Clutching the ring box, Shard turned and left the premises. But as he reached the door, he suddenly looked back towards the slightly ajar door, madam, regarding the box of darkness. A rare relic of the Third Era. Relics are built up from the resentment and hatred at the end of an era. There's no need for suspicion about hearing anything. The Fifth Era belongs to the witches, and the war of the last 13 witch empresses almost brought forth terrible beings from beyond the material world. The Fourth Era was an era of darkness and chaos, with darkness shrouding Earth, and strange creatures roaming the material world. In the Third Era, different races coexisted with humans, but at the same time, terrifying and bizarre humanoid creatures occupied much of the material world. These were evil spirits born amidst the whispers. Humans and other normal life forms lived on the fringes, protecting each other. She said no more, and Shard slightly bowed to express his gratitude for this free knowledge, then stepped out the door. The maid outside was waiting for Shard, guiding him from the third floor to the stairs on the first floor. There, Shard regrouped with the dejected little Franklin, and together they left the club. Exiting the noisy interior back to the streets of summer night enshrouded by a thin mist eased the oppressive feelings significantly. Shard was still immersed in the sequence of events he had just experienced, remembering the moment when his fingers glowed, pondering the details of the trade. Accordingly, there wasn't much conversation between them as they followed the gas-lit streets, walking through the quiet night toward the apartment rented by the Franklin family. It was just as they were about to reach their destination, and little Franklin stepped into the shadow of an antique shop sign, where the gas-lit streetlights failed to reach, that he suddenly turned and ran. Prepared for this, Shard immediately gave chase, and they didn't even make it halfway down the street before little Franklin was knocked down by a kick from the detective's boot. "Who on earth has your father hired this time? Have you been practicing sprinting? Going to compete in the Tobusk Youth Sports Meet? What happened to the last detective?" Panting and hoarse, he was pinned down by Shard from behind. While asking continuous questions, he no longer tried to break free, as the young man was not good at running. Still trying to run, didn't the detective catch you last time too? Uncle Sparrow is dead, I've taken over his work, but I haven't trained in sprinting. Shard felt the strength in his body, not just as a circle sorcerer, the physical quality of the body itself was quite impressive. It was a mystery how Detective Sparrow had transformed a vagrant into this in just a few months. As for impersonating someone else's nephew, it wasn't really a big deal after all. Shard had truly inherited all of the detective's relics. Dead, that guy who pointed a gun at my head and told me to leave the gambling table is dead. Little Franklin was somewhat surprised, but his tone was filled with joy. Such a bad person, it's not a bad thing that he's dead. However, according to the records of commissions left by the detective that Shard had found, both times he had taken little Franklin away from the slum's underground gambling dens and clubs, it was through the power of words that Detective Sparrow Hamilton had portrayed himself as someone charismatic and particularly skilled at persuading others. It seems his records can't be completely trusted, but he did have a gun, thrown away, or hidden but I didn't find it. Speaking of which, how about you let me go? If I win at gambling, I'll give you more gold pounds. Little Franklin was still trying to break free. I really feel sorry for your father. Come on, you're only after me for the money. The young gambler scoffed, expecting a verbal counter from the detective, but to his surprise, the detective simply nodded. Yes, gold pounds are certainly important. Otherwise, why would I leave my house on a foggy night, not staying in to tend to my adorable cat by gaslight, to come and catch you? Although he encountered an unexpected situation at the club, the process of submitting the commission and receiving payment went smoothly. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin didn't give their son a hard time, and Shard just got £0.50 as a reward at the door, and the £2 of gambling debt paid in advance, and then he left straight away. When leaving, he also saw little Franklin inside the house, making malicious gestures at him. Shard wasn't angry, but he did genuinely feel a bit of compassion for Mr. Franklin. Every era, every family has its own stories. I should better take care of my own matters first. With his hands in his pockets, he walked into the long night, saying goodbye to his first official employer. It was late at night, and the detective, who was short on cash, still didn't take a carriage but walked home. He had to gather £10 within a month, even if he could pawn the inherited relics from home, but he also needed to develop the habit of being frugal. Therefore, by the time he got home, it was well past midnight, and he felt exceptionally lonely and forlorn climbing the dim staircase after leaving the hazy fog outside. Upon entering, he was worried that the orange cat Mia might have been defecating everywhere, but thankfully, she had dutifully used the pile of sand Shard had prepared on the balcony before he left to leave her mark. As for the cat itself, it had rushed over as soon as the tired detective opened the door, clawing at his pant leg, wanting to be held, and was unusually excited about Shard's return. This made Shard, who had walked for hours alone at night, feel particularly moved and warmth in his heart. Even if your owner doesn't come for you, I'll take you in. Meow. He said after picking up the well-behaved cat, and Mia, the orange cat, rubbed her soft little head against Shard's chest to express her affection. The detective then made a temporary little nest for Mia on the desk in his bedroom using a blanket. It was late at night, and he did not continue to research the vampire ring, but even though he slept very late that night, he still woke up on time at just after 6 the next morning and didn't feel tired in the slightest. The ordered sheep's milk and cow's milk, along with the newspaper, were delivered together, and Shard had breakfast for the first time in this house with the well-behaved orange cat Mia, planning his schedule for the day. Today was Tuesday. He didn't need to see Dr. Schneider until the next day, but he would definitely have to visit the doctor because of the note left yesterday. Completing 2 commissions in one day yesterday gave Shard a great boost of confidence in running the detective agency's business. But today he didn't plan to handle cases left by the former detective. After coming back from the doctor, he intended to thoroughly check his home for the pistol and to continue reading the doctor's notes and past commission records, studying his own spirit runes. It was still Mia who stayed behind to watch the house, and Shard carried the relic vampire ring with him, passing through the city in the thin fog. Walking from Tobas city center to the doctor's clinic, located in the eastern part of the city, took up several hours of his morning, but the unique scenery of the unfamiliar steam age and the European architectural style intrigued Shard. Walking down the beautiful Ronchin Avenue in the affluent district, and seeing the 4-wheeled carriage parked outside the psychological clinic, and the gentleman with the black top hat getting off the carriage, Shard was still worried about whether Dr. Schneider was back. Fortunately, the hours-long journey was not in vain, as the blue-eyed doctor had returned, though he looked quite troubled while receiving Shard. Shard remembered Miss Lewisa saying that his luck was usually quite poor, and this time he had encountered a troubling matter. That's why I hate dealing with nobility. If they can be treated, they take psychological issues lightly. If they can't, they assume it's because of my incompetence. This gluttony problem is quite tricky. That lady must have hidden some secrets she's unwilling to reveal. People always distrust doctors. Shard, if you ever get commissions from nobility, you'll surely understand what I mean. Please take a seat. I've seen your note, but what exactly do you need? Shard still met in the same treatment room, and compared to the lady he encountered last night on the third floor of the club, Shard had a considerable amount of trust in Dr. Schneider. Thus, he laid out everything that had happened last night without believing there was any detail that needed to be hidden. Of course, this included matters related to the box of darkness, only that Shard obscured the conditions under which the box's containment failed. Upon hearing about the initial loss of control over the relic, Dr. Schneider stood up in surprise and began pacing the room halfway through. As Shard mentioned the sage-level relic, the doctor stood still, covering his forehead. When he heard about the silver-eyed one's mad idea, he groaned openly, such a madman. I had known before that the blood of Mercury was in the New World, trying to use its unique minerals for alchemy. I never expected it would actually come to Tobisk. As to Shard's behavior in confronting the box of darkness, he was very pleased, but he did not think the Silvermoon's light spell was of much value as such arcane techniques were all too common. The light spell described by Shard, though exceptionally bright, was not too unique. Moreover, concerning Shard trading the statue that contained remnants of the old god, the doctor thought he did the right thing. He hardly minded that the woman could possibly learn about the correspondence group based on Shard's information. Many people know about our existence otherwise. How would we exchange materials or knowledge, or find talented individuals to assist us? Do we need to wear masks every time? It's fine as long as it's not the true God Church. If someone is willing to deal with a low-ring sorcerer like you, it means she is quite friendly. As for guessing the woman's identity, the doctor could not think of who it might be, but he also believed that the Circle's sorcerer's level was very high otherwise. There was no reason to approach Shard in that manner, nor to know specific details about the sage-level relic. Regardless, this is a good thing. You managed to obtain a rare sorcery and a quite nice relic without risking your life. I believe this should be considered fortunate. The world is not safe, and one is not always so lucky. The doctor finally concluded about the matter. Would it be considered lucky? Shard asked, but after some thought, it indeed seemed very fortunate. With an evil god statue containing remnants of the old god, even though Shard could only gain knowledge through the initial contact, the actual value of that statue was far greater than that scribe-level ring. But if one added the free information and knowledge, as well as the unintended act of causing the box of darkness to lose control, this transaction could arguably be called a fair trade. More importantly, that lady was much stronger than Shard. Dr. Schneider was not very concerned about the lady in the club after all. This was the royal capital of the Northern Kingdom on the old continent, and any level of Circle sorcerer might suddenly appear. He was interested in the blood of Mercury. In fact, the Academy has also issued a bounty related to the Blood of Mercury organization recently. I was even prepared to participate. It seems I need to rethink it now, sage level. Dr. Schneider muttered to himself and then looked up at Shard. Shard, all in all, you handled this matter quite well. You did not face any danger yourself, and adeptly managed the transaction with an unknown Circle sorcerer, providing valuable intelligence for the group. You're getting the hang of it. This is roughly what your future life will look like. However, this intelligence is quite useful, and perhaps I should give you some compensation. Don't refuse, although the 5 of us belong to the same group and may very likely cross the northern Great Ice Cap together, some things need to be settled clearly. Ordinary information can be shared freely, but this time it concerns such matters. He paused for a moment. How about 4 pounds, 1 pound from each of the other 4 members? This intelligence is roughly worth that much. This kind of crucial insider information would command much more than 4 pounds if sold in the black market, but sharing within the group of 5, it couldn't be priced that way. The 4 pounds were not so much a financial reward for Shard, but recognition of his contributions to the group, clearly different in nature, indicating that the relationship among the 5 was not merely commercial. 4 pounds, that's about like taking little Franklin back from the club 8 more times, or like having 1 more orange cat Mia. Shard calculated in his mind, equating the 3 relationships, and because he did not desire more, he smiled at the doctor. Of course, that's fine. But doctor, I didn't mention the information about Lady Lassoyle last night. Will that have any impact? Seizing the opportunity, he asked further, and Dr. Schneider shook his head. Since the other party didn't ask, you're not in a position to tell, but you should avoid any further contact with the lady you mentioned. She's likely a member of the Blood of Mercury. However, I haven't heard that they possess a relic capable of gender transformation. They probably prepared it for the synthesis formula of Blood of Mercury, and the difficulty of that Academy bounty notice is greater than I imagined. The doctor frowned. In any case, avoid anything related to the Blood of Mercury. I'm likely to do something soon, but I am a 5-ring sorcerer, and you are not. The Blood of Mercury are a bunch of madmen who always believe they can produce a legendary angel-level relic, but how is that possible? You're right. If angel-level relics could easily appear, then this world would be too insane. Shard agreed, truly believing so. The doctor with blue eyes seemed to have had an encounter with this organization, but did not want to share it with Shard. Thus he changed the topic. Shard, your task now is to learn more about everyday knowledge and get your detective career going. Get in touch with the ordinary world, and once you level up to the second ring or attain enough strength, then consider getting involved in the shadows of Tobisk City. This crazy world is always crazier than you think. So, Doctor, does the Academy always withhold key information like this from us? Shard took the opportunity to ask, but the doctor unexpectedly shook his head. Don't be too harsh on St. Byron's Integrated Academy. They usually share appropriate information with us at the right time. And when is the right time? Shard inquired further, then saw Dr. Schneider lean back slightly on the solo sofa. Only they would know that. After leaving Dr. Schneider's psychiatric clinic, besides hearing about an accidental gas explosion in the alley across from the Silver Parrot Milk Company at noon, nothing else noteworthy happened that day for Shard. No outlaw organization approached him, no generous clients rang the bell downstairs, no acquaintances of Sparrow Hamilton came looking for him, but Shard's solo research at home surprisingly yielded results. He was still completely unable to harness any space-time power, but regarding Silvermoon, perhaps due to its breakthrough use on the third floor of the club, besides light spell, Shard was now able to make the Silvermoon's glimmer adhere to objects in the external world. The most successful experiment he conducted involved having the orange cat, Mia, which had grown affectionate toward him, emit light for 10 continuous seconds. This move frightened the cat so much that it ran wildly around the house, even dashing up to the third floor of the apartment through a broken staircase. It took Shard a long time to call the fleeing cat back, and this made him speculate whether the detective had hidden his gun in the sealed-off ground floor, inaccessible third floor, or unoccupied room 2 on the second floor. Unfortunately, without sufficient tools, he was unable to explore these 3 locations. But investigating these places was already scheduled into Shard's calendar, as he needed to ensure that the house he lived in was absolutely safe. Apart from the study of the core spirit runes, Shard also experimented with other simple attempts mentioned in Dr. Schneider's notebook. Dr. Schneider pointed out that the power possessed by circle sorcerers is the power of thought influencing reality, and therefore, even without learning any arcane techniques or sorcery, they could use their own power, the so-called mind over matter. The spontaneously used powers stemming from core spirit runes were organized in ancient times and collectively referred to as arcane techniques. The power related only to thought and used spontaneously without learning was organized into a system and referred to as sorcery. Of course, the Academy believed that the classification of sorcery also included divine arts related to the true gods, originating from faith and the direct grants of the true gods, but Shard and the Doctor's studies did not involve these. The Church, however, believed that the classification of divine arts should be separate from sorcery, as they are fundamentally different. In the early stages of this era, after continuous fierce debates in the Circle sorcerer academic community, the divine arts of the 5 true gods as well as the existing evil gods were officially listed, alongside arcane techniques and sorcery, as the most external expression of the Circle's sorcerer power system. The divine arts of the vanished old gods still belonged to sorcery, because their believers had no say. Therefore, the sorcery known as Echo of Blood that Shard acquired from the old god vampire Duke Lowell, in essence, should be seen as that old god's divine art, which couldn't be learned through ordinary means without the power of this old god. Thus, the core of the Circle's sorcerer system is Spirit Rune, powerful and significant arcane technique which must be learned through Spirit Runes, sorcery which is of lower priority but can be learned by all, and divine arts related to gods and faith, which are the manifestations of the power of the Circle's sorcerer system. To level up the Circle requires 1 Spirit Rune of Miracle, Desecration, Enlightenment, and Whisper each, and the relationship between Spirit Runes and sorcery, divine arts, arcane techniques is similar to that of Way to technique. Indeed, obtaining balanced Spirit Runes and learning arcane technique are also very important matters. This was the understanding of the Outlander. Shard attempting to ignite a piece of paper with just his fingertips belonged to the rudimentary form of simple sorcery. And on this day's experiment, he also successfully performed telekinesis with lightweight objects using the power of thought. He seemed to have a remarkable talent for using this kind of spirit, for besides almost popping a blood vessel in his eye while moving a tuft of Mia's fur and a rotor card, when he concentrated on the target in front of him and clenched his fist to strike at the pirated Compendium Detective's lament, The book flew several centimeters, without touching the dictionary, thick novel rather, than toppling over from a gust of wind. This pirated detective novel wasn't something Shard frivolously spent money on, it was a relic of the former detective, including The Queen and Her Lovers, The Silver Knight, and Western Front memorabilia, the only few novels he possessed. The first one is a colorful court novel, the middle is a very traditional knight adventure narrative, and the last is a novel leaning towards documentary literature. Detective Sparrow Hamilton often flipped through these books, and the telltale signs such as dog-eared pages and tea stains confirmed that this was his hobby. As for the only relic in hand, the scribe-level relic vampire ring, Shard couldn't experience its specific effects as he couldn't find a living person to test it on. But he had already dismantled the pocket watch chain and turned the ring into a pendant around his neck. This wasn't considered wearing it, so as long as it wasn't worn 24 hours a day, the impact on him wasn't particularly significant. Shard planned to seek advice from the doctor and others the next day. The experienced correspondence circle mages were sure to provide good usage recommendations. Finally, it was Wednesday, but Shard didn't wake up early due to excitement rather. He was startled awake by a nightmare of something heavy pressing on his chest. In the early summer morning, it was barely light, and the minimal brightness penetrated into the room through the tightly closed curtains. When Shard woke up, he still felt a stuffiness in his chest and realized about 5 seconds later that a cat was lying there. There was only one fostered orange cat in the Shard household at the moment, so it was indeed Mia who had awakened Shard. Staring with her amber eyes, she lay on the blanket over Shard's chest, watching him. When she saw that he had woken up, she immediately jumped off the bed. Judging from the thumping sound of her footsteps, she was heading towards the front door of the house. You learned about it just after coming here yesterday. The milkman won't be here for another half an hour. Shard shouted at the cat, his chest filled with passion as he imagined the books and courses worth £50 he would receive today, and only then did he leave the bed. The number 1 apartment on the second floor was quite spacious, but it had only 2 bedrooms. Shard lived in the smaller one, which was also the dwelling of the original owner who had some cognitive issues. He didn't feel frightened by the fact that the previous detective had died in the larger bedroom, but he didn't plan on moving there either. Once he contacted a merchant to haul away the old furniture and asked Dr. Schneider about methods for detecting ghosts, he would consider moving into the larger bedroom. After leaving Mia at home to watch the house and ensuring that her bowl was filled with enough cat food, Shard set out. He had an appointment with the doctor at 10 in the morning, and the clinic was quite far from St. Deland Square. Shard thought he could arrive around 9:30, but perhaps out of eagerness, by 1 minute to 9, he had already spotted the sign for Schneider Psychological Clinic. Without spending time elsewhere, Shard went straight in. The doctor had already instructed the receptionist that the Hamilton detective, sunk in sorrow because of his uncle's death, would come today, so he directly guided Shard to the psychological treatment room on the second floor. Right after Shard knocked, the doctor immediately came to open the door, where another person was already present in the room. The gray-haired old man, dressed in a respectable black suit, stood up and nodded slightly with a smile towards Shard, exuding a friendly and pleasant demeanor. His eyes were the commonly seen gray, wrinkled with age, seemingly well over 50 but looking very spirited. He was slightly taller than the doctor but shorter than Shard, with a build that was medium and leaning towards slim, giving the impression that his life wasn't very affluent. Shard's eyes were drawn to the ornament hanging from the old man's chest, a brass-colored broken circle pendant hanging from a silver chain. This was the holy emblem of the true god Mr. Dawn, that is, the god of light and shadow. The practice of hanging the holy emblem on the chest is commonplace among clergy members. A clergyman, although the academy isn't hostile to the true God Church, but... Shard was puzzled in his mind. Let me introduce. Detecting Shard's confusion, Dr. Schneider warmly said, Shard, this is Lat August the Cleric, a second-ring sorcerer of our group, a faithful believer of Mr. Dawn. Despite being a priest, he didn't become a circle sorcerer through the church, but rather he is one of the rare individuals who awakened his talent at an older age, and due to a twist of fate, joined the academy as a clergyman. He holds no prejudices against the academy, and as long as we do not harm the Dawn Church, he will not disclose our identities to the church. He can be trusted. Though the talent of circle sorcerer theoretically can appear at any age, it is generally concentrated between the ages of 16 and 40. Old Cleric Augustus is an extremely rare case. Rest assured, I can swear upon my personal reputation as Bill Jane Schneider that Cleric August is absolutely trustworthy. His joining us was vetted by 3 of us, including myself as well as the academy. With Cleric August on board, some of our operations will be quite convenient, the doctor added. The gray-haired old cleric took the initiative to approach Shard for a handshake. Shard naturally trusted the doctor's word and hastily extended his hand. The old man's palm was broad and surprisingly strong. Shard Hamilton, detective. Shard introduced himself as they shook hands. Bill has already told me about you. It's lucky for us both that you could join, the old man said cheerfully. At that moment, Shard noticed the champagne in the ice bucket on the coffee table, likely prepared by Dr. Schneider, because the financial situation of Priest Augustus seemed only slightly better than Shard's. Priest Augustus the cleric was a second-ring sorcerer within the group, having become a correspondence circle mage 3 years ago. He was not a local born and raised in Tobisk City, but hailed from a small town in the south of the Draelon Kingdom. Influenced by his family, the old cleric had believed in the true god Mr. Dawn since his teenage years and had passed the Tobisk Dawn Divinity Academy exam in his youth. At 23, he joined the Tobisk City Dawn Chapel, dedicating his life to the church without ever marrying. Although for 30 years Priest Augustus had not advanced further due to various reasons, no one doubted his piety. The old cleric had high prestige in the parish church, highly trusted by both clergy members and believers within the Dawn Church's parish, and even the archbishop of such a large archdiocese as Tobisk Parish consulted him on important issues. Because of the awkward relationship between correspondence circle mages and the true God Church, Shard would often need to conceal his identity in front of the church. Priest Augustus, meanwhile, had connections within the true God Church and was the best candidate to handle church matters for the group. Despite his advanced age and not being very talented as a circle sorcerer, the group of 5 could definitely not do without him. As a sign of mutual trust, Priest Augustus and Shard also showed each other their rings of fate. The clergyman fell into the unusual ordinary category, not like Miss Lewisa with 3 rings, but only possessing 1 core spirit rune glimmer. The identity and core rune of Priest Augustus were in line with the requirements of the Divinity Academy at St. Byron's Integrated Academy. However, he did not join the Divinity Academy. He was currently a member of the Chemistry Academy, specializing in the cultivation, harvesting, and mixing of herbal medicine and magic potions. With Shard having met another member of the group of 5, the remaining 2 who had not arrived were Miss Dorothy Lewisa from the Folklore Academy, who might need some more time to come, and the 3-ring sorcerer, Miss Luvia Annette, who could not come today as she was temporarily out of Tobisk City. Miss Annette is also different from us, he continued with the explanation. Strictly speaking, she belongs to the Prophet's Society as a circle sorcerer. Annette wrote to us to say hello to you. She might be back next month, but actually it's just a few days from today, next week. Dr. Schneider continued to introduce the situation of the group, implying that Shard, whose handshake had ended, could find a place to sit. Since she also belongs to our group, isn't that lady a correspondence student from St. Byron's? Shard asked bewilderedly, choosing to sit opposite Dr. Schneider. Although Priest Augustus had a church background, he received adult education from the academy, making him a correspondence student of St. Byron's. Miss Annette, however, was entirely different. No, she is also considered a correspondence student of the academy, belonging to the Astronomy College, expert in divination. As for why she has a dual identity, are you familiar with joint training? Dr. Schneider asked. Shard, who had initially been only puzzled, was now genuinely surprised, reaffirming that the force he had joined was indeed a school. She herself also belongs to the Prophet's Society, but has been cultivated by both sides. In fact, St. Byron's Integrated Academy, along with many friendly organizations, including Zara's Literary Academy and Xerxes' Higher Medical Academy, but excluding the church, all have such jointly trained students. You'll find out more later. But you shouldn't have any preconceived notions about Annette because of her identity. Just treat her as an ordinary member. Would you like some tea? You had some nice black tea last time at your place, and I've had the servants buy some too, Dr. Schneider asked. Shard thought for a moment. There's still a difference, Priest Augustus said while fiddling with his old pipe. Naturally, he would not smoke in the clinic. It was just a habit. Apart from acquiring knowledge at the academy, the Prophet's Society also provides conveniences for Miss Annette, as the circle's sorcerers there hold her in high regard, so relatively speaking. The priest glanced at the doctor, who shook his head indifferently, signaling that the gray-haired old cleric could continue, although she is only a 3-ring sorcerer, standing just 1 ring above me in the group. In a non-direct confrontation, even the doctor isn't sure he could defeat her. Of course, this is also due to Dr. Schneider and Miss Luce's abilities, which aren't suited for frontal combat. Priest Augustus believed that although circle sorcerers possess power, this profession is meant to explore the world, delve deep into oneself, and is not intended for killing and conflict. In the old man's view, circle sorcerers are more like scholars, not mercenaries. He shared the doctor's viewpoint that becoming a correspondence circle mage does not mean one should indulge the heart due to power gained, but should rather be humble and cautious. In other words, they were subtly reminding Shard to be careful, to avoid getting involved in matters he shouldn't, to patiently study, engrave spirit runes to accumulate spirit, read notes from predecessors, and learn more arcane technique and sorcery. That's the proper lifestyle of a correspondence circle mage. Shard thus suspected that the doctor had already informed Priest Augustus about his encounter the day before yesterday. Priest Augustus feared that Shard, having suddenly gained power from remnants of the old god, might crave more power through similar adventures. Priest Augustus was also a very nice person. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about something. Shard then asked about the relationship between circle sorcerers and combat, considering circle sorcerers themselves gather elements, and even engrave spirit runes because of these elements. Would killing a circle sorcerer allow one to acquire their power, such as spirit runes or the scattering elements, or maybe their elements turned into artifacts? Oh, that's a terrifying thought. The gray-haired old cleric shook his head and clasped the holy emblem on his chest, closing his eyes in prayer. The doctor, looking very serious, shook his head, and his blue eyes scrutinized Shard. Shard, I don't know where you got such a horrifying idea, but killing a circle sorcerer unrelated to you, you would gain nothing but their corpse and a guilt that would follow you for life. From Draylon to Carsenric, from the old continent to the new world, from cities like ours with steam industries to dark rural graveyards. Circle sorcerers can appear almost anywhere, but remember, this is the age of civilization, not the dark forest of survival of the fittest. If someone attacks you, you can fight back, but do not kill for mere profit. It will make you more likely to lose control. Shard also realized that his words were somewhat out of line, spurred only by fantasy stories he had read in the past. The Outlander had no desire to acquire power by killing. He was merely worried that others might. Sorry, I was just curious. Yes, such a world would be too terrifying, like people could sustain themselves by consuming others. Priest Augustus, holding the holy emblem, looked at Shard. His gaze was not as stern as the doctor's, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes gave a gentle expression. Although our world is so bizarre and terrifying, teeming with countless evil objects, relics of past ages everywhere, dangerous and mysterious knowledge constantly challenging the sanity of ordinary people, evil gods walking the earth, and abyssal creatures lurking under the seas of the old and new world, we are still happy that the world exists. Come, gentlemen, to this kind world. The old cleric was moved by his own words, spontaneously lifting the cup of tea before him. The doctor nodded in approval, raising his cup while Shard smiled. No matter how troublesome his experiences had been since his arrival, it seemed as if the world was compensating him by bringing such wonderful friends to this kind world. The three men said aloud together, the Outlander's smile genuine. Just then, the door was pushed open. The blonde writer, who hadn't heard the earlier conversation, entered without knocking and saw the three men raising their teacups, one looking sacred, one stern, and one smiling. Miss Louisa looked hesitantly at the men, wondering if she should withdraw. What were you guys doing just now? Although the blonde Miss Writer, Dorothy Louisa, had also arrived, the Academy was still going to send over the items Shard needed upon his enrollment, according to the original schedule. Therefore, half an hour before that, the four of them still had time to continue their conversation. Dr. Schneider, serving as the nominal host of the Correspondence Circle Mage Group, was happy to bring up topics. Shard thus learned more about the common knowledge of circle sorcerers, such as the fact that under normal circumstances, encountering an unfamiliar relic would not immediately provide clues from the other me. Therefore, relying on the other me to find relics was an impractical issue. The identification of relics was a major research focus in the field of Academy of Library Management. Clearly, Shard was not normal. Outlander, your soul is especially sensitive to the four elements, allowing me easily to distinguish relics. This isn't my specialty, it's yours, explained the whispering voice by his ear. Shard initially thought it was an excuse, but after pondering, he considered the explanation quite reasonable. Even he wasn't sure whether the specialty of the other me was genuinely special or special because of the Outlander. The middle name Sulan could explain that the person had foreknowledge of his own core rune giving the Northern Common Language Pack, could also be explained as the person obtaining the incomplete memories of the original owner that he himself had not, owing to the trait of the other me, and the ring's reminding was merely because she had detected that peculiar relic. Thinking this over, Shard himself became confused. No, why is the voice feminine? Shard was nearly befuddled by his own thoughts. Perhaps you can't fully understand your own persona either. Don't talk nonsense, Shard retorted. Shard thought it was a suggestion that he might be somewhat effeminate. Besides the difficulty of casually discovering relics, Shard also learned that Dr. Schneider's group usually met every Saturday afternoon to share learning experiences, seek advice on problems, and contact the Academy through Dr. Schneider's manuscript pages. Even without these pressing matters, they could share information, exchange goods, or complain about the heaviness of their studies. This last item was usually the main content. The group would not impose mandatory tasks on its members, but if someone needed help, such as engaging in some academy tasks that could earn practical credits, the others must consider first whether they had the time. As 10 o'clock was about to strike, everyone tidied up the coffee table, allowing Dr. Schneider to place the poet-level relics parchment there. When the corner wall clock began to chime the first strike for 10 o'clock, a parchment roll tied with a red ribbon appeared, flickering lights over the parchment. Shard quickly grabbed it, untied the ribbon, and unrolled the parchment. This was Shard's correspondence first-year development plan. St. Byron's Academy usually held a unified grade promotion assessment at the end of every winter. As Shard had enrolled in summer, it was certain he could not complete all his courses this year, so it would likely take him more than a year and a half to finish the courses outlined in the tailor-made development plan. Actually, the first grade usually takes 1 to 3 years, as it involves foundational courses. "Oh, you are indeed going to be busy," remarked Priest Augustus, who was sitting next to Shard, and thus clearly saw the list of compulsory first-year courses that he had to complete. The herbs we know. Basic Potionology. Introduction to Elementary Alchemy. Introduction to Astronomy. Introduction to Mysticism and Ritual Studies. Theoretical Foundations of Spirit Runes Part I. Basic Course for Circle Sorcerer Arcane Technique. Basic Course for Circle Sorcerer Sorcery. Introduction to Ancient Languages 5th Era 0-2000. Introduction to Ancient Language 5th Era 2004-1000. Introduction to Ancient Language 5th Era 4057-93. Ancient Literature Serious Literature, Popular Literature, Others, choose one, must be completed before the 5th year. Folklore, Religion, and Civilization. History I. Theoretical Basis of Time Travel Core Academic Course. Practical Training for Time Travel Core Academic Course. Containment and Management of Relics Core Academic Course. Basic Theology Part I. History and General Education at St. Byron's Integrated Academy. A total of 19 compulsory courses, requiring 53 credits. By the end of this year, Shard needed to earn 15 credits to pass the end-of-year evaluation and continue other studies in the second year as a freshman. The books that were subsequently delivered totaled over 100, including textbooks, required readings, and some supplementary academic literature. Shard, along with 3 others, continually took the textbooks that appeared from the pages of poems and piled them to the side. Watching the height of the mountain of books grow, the Outlander's anxiety about the future suddenly vanished. He felt as though he had returned to his homeland, back to school life. How about it? The 50 gold pounds tuition fee is worth it, right? These compulsory courses are tailored for you by the school, all quite basic, as the first year is the time to lay the foundations. But don't worry, apart from the core academic courses, other courses provide 3 opportunities to fail an evaluation. Failing 3 times requires a deferral for 1 year to retake the evaluation, and you have to pay the tuition again, but you won't be expelled, said Priest Augustus, thinking Shard was apprehensive about the sheer number of books, comforting him. In this era of the STEAM industry, the illiteracy rate was still very high, and as an ordinary citizen, one might not encounter so many books in a lifetime, which is why the priest reassured the inexperienced young detective. Yet, it was precisely this kind of life with which the Outlander was familiar. Shard's first-year curriculum included 19 compulsory courses, requiring the submission of several papers or coursework assignments after self-study, with some requiring exams or practical evaluations. The end-of-year evaluations took place at the end of the year, but exam seasons were at the end of July in the summer and in December in the winter. If Shard progressed quickly in his studies, he could pass some of the exams as early as the end of July, a month later. All of the above mentioned only the compulsory courses for the Correspondence Circle Mage, but to complete an entire grade's curriculum, sufficient practical credits were also needed. The first year required 40 practical credits, but the History Academy made strict rules about the source of these 40 practical credits. At least 10 credits had to come from time exploration activities. The History Academy was the academy with the fewest students within St. Byron's Integrated Academy, and most of its students transferred from other majors in their senior years. The core of the History Academy was to rely on the relic time key of the old godfather of the infinite tree to perform time travel, which required spirit runes related to time concepts. Shard's core academic course Practical Training for Time Travel involved using the academy-provided key to perform one instance of time travel under supervision, after which submitting a report would complete the course. However, performing nearly completely safe time travel through the course did not earn practical credits. Finding relics time key of different levels on one's own or purchasing them from the academy could yield high practical credits and other rewards upon returning with valuable information, history, and knowledge, such as relics, arcane techniques, sorcery, or precious knowledge stored in the St. Byron's Grand Library. Therefore, the History Academy and the Academy of Library Management, Time Travel, and Relic Containment could be considered the academies where it was easiest to obtain practical credits and academic rewards. Although these basic courses might look complex, once you get started, you'll realize they're not very difficult. Look, here is the list of elective courses you are allowed to choose from. After the 100-plus books were finally delivered, a new parchment roll appeared on the table. Dr. Schneider helped Shard open it and took a quick look before handing it to him. Elective courses cost gold pounds. Shard was startled, but then realized this was not the world of the past. Besides, even in the past, back home, elective courses were free, but in some schools in Western countries, elective courses did cost money. Shard looked at the parchment roll listing elective courses, which resembled more of a price list. Based on his actual situation, the city he lived in, his occupation, his age, the academy he joined, and his core space-time spirit rune, nearly 200 elective courses were made available to him in his freshman year, including seemingly useful courses like Inspiration Divination and Simple Acquisition of Spirit Rune of 4 Elements. Some courses required the completion of prerequisite courses or electives before they could be chosen. Otherwise, even more options would have been available to Shard. The fees for the cheaper courses exceeded £20, while the most expensive ones couldn't be paid for with money instead. They required relics or other requirements and tasks as payment. Fortunately, elective courses could be chosen at any time, and he could directly contact the academy to register and pay for them during his weekly Saturday visits to Dr. Schneider. Dr. Schneider suggested that Shard familiarize himself with the basic courses for a while before considering electives. The old cleric recommended some particularly useful courses, and Miss Lewisa helped Shard eliminate some of them from the list. She had spent a lot on courses in her freshman year due to receiving a large royalty payment, so she knew which ones Shard wouldn't need for now. Failing electives is not a concern for the academy and the professors, but electives are a good opportunity for us correspondence circle mages to make contact with and get familiar with the professors of the academy. It's important to know that whether certain valuable elective courses are offered can also depend on the professor's own willingness. Having been introduced to the system, Shard was very familiar with it, and even though some aspects were slightly different from the past, he adapted well to these rules. As he read through the list of elective courses, he subconsciously flipped over to the back of the parchment. He had thought there would be no writing on the back, but to his surprise, there was indeed something written. First ring Sorcerer Shard Shern Hamilton, please prepare 4 chairs in a vacant, empty room at midnight today. The chairs must be made of wood and have no deity holy emblems on them. Position the chairs to face each other in the exact directions of east, west, south, and north, encircling a non-pure silver basin filled with clear water. You need to sit on the chair facing due north before midnight, ignite the parchment roll, and drop it into the basin. Please dress formally. You may light the gas lamp, close the curtains, and do not tell anyone about this, including your Circle Sorcerer teammates. Professor Ham Sanchez from the Academy of Library Management and Professor Hensinger Garcia from the History Academy request to meet with you. St. Byron's Integrated Academy, Student Management Department. Professor James Hams Sanchez. What's wrong? Seeing Shard staring blankly at the back of the parchment, Miss Lewisa also looked at the back. What's so interesting about a blank page? Oh, I see you're probably not familiar with parchment. It's common knowledge that we don't usually use both sides of parchment, so there's usually nothing on the back. Miss Lewisa was in a position where she could have seen the text, but she acted as if she saw nothing. Only I can see these. What is the Academy trying to say? Do they have a secret mission for me? Is it to speak with me alone, because my identity as an outlander has been exposed? Shard thought to himself, memorized the message, and then rolled up the parchment and placed it on the sofa. Because of Shard's space-time core spirit rune, the History Academy had promised to provide him with a relic for protection at the Keeper of Secrets level once he joined. This relic only appeared after all the books and documents had been delivered, and Shard confirmed receipt with a note. The upper limit of what a poet-level relic could transmit was restricted to Keeper of Secrets level relics, and only certain Keeper of Secrets level relics at that. Hence, it seemed that the History Academy had made quite an effort for Shard's sake. The relic was contained within a cubic rusted bronze box, no larger than the palm of a hand, its surface etched with undecipherable patterns that resembled vines. Beneath the bronze box lay an explanation document detailing the function of this relic. The relic was not a gift for Shard should he leave the History Academy or part ways with St. Byron's Integrated Academy. he would need to return the relic, but not if he graduated normally. You have touched the whisper. Common sense would dictate that Shard shouldn't have immediately known it was a relic, for he was unaware of its traits. The 20-sided die of destiny. Without avoiding others, Shard directly opened the antique-like bronze box. Inside, the box was almost solid metal, with only a bronze-colored die embedded in the very center. The surface was covered in rust, a 20-sided die, its numbers recessed into the metal, all in gold, some almost merged with the rust, a testament to the passage of time. I know this one. Miss Lewisa said, somewhat surprised, raising her hand as if to touch her earlobe, then shaking her head. No, it should be another me that knows this. I probably came across information about this die unintentionally in a book. But why would the Academy give you such a dangerous relic? All relics are dangerous. They are the terrible remnants of echoes from times gone by. Priest Augustus reminded, but Miss Ryder shook her head, her blonde hair swaying slightly. This one is particularly dangerous. Its traits manifest in two aspects. On one hand, while carrying the die, most divinations cannot affect the carrier, but only while it is being carried. Carrying the die for a long time can lead to a permanent decrease in one's own luck. I know luck is an immeasurable concept, but whisper, elements really can interfere with luck. On the other hand, actively rolling the die only once per day is allowed. When the die is rolled, the good or bad fortune of one matter related to the roller will be determined by the size of the number the die lands on. The larger the number, the better the luck, and the result cannot be influenced by any skilled techniques. Any matter related to the user. Dr. Schneider caught on to the key point. He was often considered unlucky by the others in his group, so he took a special interest in such a relic. Yes, usually after a roll, you won't immediately know which matter has been affected, but you'll inevitably find out later. That's one of the traits of the 20-sided die of destiny. The blonde lady drew back a bit from the bronze box in Shard's hand with a trace of fear, but in most cases, it can only roll numbers below 10, leaning towards bad luck. This has been statistically proven. And it's said that if you roll a 1, something more terrifying than death will happen. Why would the History Academy hand such a terrifying thing over to a detective? The information provided by the Academy matched closely with what Miss Lewisa had said. The die could only be contained in a bronze box made of a special material, and in its uncontained state, the die would always unintentionally tempt the holder to roll it. Furthermore, the probability of rolling was not uniform for each number. The chances were highest for rolling numbers below 10, leading to dreadful outcomes. Thus, Miss Lewisa strongly advised that Shard not use the die's active effect, and to merely treat it as a relic that distorts divination. The Academy must think similarly. After all, I haven't heard of any fresh correspondence circle mage receiving a Keeper of Secrets level relic. Dr. Schneider also agreed with Miss Lewis's opinion that when it came to fate, circle mages were naturally very cautious. Just by staring at that die, Shard felt a strong urge to pry it out from its setting. Fortunately, the die was still in containment, and Shard was fully able to resist this temptation. Yet he placed a finger on the die, wanting to feel its cold metallic touch. In his mind, a whispering woman's voice suddenly emerged. The road of fate may fork under your feet, but with the right tool, one might choose the appropriate path. From 1 to 20, then from 20 to 1, you have seen your peculiar fate in the tumbling die. Now is the time to toss the die. Are you sure you want me to roll the die now? Shard asked in surprise as the whisper resumed in his ear. Outlander, when you step on this path of fate, the choice has always been in your hands. However, sometimes, a reasonable attempt can help you understand your fate more fully. Through my vision, I have seen something interesting for you. Do you have the courage to challenge your luck? Shard thought it over. He was well aware of his other self having peculiar traits. Although unsure if this is a trait of outsiders, or if something was amiss with the other party, the whispering voice had been trustworthy in all its actions to date. Despite his concerns and skepticism about this mysterious and eerie world, Shard was willing to offer some trust occasionally. He picked up the die before the doctor and others could object, letting it fall onto the coffee table. The metallic sound of the die striking the wooden coffee table startled everyone present. But the die quickly stabilized, displaying the number 20 on top. Shard was not so surprised. He only heard the pleasing laughter of the woman by his ear. Although you always doubt, I am you. The four of them stared at the die's number without speaking, and it was a while before Dr. Schneider sternly reminded, this time it's 20. This relic belongs to you, and we have no right to interfere. But I must remind you, Shard, people are not always this fortunate. An impulsive act brought you a gift of fate, but next time might not be the same. Every gift from fate already has its price tagged. This 20 might consume your luck for a long while. I have always firmly believed in the conservation of luck. Miss Ryder also mentioned this, but Priest Augustus, being a clergy member, pointed out that the conservation of luck is a baseless superstition. Shard heeded these warnings, but did not intend to explain his motives. The unique voice in his mind was a secret solely his own, a trait of an outsider. That much he knew was sufficient. At least for now, he wasn't going to share this with others. The consequences of rolling a 20 might not be evident yet, but considering the nature of the die, Shard would eventually learn, so all he needed to do was wait. After all matters of his official admission into the academy were settled, Dr. Schneider opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate the group finally having 5 members. Shard wasn't much of a drinker, but since it was a celebration, he didn't decline. As the doctor poured the drinks, Shard curiously inquired whether it would be considered revealing the academy's secrets if he accidentally lost the books he took home. However, the doctor assured him not to worry about it. The textbooks and materials of the first year don't hold any precious value. Not that the knowledge isn't valuable, but it can be obtained through other channels as well. So even if you lose them, you'd only need to spend more gold pounds to buy another set from the academy. It's only from the second year onward that some books start to be encrypted. That reassured Shard greatly, and the doctor, writer, and priest, all speaking from their own experiences, encouraged Shard to study diligently. They unanimously agreed that his main task now was to inscribe his first spirit rune. The Fundamentals of Spirit Rune Theory Part I course recommends the inscription of the first rune based on the talent of the circle sorcerer. What did the academy recommend for you? Was it light? Yes, Shard replied, flipping through the book in his hands. Usually, the academy suggests inscribing a rune that represents an element for the first spirit rune, as it's simpler. You already possess Silvermoon and have a quite compatibility with light and stars, even going so far as to actively create light spell. But stars is too complex for a first year, so it indeed is light. Dr. Schneider laughed and then stood up, pulling a book out of the stack and handing it to Shard, The Mad Light Chaser, a crazy novel written by an unknown author during the Fifth Era, known for its enlightenment. This copy is a translated version. Reading it to attempt inscribing light is the most appropriate approach. Of course, very few can obtain light directly. If you can obtain any extended concept of the spirit rune, you're considered competent. Before today's gathering, Dr. Schneider had already shared information about the sage-level relic God's Box and the Blood of Mercury organization. Through letters to others in the group, they all agreed to pay Shard 1 gold pound each for this information. Shard didn't take the 4 pounds, which included those from Luvia and not in Tobisk City instead. He used the money to partially pay off this month's debt of 10 pounds. The remaining 6 pounds would have to wait a while longer after all. He still needed gold pounds to sustain himself and Mia. It is said that orange cats have quite the appetite, and Shard needed to be prepared. Dr. Schneider, extremely efficient, had more good news for Shard before the morning meeting ended. I found out from a real estate agent that number 6 St. Deland Square, the whole 3-story building including the land, is all property originally owned by Detective Sparrow Hamilton. Did he leave a will? He did. I've locked it away in a cabinet. Shard was momentarily stunned by the good news, hardly believing he had inherited the entire building. All the gloom since arriving in the Steam Age seemed to dissipate with this news. He didn't realize how much he longed for a home of his own. Priest Augustus remained expressionless, while Miss Louisa looked at Shard in surprise. Mr. Hamilton, you'll never lack gold pounds in your life now. But Shard didn't get too excited prematurely and looked towards Dr. Schneider, who indeed continued with this conjunction, his expression twisted, unsure of how to phrase it. But don't celebrate too soon, there's a problem with that building. Number 6 St. Deland Square was bought by Sparrow Hamilton for 300 pounds 2 years ago when he first came to Tobisk City. How could it be so cheap? Even if it's a haunted house, it wouldn't be. Miss Louisa frowned, questioning. 300 pounds was a lot, but keep in mind, this is Tobisk City, the capital of one of the 2 major human kingdoms of the Draylon Kingdom, the Northern Pearl, Fog City, a convergence point of old continent civilization. These are all titles for this place. Number 6 St. Deland Square can directly view the Yordle Palace architectural complex from its windows, where the soil is more valuable than gold. Dr. Schneider owns a clinic, the priest lives in the church, and only the female writer currently lives alone in a rented apartment in the Tobisk University district, very sensitive to housing prices. Excluding the land, just the whole building in the St. Deland Square area, you wouldn't find one for 300 pounds, not even for 20,000 pounds. I actually didn't figure out the anomaly in the price by myself. It was Priest Augustus who helped find the information from the church, Shard stated. The doctor gestured for the old cleric with grayish-white hair to speak. The latter nodded, his graying hair appearing particularly decayed under the dim glow of the gas lamp. About 100 years ago, a horrifying murder occurred at number 6 St. Deland Square. According to church records, it was actually 2 sorcerers of 9 rings, of unknown origin, who fought there and almost simultaneously died. Subsequent investigation reports indicated that they had lost control due to reading a large number of ancient books. Even though the church believed this wouldn't affect the house itself, since then, most of the house's subsequent owners have died within its walls. This sounds like the beginning of a horror story. Shard thought to himself, then realized something else. Wait a minute, it seems like I'm the protagonist. The old cleric paused for a moment before continuing. The church couldn't find any problems with the house and could only seal it off after purchasing it about 30 years ago. It was only after repeated checks 2 years ago that they sold the old house at a low price. However, wealthy people who tried to consult the housing prices at St. Deland Square cared a great deal about such taboos. The poor, who didn't care about these matters, would never ask about housing prices there. In the end, somehow, it ended up being bought by Sparrow Hamilton. It sounded like the former detective had picked up a bargain, then died. Did the detective know about the house? Miss Lewisa asked curiously, as Miss Ryder was very interested in such matters. Of course, the church wouldn't hide such things, and they informed him about the past incidents with the house at the time. For safety, they sealed off the first floor where the accident happened 100 years ago before the detective bought it, cut off the stairs to the third floor that had some safety issues due to long-term lack of maintenance, and locked up room number 2 on the second floor, where a mass suicide had taken place 70 years earlier. Unexpectedly, this owner also ended up dying in that house. The old cleric couldn't help but clutch the pendant on his chest, praying for Mr. Sparrow Hamilton's soul to rest in peace. Shard, who thought he had an overly active imagination, was starting to get worried. Outlanders like him had heard many such stories, but I don't think Sparrow Hamilton's death was due to a curse, which is different from before. Previous house owners all died unexpectedly within a few months, with no discernible cause, whereas the detective's death occurred after living there for 2 years, and even his cause of death could be determined, Dr. Schneider said, his blue eyes looking toward Shard. Of course, if you find the house uncomfortable to live in, you can sell it, but because of Sparrow Hamilton's death, the price is likely to drop even further, he advised, quite reasonably. I don't plan to sell it just yet. If it weren't for the detective agency located in the city center, no one would take a detective with no reputation like me seriously. Besides, even if I sold the house, I wouldn't be able to use that money to buy a better one in Tobisk. I learned from the newspaper that there are low-priced houses for sale in Tobisk University District, but the prices are truly more despairing than a relic gone out of control, he said, and Miss Lewisa immediately showed a look of agreement. The solitary blonde girl was also paying attention to such news. Since Shard didn't have the money to move right away, he planned to live there for a few months to try it out and would move out immediately if any problem arose. According to the information provided by the cleric, before their sudden deaths, all of the former owners had heard strange sounds in the house and seen suspicious shadows. Those who became alert because of this and moved out didn't encounter trouble, but those who continued to live there all died. This now looks even more like a tacky horror story, and I'm still the protagonist, he thought to himself before asking. Although the house belongs to Detective Sparrow and I have his will, I have not seen any proof of real estate or land ownership. The old cleric waved his hand upon hearing this, his face relaxed. Those documents are at the Dawn Chapel where I am located. The detective stored them there. After all, the church has its concerns too. If you want to claim them back, just bring his will to me. Dawn Chapel is in the Tobisk Central urban area, a half-hour walk from St. Deland Square. The tree-lined path near the church is quite nice, and there are plenty of public carriages. But to keep the church from suspecting anything about the detective's death and potentially initiating a new investigation into the house and eventually I'll help you get a death certificate for Sparrow Hamilton's illness and passing. This is not about making fake documents. What I get will definitely be real. Consider it a gift for joining us. I won't charge you for this help. So the death of Detective Sparrow Hamilton was completely sealed. With the documentation sufficient to deceive the True God Church, no one apart from Shard and the doctor would ever know the secret of the detective's death. Before concluding their meeting that day, Shard brought up the matter of his scribe-level relic, the vampire ring. Regrettably, none of the three present had ever come into contact with this relic. However, the doctor mentioned that he could make inquiries through parchment to the Academy Library, though this likely wouldn't yield quick results. Now that Shard owned 2 relics, and both were of a higher danger level, he could be considered a fairly wealthy circle sorcerer. The doctor suggested that once he mastered 1 or 2 powerful arcane techniques and sorcery for self-defense, he could begin reading The Mad Light Chaser. No one will supervise your self-study progress. You are responsible for yourself, were Dr. Schneider's words of advice to Shard before they parted. But after leaving the clinic, Priest Augustus told Shard not to mind the doctor's attitude. Bill is always like that. He may seem strict with people, but he is kinder than anyone. He said this as he packed tobacco into his pipe, seeming as if he had been restraining himself for a long time at the clinic. We have all faced his reprimands, you'll understand, after spending more time with him. Miss Lewisa said so as well, stepping onto a carriage and departing straight from the clinic's door, while Shard and Priest Augustus, being relatively less wealthy, both planned to walk away. Shard had to find a carriage to take his books back home, but a regular rental might not have enough space, so he planned to head to the nearest rental company. Shard noticed that Miss Louisa had been frequently attempting to touch her earlobe today, yet this lady bore no jewelry on her ears. She had not exhibited such peculiar behavior when they last met. He shared his observation with the old cleric accompanying him, and at the next intersection where they parted ways, Priest Augustus told Shard not to worry about it. It's normal for circle sorcerers to act oddly occasionally due to the presence of another self. But as long as it's not a loss of control due to engaging with a relic or ancient knowledge, those peculiarities are nothing to be concerned about. The priest chuckled, walking with Shard on Ronchin Avenue in the affluent area. Here, the people going about their business were well dressed, and the attire of Shard and the priest just barely passed muster. Since a year ago, Louisa has been acting a little odd every few days. What you see now is still considered normal. Last summer, we even suspected that she was possessed by another spirit while reading an ancient fairy tale. Shard stiffened at the mention and didn't dare continue discussing the possibility of spirits possessing bodies, but this also informed him that even seemingly normal circle sorcerers may have peculiarities unknown to others. Circle sorcerers are never truly safe scholars. After parting ways with Old Cleric, Shard found a 3-story gray building that housed a carriage rental company's office 3 streets away, according to the map. The main business here was to book carriage services in advance for important trips, but there were also carriages available for transporting goods. Shard knew that it was best not to let ordinary people see his books, so he specifically asked the coachman if he would examine the goods. "We are a professional carriage rental company. Even if you're transporting a corpse, no, even a whole carriage full of corpses, as long as you don't leave any traces, it has nothing to do with us," the coachman said. The middle-aged accountant, who took the money from Shard's hand, emphasized with drooping eyelids, "We are very professional." The carriage for hauling goods was much cheaper than the one for passengers, even though it was also taking Shard back. By the time Shard personally moved his books into his home at number 6, St. Deland Square, one trip at a time, he had spent less than 8 shillings in total. The number 1 room on the second floor had seemed quite spacious in the past, but after moving in so many books, the study felt cramped. While keeping his curious orange cat Mia from touching his books, Shard thought that when he had time, he definitely needed to develop the remaining space in the house. He didn't go out again that day. The exaggeratedly heavy fog outside was not conducive to venturing out, so he honestly stayed at home and perused the books that had cost him £50, using up coal and steam whose price he did not yet know. Most of the first-year curriculum for circle sorcerers only involved knowledge, not transcendent aspects, so the majority were memory-based test subjects. As an outlander who had gone through a complete educational system, Shard was good at this and believed he was confident in finishing most of the first-year courses by the end of this year's exam season. As for the courses that required practical operations, he was very curious about strength and believed in his self-learning abilities, so he felt he wouldn't need too long to get through those courses. Now that he had acquired the textbooks, of course, what Shard was most concerned about were sorcery and arcane technique, as these were the paths to directly acquiring power. Although he remembered the doctor's warning, Shard still believed he needed the most basic ability to protect himself. As a first-year circle sorcerer just starting out at St. Byron's Integrated Academy, the textbook's Basic Circle Mage Arcane Technique and Basic Circle Mage Sorcery didn't directly mention too much about arcane technique or sorcery, and the few types that were described seemed fairly ordinary. St. Byron's Integrated Academy provided 3 sorceries and 4 arcane techniques for free to first-year correspondence circle mages. The free sorceries followed a standard system no matter which academy students. The first sorceries they encountered were the same. The recommended initial sorcery techniques to learn and use were Ignite, Water Summoning, and Moving Objects, which have been the forms of the most primitive mystical powers since ancient times, with more advanced sorceries available for further exploration. Moreover, studying these 3 sorceries did not require a lot of materials, and spellcasting did not need spellcasting materials, making them the most convenient sorceries. Shard learned and mastered them in just half an evening. Staring intently at the newspaper in his hand, the newspaper finally emitted a puff of burning smoke, scaring the orange kitten on the other side who had been playfully batting at the paper into Shard's arms. He continuously shook the empty cup in his right hand, and as he shook it, the inside of the cup began to dampen. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Shard placed the cup back on the table, but before he could check, the soft orange cat Mia curiously pounced on the cup. With a look as if his eyes were about to pop out and bleed, Shard stared at the cup on the table that moved back on its own. The orange cat that had pounced toward the cup changed direction in midair, pushed off the table with his little paws, and once again jumped back into Shard's arms, seemingly frightened again. This was a somewhat timid cat, whose aggression towards strangers was merely a way to protect itself. At St. Byron's Integrated Academy, the arcane techniques provided to first-year students were determined based on the core spirit rune of the Circle Sorcerer. Shard's talent was quite impressive space-time, and Silvermoon were rare but not obscure. In the basic class of arcane technique, the Academy recommended a focus on techniques related to Silvermoon. As for beginner mystic scholars, the space-time spirit rune was both dangerous and complicated. Therefore, among the 4 free arcane techniques provided by the Academy, only perception of time was related to space-time, which was to grant Shard the ability to know his position in time at any moment. While this arcane technique seemed not very useful, it was quite troublesome to learn. Being a basic arcane technique provided by the Academy, the materials needed for study were naturally provided by the Academy as well. An old pocket watch with 100 years of history was easy to find, but the 4-leaf clock flower, a peculiar plant, though cultivated in the Academy's nurseries, had a complicated harvesting process. Therefore, Shard wouldn't be able to obtain it from the physician until next month. As for the 3 arcane techniques related to Silvermoon, the Academy provided the following. Cyndia's Silvermoon blessing granted healing abilities under the Silvermoon's light, allowing one to heal oneself or others. This arcane technique was unique to the holders of the Silvermoon spirit rune and could only be used at night. From its naming, one could discern that this was an arcane technique developed by Academy's Circle Sorcerers, using their names as prefixes. If Shard developed a strong enough Silvermoon light spell, he could name it Shard's Silvermoon light spell. Illusion of the Moon Shadow allowed the casting of some simple illusions, utilizing the power of the moonlight at night. Any holder of a moon-related spirit rune could learn this arcane technique, but depending on the spirit rune and the user, the illusions would have slight differences, and it could only be used at night as well. Silvermoon Slash created a slash of silver moonlight in the air to attack enemies, dealing significant damage to those with enlightenment and desecration elements. This arcane technique was also exclusive for Silvermoon holders, but other holders of runes related to moons, stars, and even the sun had similar techniques, albeit with different effects. It was the only attack type among the 3 arcane techniques. In this world, there were 3 moons in the night sky: silver, yellow, and red. Each had different meanings in mysticism, with the red moon associated with flesh and reproduction, the yellow moon a guide and moonlight, while the silver moon represented the synonyms of guardian, sanctity, and mystery. Therefore, the arcane techniques related to the Silvermoon concept were different from the other moons. Had Shard's spirit rune been the higher concept of moon, he would have had access to even more arcane techniques. The 3 arcane techniques were carefully selected by the Academy, each leaning towards healing, illusion, and attack, making them quite comprehensive. And the learning materials were still given along with the books: a mercury-like liquid inside a thumb-sized glass bottle known as Moonlight of Silvermoon, a piece of silver fabric embroidered with the holy emblem of an unknown old god, and a silver knife broken so only the blade remained, engraved with a waxing crescent moon. But having the materials didn't mean one could instantly learn. Shard still needed to prepare the corresponding environment and master the relevant spell words. These were not issues that could be resolved in a single day, so until this night, he had only learned Silvermoon Slash. The learning requirement for Silvermoon Slash was simply for the Circle Sorcerer to be able to attach Silvermoon's moonlight to the broken silver knife, which was quite simple for Shard at this stage. He repeated the process under the moon at night, and with each attachment of moonlight, the knife grew shorter. Upon the 13th adhesion of the silver moonlight, the light fully dissipated the broken blade. Looking at his faintly glowing hand, Shard had an epiphany and learned this attack-type arcane technique. Using Silvermoon Slash didn't require spellcasting materials. One only needed to use their limbs to draw a light trace in the air. The silver light trace could be brought down with a slash, thereby unleashing its attack form. Before midnight, Shard had tried many times in his room with the curtains drawn, creating traces of light and then making them slash forward. He was extremely excited. Although he had tried telekinesis, echo of blood, and light spell before, Silvermoon Slash truly matched his vision of power and mystery. Unfortunately, Shard was only a beginner and his understanding of the Silvermoon elemental rune was shallow and his spirit was weak. As a result, those light traces could not even leave obvious marks on the walls, but if it were merely to harm the fragile human body, close-range strikes would probably suffice. Although this arcane technique was currently of modest power, the light trace left in the air was extremely beautiful, more elegant and refined than the depictions in books, which captivated the curious orange cat Mia. Of course, the above 4 arcane techniques from the courses were just provided for free by the Academy, and if Shard wanted to obtain more arcane techniques from the Academy, he could go to the library, look them up, and then pay for the knowledge of those spells. The various professors also had their own collection of arcane techniques in sorcery, and getting high scores in their classes was another way to obtain free arcane techniques in sorcery. According to Dr. Schneider, the library's prices were unreasonable, and it was the Academy's exploitation of correspondence students. Shard preferred to buy from his groupmates and local circle sorcerers rather than the Academy, which he would use only as a source of rare arcane techniques in sorcery. Whatever the case, the Outlander had thoroughly stepped into the mysterious and transcendent gateway of the Steam Age. Summarizing his current situation, the Outlander found that his biggest deficiency was neither time nor experience, but gold pounds. Thus, he became even more determined to operate the detective agency, which was the best way he could find to make money at present, by earning gold pounds from assignments and acquiring knowledge from St. Byron's. Obtain the 4 elements rune and keep advancing, and even if I can't go back, I will witness this mysterious and magnificent world, he resolved. Now that he had his own house, Shard no longer felt the oppression that he had experienced in the past days. As for copying books from his past world or using knowledge from the past world to profit in the Steam Age, those plans would wait until he was firmly established here and had gained more power. Having spent the entirety of the day playing with the cat and reading, Shard, who had mastered his first arcane technique, was still very happy even though he hadn't earned a penny today. So came the night. Upon seeing that it was 11 o'clock on the clock, Shard first locked the nocturnal orange cat mirror in the bedroom, then moved the coffee table and sofa aside to create space. He arranged the 4 chairs from around the dining table into the living room, adjusting their orientation meticulously with a compass, and finally placed a full basin of water at the center of the chairs. He put on the only suit he had in his wardrobe, closed the curtains, and adjusted the gas lamp in the living room to a dim, warm yellow. Only then did he sit in the chair facing due north, with a match in one hand and the elective class list parchment roll in the other. Fixing his gaze on the clock as it approached 12, he quickly struck a match along the armrest of the chair. Because he struck too hard, the match broke in half. Shard was slightly startled, but he immediately drew another match from the box on his knee. In this era, matches were not the safe kind. There was no friction strip on the side of the matchbox. Striking a match on the ground, the sole of a shoe, or a wall was the common practice. Finally, the second match lit successfully. Shard looked up at the clock and, upon hearing the first chime, immediately ignited the parchment roll. The parchment roll caught fire almost instantly, and as soon as the flame appeared, he promptly dropped the roll into the water before him. Although he had prepared himself, Shard was still somewhat surprised to see the submerged parchment roll dissolved into specks of blue light that scattered across the basin. What is this? As he pondered in his heart, the voice of the woman in his mind unexpectedly spoke. It's not an arcane technique or sorcery. It's an even older force of mysticism. This is some kind of ritual. A ritual. Before he could receive any further explanation, he saw the entire basin begin to emit a glimmer. With the windows closed, a wind arose inside the room at that moment, and within that wind, 3 beams of light were projected from the basin in the east, west, and south directions respectively. Consequently, 3 blue transparent human figures gradually became distinct from being blurry and appeared on the chairs Shard had prepared. Shard even noticed characters swimming within their translucent bodies, but even deciphering, a single one caused his head to ache, so he learned from the lesson of the box of darkness and did not maintain such an ardent curiosity. The appearance of the 3 figures suddenly made the room feel colder. Sitting directly south, facing Shard, was an elderly man wearing round glasses. He was dressed in formal black attire and was even taller than Shard, with a pocket watch chain extending from the pocket on his chest fastened on the button in front. Vice Principal of St. Byron's Integrated Academy, Head of the Student Affairs Office, Professor Ham Sanchez of the Academy of Library Management. Professor Sanchez introduced himself in very standard Draylon language and nodded slightly to Shard. This name was the same one left on the message for Shard, the one who had arranged to meet Shard in this manner. The man sitting in the eastern chair looked to be in his 40s, thin but with a resolute expression. Similarly dressed in black attire with a white shirt, the cufflinks bore the emblem of Balin's Comprehensive Academy, a book chained shut. His ears appeared somewhat pointed, unlike an ordinary person, Vice Principal of the History Academy, Professor Hensinger Garcia. His Draylon language clearly wasn't as standard as Professor Sanchez in the present world. Southern Carcenric language and Northern Draylon language were widely spoken. Maybe Professor Garcia was originally a Southerner. The last person, sitting on the western chair, was a lady in her 30s with curly hair. She wore a monocle over her right eye and was dressed in the common style of blue lady's clerical uniform, holding a writing pad and pen in hand. She nodded to Shard in a friendly manner. Her speech was not as formal as the professor's. I am Lax Jones from the Secretarial Department of the Academy. According to regulations, when an academy professor communicates with a correspondence circle mage in a non-teaching capacity, a secretary from the secretariat must record the content of the conversation and archive it. This is to protect both you and the secrets of St. Byron's. I understand, Professor Sanchez, Professor Garcia, Miss Jones. Good evening, would you like some hot tea? My black tea here is quite good. After a brief moment of surprise, Shard politely addressed the three transparent figures. He wondered if this ritual was akin to the principle of a projector. Meanwhile, the chilly atmosphere suggested that perhaps the original purpose of the ritual was not intended for remote meetings. Good evening, Mr. Hamilton. No need to bother with the tea. Firstly, congratulations on joining St. Byron's Integrated Academy, History Academy, but tonight is for two other matters. Professor Garcia, the Deputy Dean of the History Academy, said as he clapped his hands lightly in congratulations, then stretched out two fingers without giving Shard a chance to speak. The professor was quite decisive. First of all, regarding your matter, please present your core spirit rune. The heavy hammer fell, and in the sweltering steam mist, the Ring of Fate appeared, with the brass-colored space-time materializing before three translucent figures. Every time Shard summoned the Ring of Fate, he felt that this power system was especially fashionable. Professor Garcia nodded in satisfaction and said in his not-so-fluent Draylon, "Very good, Mr. Hamilton. This is indeed space-time, and you are now listed by the History Academy for special cultivation. Besides the relic that has already been given to you, your practical training for time travel will be personally guided by me. According to the Academy's rules, this course would begin after you have engraved your first spirit rune. However, as a special cultivation candidate, the timing for time travel can be advanced." Advanced? Shard blinked. Yes, starting tonight. To be more precise, after we finish discussing all the matters tonight. Professor Garcia spoke without much emotion in his voice, giving Shard the impression that the other party was serious and rigid, but Shard quite appreciated professors with such character. Most correspondence circle mages, in fact, do not understand the special cultivation candidates. You are different from the typical correspondence students. Although rules can't be directly bypassed to let you enter the academy, St. Byron's will provide you with many educational conveniences and more cultivation resources, but will also demand more from you. Mr. Hamilton, the History Academy is looking forward to the day you officially step into the academy. I rarely praise students proactively, but please do not waste your talent. Typically, the practical training for time travel of the History Academy is handled by ordinary lecturers. Having said that, Professor Garcia even squeezed out a somewhat odd smile at Shard, clearly not someone who smiled often. Shard nodded with a straight face. He was indeed happy about such matters, but felt a bit uneasy about the impending time travel. Before the course begins, there's a second matter, which is unrelated to our History Academy, but concerns the group you're part of. Professor Garcia gestured toward Professor Sanchez sitting opposite Shard. Although both were professors at St. Byron's, it was clear that the latter held a somewhat higher position. Mr. Shard Hamilton, I hope you can guarantee that what we are about to discuss will not be shared with anyone else, said Professor Sanchez with a watch chain on his chest. So can the preferential treatment for special cultivation candidates be discussed? Shard thought to himself, but did not say anything like the following words must not violate any morals, and instead just nodded. He seemed to hear the sound of a cat scratching the door and was quite worried that Mia might damage his household properties. I swear to keep it secret. Good, what we need to discuss is the 5-person group you belong to. Your group has significant issues. Miss Jones lowered her head to take notes. Professor Garcia sat listening to the conversation attentively, and Professor Sanchez, appearing to be over 50, had a serious look in his eyes. He opened his mouth to continue speaking but suddenly paused, almost at the same time as Professor Garcia. They both looked towards the window of the living room. Shard complied with the request and closed the curtains. The thick fabric curtains completely blocked out the warm yellow glow of the gas street lamps around the ring plaza. And now, a faint silver steam mist, which had appeared at some point, was slowly spreading throughout the interior of the room. Mercury mist. Even though their physical bodies were not present in the living room of this detective agency, the two professors with lifetime teaching positions still recognized what it was. Mr. Hamilton, someone is attempting to invade this place, Professor Sanchez said, but remained seated without moving. He frowned and looked towards Shard. Have you done anything in the past couple of days? The detective, who covered his mouth and nose, worried about mercury poisoning, nodded immediately. He understood as soon as he heard mercury. Knowing it was not the time for secrecy, he revealed everything about the old god statue. However, he omitted mentioning the time and place of his meeting with that lady, only stating that he had found a reliable buyer. The professors didn't care that he had sold the old god statue instead of giving it to the academy. The two professors glanced at each other, and Professor Garcia from the History Academy spoke in his somewhat imperfect Draylon language, so it seems we have some clarity on the matter. The buyer you found helped you eliminate the tracking by blood of mercury on the discoverer of the statue, but there were still subtle traces left. They only intended to test, but did not expect that you would just happen to start the ritual, thus confirming to the other party that you are indeed a circle sorcerer. Shard didn't know the professor's method of reasoning, nor did he know how to describe this stroke of bad luck. But do not worry. I was the one who chose the meeting location for tonight, Mr. Hamilton. I'll handle this matter, Professor Sanchez stated, looking towards the secretary, who responded clearly, compliant with the Academy's regulations. But I must remind you, Professor, during the period of ritual projection, even a high-ring sorcerer's power will be diminished. It's all right, the Blood of Mercury organization may be ancient, but their strongest contemporary member is no more than the silver-eyed sorcerer of 9 rings, Professor Sanchez explained, while taking the time to impart some knowledge to shard, circle sorcerers of 13 rings. But there are very few of such sorcerers in this era, each with their own title. St. Byron's 13-ring sorcerer is our Academy Dean, Silver Guardian, Professor Pigman, and the St. Byron's Grand Library Librarian, Red Moon Witch, Miss Dainster. Below them, sorcerers of 10 rings or more are qualified to become guardians of major archdioceses of the True God Church or to hold lifetime teaching positions at academies. Outside of the church and academy, sorcerers above 10 rings are seldom seen. Blood of Mercury has an ancient lineage, said to have originated in the late 4th era, but now they're in decline, largely affiliated with the Blood Spirit School, which is hunted by the Church of the 5 Gods. The successors of Blood of Mercury are too obsessed with the angel-level relic Mercury Mist. The professor did not get up. As he spoke, the mercury mist was almost spreading from the edge of the window to everyone's feet. Shard didn't know if he should remind the professors that their projections needn't worry about poisoning, but his own body was real. But what is the Blood Spirit School? He trusted that a St. Byron's professor wouldn't stand by and watch him die. A lineage even older and more powerful than madmen. Shall you go or shall I? The Vice Dean of St. Byron's asked the Vice Dean of the History Academy, who thought for a moment and said in calm but not proficient Draylon language, "Let me go first. We need at least to know who the other party is and how much information they have on Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, pay attention, this is the power of space." The 4 of them were still seated in 4 chairs, and as Professor Garcia raised his hand, Miss Jones began to record the ensuing events with even greater speed. The slightly pointy-eared professor's hands radiated a halo of light, and as he whispered and chanted the spell words, Shard saw patches of brilliant colors filling his living room, lit by the gas lamp. The entire living room was split in 2. The normal part was the eastern side where the 4 were sitting upright, while the western side became blurry with the filling colors, yet gradually growing clearer. Only the half that became clear turned into the likeness of a dim, low-ceilinged room. The low-ceilinged room was also split in 2, connecting with Shard's living room, and the light inside was extremely dim. There lay a squat bed with a dirty yellow sheet, a desk with a rusty gear metal typewriter, and a bookshelf filled with various other reagents. Inside those reagents were human eyeballs of all sizes, and even a small, curled-up primate-like animal carcass with closed eyes, which made Shard feel quite uneasy. The room was unbearably dim. The old gas lamp above the desk looked as if it would go out the next second. The man sitting hunched on the chair in front of the desk was scrawny, with patchy hair, wearing a brown coat, and looked like a rat. He twisted his head in shock, staring at the suddenly appearing unfamiliar living room and the 4 people in it. His face was pockmarked, with a red nose covered in blackheads. His pupils shrunk from terror, and in his left hand a bottle was tilted, pouring mercury onto the table. The arcane technique I'm employing is spatial segmentation, spatial assembly, which can only be learned at the level of 11 rings. Professor Garcia of the History Academy said, "Please tell the truth." Professor Sanchez, with a stern expression, extended his hand, pointing towards the man in the low half of the room with an ambiguous pink glimmer on his finger. "Who are you?" the professor asked aloud. "Dwarf Rat Peter from the Blood of Mercury." The small man under the glow of the professor's finger had a glazed look in his eyes. His accent was very similar to Professor Garcia's, probably a former Carson Rickian. His bottle of mercury fell onto the table, and he was completely unaware of it. "What are you doing?" Professor Sanchez asked again, the ambiguous pink glimmer on his finger growing stronger. "We've lost an important item, an old god statue, Vampire Duke Lowell, and wanted to take revenge on the person who stole the statue using a Keeper of Secrets level relic. But the adversary was too powerful, so they made me use the arcane technique, Rat Partner's sense of smell, to look for clues. The alley smelled complex and had witnessed a fight the night before. I searched all day and found that one of the individuals who had been there was conducting a ritual and was very weak. Now I'm trying to directly kill him using the arcane technique, Mercury Poison Mist." Professor Sanchez nodded, and as Shard watched the pink glimmer on his finger, he felt a bit dizzy himself. Professor Garcia explained, "This is sorcery enchant humans. Its effect isn't normally this strong, but because of Professor Sanchez's spirit rune system and regular practice, it can manifest such a trait. Trying to get the unruly young students at the academy to tell the truth about their homework is indeed not easy. Who else knows about Mr. Hamilton's affairs? Professor Sanchez's normal finger pointed at Shard, and dwarf rat Peter, with glazed eyes, answered slowly, his voice getting gentler, as if he were speaking to his beloved, "Have you ever killed someone?" The professor asked, "Yes, I have killed quite a few. Many arcane techniques demand fresh human organs as, all right then." Professor Sanchez's pink glimmer on his finger extinguished, followed by a dark light flying from his fingertip, crossing the boundary between two houses. Dwarf rat Peter's corpse hit the ground, ushered into eternal sleep. Shard was slightly agape, gaining a newfound appreciation for the professor's swift actions. It took him several seconds to remember to say, this effectively solved the trouble caused by that old god statue for him. As for the deceased man, Shard felt no pity. The man was a villain to begin with and had intended to harm him. He was even relieved that he didn't have to dirty his own hands. Professor Sanchez said and then gestured for Shard to rise. "Go check his desk for any important documents, but don't touch anything. We cannot leave our seats during the ritual, or else the projection will disconnect unilaterally." Shard nodded and got up, hearing Mia scratching at the door louder. The curious but timid cat was probably eager to know what was happening outside. He left his seat and walked to the other part of the bisected living room. As his body crossed the center line and stepped into the low-ceilinged house, a stench of long, unventilated foul air and decay hit him immediately. He had traveled from the second floor of number 6, St. Deland Square, to a narrow and chilly rented apartment somewhere in Tobisk City. He did not check the line of reagent bottles on the shelf, but went straight to the desk. On the desk, other than a pool of mercury, there were also 2 arcane techniques for tracking clues and spilling mercury, along with the required spellcasting materials. The only document was an unfinished letter on the typewriter, written in Carson-Rickian, and the end wasn't completed yet. Most of it was dwarf rat Peter bemoaning the troubles of his work, the dangers he encountered, and the heavy fog weather in Tobisk City. The last paragraph only had the beginning written, mentioning their collaboration with the cultists of the Lord of the Blood Feast and Blood of Mercury, attempting to obtain some materials from the cultists. Another organization, Blood Spirit School, had promised to assist them but seemed preoccupied with something to do with birthing houses in the New World, and so far had only sent a Keeper of Secrets level relic as help, which greatly angered the silver-eyed one. The cultists of the Lord of the Blood Feast, Blood of Mercury, and Blood Spirit School. Suddenly, 3 organizations were implicated. Shard took note of this information, and after returning to his own living room and sitting down, he reported everything verbatim. The 2 professors did not comment on this, and Professor Garcia lifted the spatial anomaly, returning Shard's living room to normal. Even the mercury mist had vanished, as if everything was just an illusion. This way, the cautious Outlander didn't have to worry about dying from mercury poisoning. "In any case, Mr. Hamilton, as a first-ring sorcerer, you'd better avoid getting involved in such dangerous matters. Where were we in our conversation just now?" To the 2 professors, everything that had just happened was a trifling matter not worth mention. Shard, too, felt relieved to be free from hidden dangers. After jotting down Lord of the Blood Feast and Blood Spirit School, as well as the recent happenings, he sat up straight in his chair and said, "Just now we had mentioned 2 things. Professor Garcia said he was here tonight to guide my practice with time travel, and after discussing everything, we would proceed. The second matter was that you, Professor Sanchez, wanted to talk about something related to our group of 5. Professor Garcia nodded at Shard, and Professor Sanchez then slapped his forehead. "Oh right, about the group of 5. One of you in your group has a serious problem. One of you, another me, is not in a normal state, and the Academy considers it a major risk." Shard, who had just been relieved, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. His complexion drastically changed. After Professor Sanchez finished his statement, he paused to confirm that Miss Jones was continuing to take notes before speaking again. It was Mr. Bill Schneider. Shard held his breath, not daring to release it. He had indeed been frightened by the abrupt pause in the conversation, a habit he truly found unsettling. Mr. Schneider's issue was only discovered when he was in his 3rd year, he himself being a psychologist, and his circle sorcerer system also involves dreams and the mind, but he harbors something very dangerous within. The Academy cannot determine precisely what it is, only that it is considerably hazardous. The Academy needs someone to monitor him, or rather, to keep an eye on his condition. Should Mr. Bill Schneider lose control, the Academy needs to be informed immediately for intervention, he continued. Professor Sanchez looked into Shard's eyes, and knowing that the person with the problem wasn't himself, Shard relaxed significantly, yet he was still concerned about Dr. Schneider. Dr. Schneider. Could he lose control? The doctor is a very nice person. Currently, his psychological stability is highly rated, but the possibility of losing control cannot be excluded, although it is just a possibility. He may never face such an issue in his lifetime. Moreover, we have not fully confirmed what is actually within him, so there are no solutions. Mr. Hamilton, are you willing to take on this task? You don't need to do anything extra, just ensure that if any issue arises, the Academy learns about it the first time. Shard did not immediately respond, but instead glanced at Professor Garcia, who nodded at him. Shard thought it over. If it was just about reporting at the final moment, it seemed manageable. I think it should be fine, but may I ask, have you told anyone else about this? I have just joined the group. It would be more suitable for the other members of the group to handle this matter. Lat August also has issues. Compared to the serious Professor Garcia, Professor Sanchez from the Academy of Library Management was a bit more humorous. He gave Shard a regretful look. You might know the story of Priest Augustus, and the other members of the group should know too, but I can assure you, he has never shared why, after so many years, he remains merely a priest, because even he doesn't know. The professor with round glasses suddenly lowered his voice. 30 years ago, in the third year after Lat August joined the Dawn Church as a layman, he was involved in a high-level relic containment incident that went out of control. The details of that incident are known only to the Dawn Church and the Church of Nature, and Augustus was one of the few survivors. To stabilize the psychology and spirit of the survivors, the Dawn Church erased that part of their memory, a high-level relic. Was it an angel level 1 relic? Shard asked, surprised, given that even the recently mentioned God's gift box was merely a sage level 2, but the professor shook his head, a higher level. The young detective opened his mouth, so even angel level 1 relics have a standard measure, which really makes sense. I appreciate your cuteness. Yes, angel level is level 1, but there is still a level 0 above it, the unclassified level. The incident Augustus was involved in was an unclassified level relic containment incident that went out of control, said Professor Garcia of the History Academy, with Professor Sanchez adding, externally, the descent of an evil god is equated with the loss of control of an angel-level relic. But in reality, the Academy treats the descent of an evil god and the loss of control of unclassified level 0 relics as disasters of the same caliber. The Academy suspects that Priest Augustus may have gradually recovered that memory over the past 30 years and joined St. Byron's to discover the truth about that past incident, rather than the Church. We cannot be certain that the unclassified level relic hasn't had a long-lasting impact on him, so although comparatively less critical than the Doctor, this priest must also be taken seriously. Of course, all of this is conjecture. The Academy will not discriminate against this elderly gentleman. Should I also report to the Academy timely if Priest Augustus encounters any issues? Shard asked, to which Professor Sanchez nodded. The issue with August is a minor one, and if it's convenient for you, you can monitor him as well in that case. Shard hesitated as he looked at the other person, considering another issue. Miss Dorothy Louisa and Miss Luvia Annette aren't also problematic, are they? Unfortunately, you are correct. As Professor Sanchez nodded, Shard noticed the secretary, who was taking notes, trying to suppress a laugh. If Shard hadn't been involved, he thought he might have laughed too. However, the issues with these two ladies are relatively minor. Luvia Annette is a circle sorcerer jointly trained with us by the Prophets Society. It's not that this relationship makes us distrust her, but the Prophets Society has shared some information. Miss Annette is rather peculiar. She is a diviner, but some of her divinations are too accurate. That's not a good sign, and you'll understand once you have a basic understanding of prophecies. Anyway, Miss Annette's issue isn't serious, but we can't assign her the tasks of monitoring doctors and priests, and you need not be wary of her, Professor Sanchez explained. I understand, as if I never heard what you just said about her. Only then did Professor Sanchez nod with satisfaction. I appreciate someone like you, Mr. Hamilton. Yes, that's the spirit. Lastly, there's Miss Dorothy Louisa, the novelist. The Academy suspects her of being a spy, but that's the least of the problems. Professor Sanchez's tone became more relaxed when talking about Miss Ryder. A spy? Shard was puzzled. Miss Louisa has connections with the royal family of the Draylon Kingdom that we can't trace at all. Moreover, just at the royal level, there is a relatively deep relationship with Zara's Literary Academy, hence the Academy suspects she might be a spy sent by Zara's Literary Academy to St. Byron's for our knowledge and secrets. Professor Sanchez raised his eyebrows to Shard. You understand, although the three great magics academies have good relationships with each other, this isn't really anything significant since we would do the same, We just can't trust her with too many secrets, of course. It's still just a suspicion, so the Academy won't treat her differently, but the tasks given to you can't be given to her. So the Academy wants me to stay in this group where everyone has issues and be responsible for reporting some matters in a timely fashion. After thinking for a while, Shard summarized the information given by Professor Sanchez. He somewhat believed the information, but it didn't cause him to feel resentment toward the other 4 in the group instead. He marveled that those around an outsider were indeed never peaceful. Yet, the rest of the group seemed perfectly normal. A woman's voice in his mind chuckled softly. No, this isn't a group where everyone has issues. You are without problems. Professor Garcia, who had been listening to the conversation, corrected. The History Academy has conducted a thorough investigation into your identity. Your background is very clean, whether it was your past as a wanderer, being taken in by Detective Sparrow Hamilton, or the awakening of your talent and the restoration of your normal intelligence, all clear. Therefore, the Academy trusts you completely and has shared these secrets with you. Completely trust me, Shard said sternly, continuing to listen to the soft laughter in his mind while nodding. Yes, I'm totally without issues. I am trustworthy, the outsider burdened with secrets said. Shard's secrets were actually not many. His status as an outsider, the occasional unusualness of the voice in his head, and his ability to understand any script he had come across so far. Therefore, the problem wasn't too significant. Yes, the problem isn't big. He convinced himself of this. I'm glad you understand. The Academy has pondered over the issue with the Bill Schneider group for many years, even considering disbanding the group. Thankfully, you arrived. In fact, comparatively speaking, even among all the correspondent circle sorcerers who have enrolled at St. Byron's in the recent 10 years, your background is the most trustworthy. Your past is very simple, and you've had no connections with the mystical or other powers, Professor Sanchez said with a smile. Since he brought up the topic, Shard took the opportunity to ask, Professor, since you've investigated my past, does the Academy know how I became a vagrant? I apologize, I have almost no memory of that period. Judging by the scars on his body and his physical condition, it was impossible that the original host had always been homeless. As he posed the question, his ears twitched slightly. Mia seemed to have completely given up on scratching the door. There had been no sound for a long time. Professor Sanchez coughed, clearing his throat. Regarding your past, the brain issue has been there since childhood, and your vagrant life probably started at 16. Mr. Hamilton, your hometown is Green Shade Village in the southern Carlton County of the Draylon Kingdom. That year, the entire southern region suffered a great famine. Your family died on the road while fleeing, and you ended up alone in Tobisk. I apologize. If you're curious about this, you can get the report later. Professor Sanchez showed a look of regret. Shard pursed his lips and shook his head, saying nothing. His curiosity about the original host's past was limited only to worry that the other might also have some major secret or concern. For example, perhaps he was a royal illegitimate child or the descendant of a grand noble. But now it seemed, such plotlines from knightly novels were unlikely to apply to him. That the original host had no leftover personal ties made things easier for an outsider with no inherited memories. So, Professor, please allow me to ask one more question. Since you've investigated my background, does the Academy know about Detective Sparrow Hamilton, about his affairs? Expectantly, he looked at Professor Sanchez, who nodded. The Academy also found out about him, which wasn't easy. But rest assured, Detective Sparrow Hamilton's secrets have nothing to do with circle sorcerers or the mystical. Regarding his affairs, I'm not planning to tell you directly, but let you investigate for yourself. This is also an important stage for you to integrate here, and I think you'll understand. Really has nothing to do with the transcendent. Shard sought confirmation. I swear on my honor, Detective Sparrow Hamilton's secrets are only related to ordinary people. Is that okay? The professor joked with a smile, and Shard immediately indicated it wasn't necessary. By the way, since we just brought up the report, to facilitate your surveillance of the doctor, I mean monitoring the doctor, the Academy will provide you with a poet-level relic, Poet Cohen's manuscript. But this piece of paper should only be used when necessary, and normally you should still use the one from Bill Schneider to contact the Academy. Professor Sanchez continued, how will I receive the paper? If it's sent through the doctor's channels, wouldn't that expose this secret? It has already been mailed. It should arrive in your hands by tomorrow morning. Mailed through the postal service, from the far north to here. What about security concerns, or if it gets lost on the way? Shard had never imagined the Academy would employ such a crude method. Of course, it wasn't sent from the Academy. That would waste a lot of time, and it wouldn't be safe. St. Byron's Integrated Academy has many assets on the old continent, which also serve as relay stations for formal students' external internships, as well as a means for the Academy to profit. Since we're talking about profit, I think we can discuss the remuneration for your task of monitoring the doctor. The topic shifted here suddenly, but Shard didn't think it required any remuneration. He saw the doctor as a friend and guide, and was willing to contact the Academy to intervene when the other lost control, which was actually good for all three parties. But since the Academy was offering, he had no reason to decline, so he did not feign refusal. Because this job doesn't require much labor, the payment isn't substantial. However, the History Academy values you highly, and after negotiation, the dean of the astronomy college conducted a divination for you this afternoon to roughly foretell your fate in the coming days. After joining as a circle sorcerer, one often gets lost in the heavy academic workload, and divination can effectively point out a path, Professor Sanchez said, and then took out a similarly transparent piece of paper from the translucent pocket of his dress suit. He read in standard Draylon, as if delivering a speech to the council. I see Silvermoon. I see a young detective holding a rotor card. I also see blood. The young detective should stay away from places filled with blood. After finishing, he put the paper away. Divination and prophecy usually lack direct specificity and require interpretation. Mr. Hamilton, do you understand the meaning of this result? Yes, I understand. I'm not very clear about the warning that follows. It seems to guide me to stay away from danger and disputes. At least the first part I understand very well. Shard nodded, suppressing the palpitations in his heart. Hearing rotor card made it clear to him. A certain possibility, when he had seen as nearly zero, was now infinitely amplified by the prophecy. He wondered if this was influenced by casting the 20-sided die of destiny earlier that day, but on second thought, the professors just happened to help resolve the statue issue that evening, which also felt like a stroke of luck. I'll visit the Prophets Society for appraisal right after I feed the cat tomorrow morning. As long as you understand, that's good. But I must also remind you, Mr. Hamilton, while the rotor cards are interesting, do not become obsessed with them. The night is deep and our meeting for today ends here. Ms. Jones and I will leave first, and Professor Garcia will take over your lessons. I wish you good dreams. The meeting that evening ended in such an atmosphere. Miss Jones also put away her fountain pen and stopped recording. She smiled at Shard. So Shard rose to say goodbye, watching as the transparent figures of the two rose from their chairs and gradually disappeared into the air of the second floor at number 6, St. Deland Square. Professor Garcia still sat there and gestured for Shard to also sit down to talk. It was now time for the two of them to be alone, but Professor Garcia still looked just as serious. Since the other matters have concluded, let us begin the lesson content. It's been a long time since I set foot on the old continent south of the far north, and I am not quite used to conversing with students of ordinary origin like you. Please excuse me. But the night is deep, and I believe we don't need to talk much, Mr. Hamilton, for you are about to embark on your time travel journey, please. Sorry, you're not coming with me. Shard caught a different implication in that statement. Yes, a key only permits a one-time, solo time travel. Professor Garcia was indeed lecturing at the moment, and Shard thought maybe he should turn the gaslight up a bit to make the place more like a classroom. As for the rules of the time key, they were mentioned in your theoretical basis of time travel course. Moreover, you needn't worry about any trouble caused by time travel. Our world is not as fragile as you imagine, nor are mortals as powerful as they believe themselves to be. In a world where thought can affect matter, it is the world itself that is the most powerful. Now please take the key out of the basin. With a few words, he resolved all of Shard's doubts, which were probably similar to those every student had during their first time travel. The basin. Shard looked at the basin glowing with a soft light, squatted down and dipped his hand into the water, which was warm for some reason, and indeed retrieved a key. It was a wooden key, so tiny it wasn't even as big as Shard's thumb. The flat key had an ordinary shape with teeth on one side and was very smooth on the other. The grain on the surface of the key was exceptionally clear, and upon closer inspection, he found a line of letters carved into it, smaller than grains of rice. Although he had learned his lesson from the Box of Darkness incident, this time it was clearly safe. Therefore, Shard once again utilized his talent for translation and deciphered it as "World Tree blesses you in time." The World Tree. Shard was surprised in his heart, but his face didn't show much expression. The Academy has various methods of delivering relics, with the poet's manuscript being the most basic. The method we are using now, though costly, is safer and can transport objects of higher levels. Professor Garcia continued, still in a lecturing tone. The grading of the time keys ranges from poet level 5 to unclassified level 0, originating from the bygone deity, father of the infinite tree. Since this is only a course teaching, the time key provided this time is of the poet level. The professor avoided using the term old god, instead using the vague term bygone deity, which caught Shard's attention. Do you know anything about this god? The pointy-eared professor asked. Only the name, the father of the infinite tree, is a very special deity, whose uniqueness lies in being the world tree itself. If Professor Garcia had spoken before Shard had interpreted the engraving on the key, his surprise at the moment might have seemed more genuine. You don't need to understand about the world tree for now. As for using the key, aim it at any door's keyhole, turn and push the door open, and you will be able to travel to a point in the past. Before its first use, every key reveals its corresponding time. The trick is to place the key under your pillow before falling asleep, for the dream will display the message left by the father of the infinite tree within the key. We identify the level of the key by matching the message with big events related to the old gods in that era. Then, Which part of the fifth era does this key correspond to? Shard's fingers traced the grain on the surface of the key. The era of chaos in the fourth era was too dangerous, and keys from the first three eras were strictly forbidden for circle sorcerers below the ninth ring, so this key could only be from the fifth era. Fall of the year 1068 of the fifth era. Each key's corresponding time point is necessarily related to an old god. Hence, the History Academy is proficient in the element of desecration, as only the Academy has the opportunity to safely obtain silver, desecration, elements without coming into direct contact with the existing evil gods. Shard didn't consider time travel to be a safe matter at all. We are time travelers, investigators. When entering the past, you cannot carry any items with supernatural powers, and even if you wanted to, they would fall before you stepped through the opened door. Professor Garcia looked at Shard, who quickly shook his head to indicate he didn't have it on him now. Both the vampire ring and the 20-sided die of destiny were kept in the study room. When we enter the time point of the past, our vision will be filled with a lot of white fog. Another me will also provide hints about the time points and event information obtained from the key of the relic of the fallen god. Throughout the investigation period, the white fog will not disperse, and the investigator can only move towards locations without the white fog to witness what happens. During this time, as long as you do not actively interact with the past, you will not be noticed. We are investigators, witnessing and recording past events and bringing them back to supplement the missing history before the era. Are you saying that we are actually going to watch a realistic Elector opera? Shard gave an example. Quite a nice analogy. Professor Garcia finally showed a smile on his face, although this slightly pointy-eared professor looked stern. He was quite nice. There's an extremely small chance that the fallen father of the infinite tree will assign some tasks to you, but the probability is negligible. Now then, Mr. Hamilton, let's get started. Now, Shard swallowed and looked towards the bedroom door. Mia must have been tired, so the sound of claws scratching at the door hadn't been heard for a long time. Do you have anything else to prepare? Oh, don't worry, each open period of time will only allow you to stay for a maximum of 3 hours, and when you return to the correct time, it will only be 3 seconds after you disappeared. I mean, isn't it too hasty, this sort of thing? Shard thought his mentor would provide some systematic training, but didn't expect it to be such a simple introduction. Circle sorcerers must rely on themselves, of course, as well as another me, but not on others. There's no need to take notes with pen and paper. Any matter you take to the past will revert to its original state when you return. Even if you truly have the ability to intervene in the past, it will only be a small ripple in the long river of time. Do not underestimate time in the world. All right then, Professor Garcia. He stood up, walked to the bedroom door, and let the brass-colored light from the gas lamp on the side wall spill over his head and shoulders. The small key was aligned with the keyhole, and it went in perfectly, even though they were clearly mismatched. Remember, when you turn it, recite the spell words. Any language will do. World tree blesses me in time. Mr. Hamilton, see you in 3 seconds. Please relax. The Academy has especially investigated that, in the year 1068 of the fifth era, nothing dangerous happened. It is very safe. Cherish your first journey through time. It will be a memorable and interesting trip. Okay, see you in 3 seconds, Professor Garcia. With unease in his heart, Shard gently turned the wooden key in his hand, murmuring, "May the world tree bless me in time." There was a click, but obviously there was no way his own bedroom door lock could produce such a sound. Shard took a deep breath and finally opened the door. But behind the door was not the tired orange cat Mia and the bedroom. Wispy white fog moved slowly behind the door frame. Behind was the mist gate shrouded in hazy white fog. He swallowed, hearing Professor Garcia's encouragement once more. With his mind on the cat, he bravely stepped through. Upon entering the white mist gate, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, merely stepping forward as usual. The ground beneath his feet was still firm, and everything around him was shrouded in white fog, as if he had entered the world of a surreal dream. In the midst of this hazy and strange fog, just as Professor Garcia had said, the whispers in his ears seemed to speak more words than ever before. Outlander, you have stepped into time corridor. A message from the ancient god, father of the infinite tree, autumn of the year 1068 of the fifth era, southern continent, Hope Town. Event, the old god creator of innocence has fallen. Duration, 10 minutes. Apart from the sudden appearance of specific nouns, time corridor, and ancient god, the information so far matched what Professor Garcia had discussed. You have received additional information. The visage of the father of the infinite tree watches over you. The ancient god of time presents you with a challenge. Witness the last wish of the old god creator of innocence before his fall. The father of the infinite tree will award you a gift, the arcane technique blade of chaotic time and the miracle soul rune echo. The voice ceased, and Shard's eyes widened as he stood bewildered in the mist. Ancient god, time corridor. What are all these? Your soul is sensitive, so I've received more information than the other self of an average circle sorcerer. I don't understand the meaning behind it either. And the task, the ancient god of time gives you a challenge. There's no need to repeat what I've already heard. I know you're not a parrot. I'm asking, what does this mean? Have I encountered one of the rare situations that Professor Garcia mentioned? And this, ancient god, why does his visage watch over me? Could it be that he has always existed and has not fallen? He strained his eyes to peer into the depths of the fog but could discern no clues, as if this world known as the time corridor contained nothing but fog and endless void. Thinking this, Shard couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. This world was definitely not as simple as what he was seeing now. The ancient god has given you a task, complete it, and receive the reward of the ancient god. At least, this seems to have no downside. Also, there are 9 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. Can't you be clearer? I would tell you if I could, but I cannot provide an answer. Shard lifted his foot and took a step forward, but as he did, the surrounding white fog unexpectedly dissipated. Professor Garcia had clearly stated that it was normal for an investigator traveling through time to be enveloped in white fog. What was more concerning was that Shard found himself standing on the street of a town that seemed to be a backward medieval village, its roads littered with sewage and muddy pebbles, the air heavy with the smell of animal feces and rotting food. The houses nearby were low and dilapidated, the sky unnaturally gloomy, covered by the dark clouds of impending rain. The townspeople, skinny and indifferent, dressed in dark tattered clothes, turned their heads to look at the well-dressed young man. This was nothing like the rule of not interacting to avoid connecting with the past. People from the past were observing the man from the future. What is this? Look up. Glancing upwards, he saw the large, colorful sign of Hopetown Toy Shop, seemingly the only splash of color in this monochromatic, run-down picture. Shard understood his purpose before the townspeople could crowd around him. He reached out and pushed the door open to enter the shop. The townspeople were isolated outside, and it seemed as if the inside and outside of the door were two different worlds. The bell at the entrance rang, and the sweet smell of candy diffused throughout the shop. All sorts of colorful wooden, metal, and ceramic toys almost filled the shelves, and a sleepy-looking young man behind the counter raised his head. He was dressed brightly, wearing a ridiculous red hat with white polka dots, a jester's hat. Unlike the townspeople on the street who seemed numb like corpses, he stood out. If it weren't for the view of the outside through the toy shop's window, Shard would have doubted whether this was still Hopetown. "Welcome to Hopetown Toy Shop, may I help you?" The young man in the ridiculous hat stopped mid-sentence as he locked eyes with Shard, who stood petrified at the doorway. The detective from the future felt suddenly as if his heart was about to stop beating. An immense pressure emanated from the man behind the counter, giving Shard the sensation of facing the abyss, of falling into the infinite sky, making him instinctively step back and lean against the door. Blood suddenly appeared before his eyes, and he realized his eyes were bleeding. Reaching out, he touched his ears, nose, and the corners of his mouth and found blood flowing from them too. His innards ached severely, his head swelled, and even his spirit began to dissipate. Although the presence in front of him occupied the space of a normal-sized human, the place it occupied in the world was far from ordinary. The toys in the shop came to life in his sight, and the voices of children forming a creepy laughter echoed in his ears. Saint. Knowledge of the deity was the first thing Shard had checked after receiving the textbook. Deities are high-dimensional beings, which if they do not wish to warp the rules of the physical world upon appearance, must have avatars within the physical world to descend, which is known as a deity's saint form. The man behind the counter, without a doubt, was the saint form of the old god creator of innocence, and if it weren't for the fact that the other party had no malice and had reduced its power to the lowest level, the damage Shard suffered would be much more severe. He leaned against the door behind him, barely able to stand, as illusions and hallucinations took over his senses, but his spirit was exceptionally focused at that moment, even feeling a delusion like he was about to leave his body. He heard a song, a childish voice combining into a melody, incessantly luring his spirit towards madness. The whispering reminder of the miracle element's presence rang in his ears, but without desecration, indicating that this deity was a benevolent god. "Interesting man of the future," the young man behind the counter said softly, which certainly wasn't Draylon language, but Shard understood. "Didn't Professor Garcia say that witnessing was enough? How come I'm facing an old god directly?" He leaned in pain against the door, the woman's whispering in his ear seeming to say something, but it was no longer distinguishable. However, the woman's whispering seemed to have a power that helped him at least not pass out immediately. "What do you intend to do?" The deity of bygone days asked softly, its appearance as a young man inexplicably making Shard feel as if it had aged. Seeing Shard's pained expression, it reached out towards him. There was no light or shadow effect, but the pain in his body and senses vanished. Shard felt as if he was about to be soaked in sweat, with only a faint memory of pain lingering in his brain. Shard spoke with a quivering voice. Although the pain was gone, the terrifying pressure he perceived still caused an instinctual discomfort in his body. The gods of this world were truly high-dimensional entities, and not merely powerful mortals. Mortals cannot directly gaze upon deities. The saint shook its head. I merely protected you from the essence of the god, a protection that can't last too long. As for my wish, no, you're still too weak. To do such a thing, you need at least the god's afterglow. Well, back at least for now, you shouldn't be here. What is the god's afterglow? I cannot tell you, it's God's secret. Knowledge has weight, and you cannot bear it. The saint's voice was very gentle. Then can you at least answer one question for me, just one? Shard extended one finger, seizing the rare opportunity he couldn't let it slip by. Although at the moment he felt a swelling sensation in his head as if he lacked oxygen, he was still lucid and knew what he wanted to ask. What is an ancient god? Oh, the deity of bygone days, surprised by this question, looked toward the man of the future. You actually know about this. I had thought that in the future such names would have vanished. The ancient gods were the first 13 gods, truly born with the world itself. They represented the origin and the power of the world. The ancient gods have long perished, make no doubt about that, but their power was extraordinarily strong even in demise. Their power persists. No doubt your presence here is due to the power of that ancient god of time, and we, the old gods. In the language used by the saint before him, old gods not only implied deities of bygone days as commonly understood in the Draylon language, but the Outlander made out the implication of god of sin as well. What exactly happened in the past, this world really? His thoughts were almost too chaotic to think. Leave now. The past also imposes a burden on the souls of mortals. Those stories have long passed, dust to dust, earth to earth, all gone. Mortals looking upon us is not good. Leave now, man of the future, but it's for your own good. However, I am the god of innocence, protector of the children. Since you could appear here before I completely depart, it indicates we must have a connection by fate. If you still do not want to leave, would you like to hear a story? A child from the future. Shard was perplexed by this reference. Is it because my spirit has spent so little time in this world, thus you consider me a child? But at least he understood the significance of stories to circle sorcerers, so he perked up and nodded, preparing himself to take in all the forthcoming information. Despite his apparent youth, the old god with an inexplicably aged quality gently sighed. My story is actually quite dull, born from the infinite illusions of children. I possess their purest. In the past, I used my own power to create for that most beautiful witch princess, the eternal flame and the ever-flowing spring. But she asked me for immortality, which I could not grant, as it's not a wish children should have, so I left her. You have listened to the story of the old god, creator of innocence, and learned about one of the old god creator of innocence's miracles. You have obtained sorcery, false immortality. You have the ability to keep the severely injured alive, unable to die for half an hour. Mortals must eventually die. False immortality is but a laughable consolation. The deity of bygone days lamented, then pushed forward, making the stunned Outlander in the toy shop move backward like a marionette. Until next time, man of the future, may the grandeur of time and creation protect you. He pushed open the shop door, walked through the dense white fog that followed, and then fell heavily on the living room floor of room No. 1 on the second floor of number 6, St. Deland Square. Outlander, you have returned to the present time. Message from the ancient god, father of the infinite tree, mission incomplete. Time key 5th era, year 1068, creator of innocence, damaged 1-3. Next activation time, please wait 1 week. Wasn't it a one-time use item? Despite his pale complexion, Shard immediately reached into his pocket, feeling the key now covered with cracks. Mr. Hamilton, how was the journey? Professor Garcia's curious voice came from behind him, unseen by Shard, who could not guess what had just happened. Shard's heart pounded, and in just a few brief seconds he had completed all his thoughts. He turned around very slowly, not concealing the paleness of his face. 5th era, year 1068, the event was the fall of an old god. Even though he had left the toy store, the immense pressure brought by the deity had disappeared, but the damage he had endured while facing the deity still lingered. But Professor Garcia's expression turned even uglier than Shard's current one in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that it was a projection ritual, he almost would have jumped down. What? How could this be? An old god fell. He opened his mouth in shock, but soon looked at Shard with concerned eyes, his unpracticed Draylon language speeding up so much that Shard almost couldn't understand. I've never heard of such an event in 1068, Mr. Hamilton. Are you all right? If so, this key isn't poet level. It's definitely beyond angel level. Mr. Hamilton, do you need the academy to send a medical team? Oh no. Professor Garcia's concern and anxiety were real, and so was Shard's shock. But what he showed was the fatigue on his face. He walked back to his chair and sat down slowly, beginning to recount his experience. I came upon a street, saw a store, and then, I can't remember clearly. He still felt a throbbing headache, but he described the general appearance of Hope Town in detail, claiming he wandered the streets for 10 minutes before finally seeing the shop in the mist. Then he returned here and even acquired new sorcery. And this time the investigation seemed only to have glimpsed that shop. Good that you didn't go in. Shard took 10 minutes to describe his 10-minute experience, and Professor Garcia was filled with hindsight fear. Shard even saw sweat on the professor's transparent cheeks. Good that you didn't go in. Good that you didn't. Damn, I need to make the student who investigated this fifth era, year 1068 moment repeat a year until 1860. He claimed that period was completely safe, devoid of any issues. It was now the year 1853 of the sixth era, and Shard was very worried about that unknown St. Byron student. You don't need to write the report for this incident, I'll write it for you. I will report your time travel to the academy exactly as it occurred. The academy won't let you suffer unjustly. Damn, there's a rotten apple in the history academy. Who said that the fifth era, year 1068, was safe? Mr. Hamilton, are you really all right? Anger even brought out a few Carsonrick words. Fortunately, Shard understood them all. I want to sleep. I feel mentally scattered and can't focus. Oh, sir, I am indeed very exhausted. Shard slumped in his original chair, but actually his spirits were recovering quickly. The creator of innocence had granted him suitable protection. All right, you rest first. When the verses mailed tomorrow arrive, if you feel any discomfort, contact the academy immediately. Damn, I'm definitely making that guy who wrote the fifth era, year 1068 report repeat until 1870. That added another 10 years of student life. Sorry, Professor Garcia, I'm indeed very tired. Shard, quite undiplomatically, made it clear he wanted to be alone, and the sharp-eared professor understood. You need not worry, everything you suffered in the past will disappear once you return to the present, so any harm you feel is merely from what you think you suffered. It's just you actually saw the dwelling place of a deity. Mr. Hamilton, go rest now, and remember to contact me if there's a problem. Be very careful and take care of your health, oh, poor young man, to encounter such a thing. The professor looked worriedly at Shard but still rose to leave. Strict though he appeared, Professor Garcia indeed cared deeply for his students. After Professor Garcia left, Shard continued to sprawl in his chair with his eyes closed. It was several minutes before he quietly squinted around the silent living room, making sure the other person had really gone, before he sat up straight. He touched the sweat on his forehead, and under the light of the gas lamp, his face betrayed the expression of someone who had just woken from a deep dream. Of course, the act he had just put on was deliberate. It seemed his intentional performance had been the right decision. To the professors at St. Byron's, even just witnessing the abode of a god shouldn't have been taken lightly. Looking down at the basin again, under the brass gas lamp light on the living room wall, there wasn't a drop of water left. Only the dry elective coarse parchment roll lay quietly inside, with no text on the back. What just happened? He asked himself while taking out a key from his pocket. It was the time key indeed, but the surface of the key was covered with cracks. Why can the key be reused? Why did I encounter a mission from the father of the infinite tree the first time I traveled through space-time? Why is that god called an ancient god? The old god mentioned the first 13. Outlander, I am you do not know, and neither do I. The woman laughed lightly. So far, all the abnormalities that I've displayed stem from your special traits. The knowledge of the Draylon language came from the fragmented memories of a soul that had inhabited this body before me. The ability to sense relics from up close is a particular trait of the Outlander soul. I am you, this is your specialty. You don't know, and neither do I. Her explanation aligned perfectly with Shard's thoughts during the day. Shard, listening to the voice beside his ear, leaned back in his chair and gazed at the ceiling. In this world, I've finally laid eyes on a deity. He sighed, and after his spirit had fully recovered, he started to think about even more things. The 13 ancient gods. Why have I never heard of this notion before? The father of the infinite tree. The 13 Genesis series rotor cards. The last 13 witch empresses of the fifth era. What exactly is this coincidence? Number 13 must possess some special significance. Does everything originate from the ancient gods? Perhaps you can guess on your own. I think you must already have some ideas. Yes, but those ideas lack evidence. He sighed once more, summing up tonight's adventure. This time, at least I haven't lost anything. You also acquired the sorcery false immortality, but I did not complete the mission, nor receive the reward in arcane technique and spirit rune. You still have 2 more chances. I don't understand what the old god meant by God's afterglow, but at least you're still alive and you still have infinite possibilities. Shard sat up in his chair and laughed. His eyes glanced towards the slightly ajar bedroom door from which the tired orange cat Mia emerged groggily, but surely cats aren't that slim. Her amber eyes looked up at Shard, her little legs took a running start, and she pounced onto Shard's knee. After lying down, she didn't feel Shard petting her for a good while, so she unsatisfactorily tapped Shard's leg with her paw. Shard then reached out to stroke Mia's soft fur on her back. The orange hair was exceptionally soft and warm, like holding a little furnace. Meow. She rolled over on Shard's leg, kicking her little legs about, exposing her white belly to Shard, and looked up at him with big eyes while tilting her head. It was only then that the Outlander felt completely free from the mental impact of what had just happened. He played with the orange cat with his hand and looked up at the window covered by thick drapery. Deity. The Outlander murmured to himself, little Mia running. The next day was the 4th Thursday of the sunlight moon. In the morning, while picking up the newspaper, milk and sheep milk, Shard did receive a letter from the tailor Wanda Mining Co. in the southern part of the kingdom, containing the parchment roll that would let Shard contact the academy directly, identical to the one Dr. Schneider had. While having breakfast with little Mia, Shard hesitated for a while. Although Professor Garcia had said he could write the report for him, Shard eventually wrote another one himself and described his physical condition before sending it to the academy through the parchment roll. This almost godlike investigator incident elevated the level of the Fifth Era, year 1068's time key to angel level. Thus, Shard speculated that having truly seen a deity, it should be classified as an unclassified level 0. After dealing with these matters and whispering a good morning to the woman in his head for the first time, he then slipped the parchment roll into the novel The Silver Knight. The broken key was now locked in the drawer of his bedroom desk, and the spell False Immortality he acquired yesterday, which required a gravely wounded state to use, made Shard reluctant to seriously harm himself or the cat, so he couldn't use it for the time being. But at least he had acquired a new spell, and judging by its effect, it was no ordinary one. He still hadn't figured out what exactly had happened the previous night, and planned to try opening a new time key after the History Academy's summary of the incident, to verify if the previous night was an exception. Though he was eager to receive the Fifth Era, year 1068's mission rewards, the arcane technique Blade of Chaotic Time, and the spirit rune Echo, the old god, creator of innocence, said he would need the power of God's Afterglow to complete the task. So until he understood what God's Afterglow was, Shard wouldn't waste the remaining 2 opportunities of the key in his hand. Could this be caused by the uniqueness of my soul again? I won't think too much about it, for now today's goal is the Prophet's Society. He said this while adjusting his clothes in front of the floor mirror, with Mia rolling and playing on the bed behind him. Outlander, your soul is very special, and this is still an issue caused by your trait. I am you, there's no doubt about that, the murmuring voice said, sounding pleased. Shard heard her speak like this for the first time. She seemed to be in a good mood, probably because Shard had said good morning to her. Mia stayed at home to look after the house, while Shard set out around 8:30 to head directly to the Prophet's Society Tobisk branch, located in the city center. The Tobisk City Prophets Society is an important branch of the Prophets Society across the entire continent. Apart from the headquarters established in the capital city of the Duchy of Lagerson, in the central part of the United Kingdom of Carsenrick to the south, the Tobisk City Association is the most important institution within the entire society and also manages all other branches within the Northern Kingdom. It sits together with the Yordle Palace on the Silver Cross Avenue in Tobisk City, and together with the towering buildings in the city center, they form the most bustling streetscape of Tobisk City, the city of steam in the mist-enshrouded northern kingdom of Draylon. There were many pedestrians and carriages on Silver Cross Avenue. Although it was still early, newsboys, coachmen, nobles, merchants, clerks, police officers, and various kinds of pedestrians filled the street, and the association had already opened its doors. Standing on the streets in the early morning, ducking through the flow of people in the hazy morning mist, he looked up at the 3-story building of the society, its walls recently repainted, with steam and gas pipes crawling all over the exterior. Even though it was just past 8:30, the association's main entrance still had a crowd coming and going. Most of them were decently dressed, so no one would disbelieve if you said this place was a club for nobles. Therefore, Shard took special care to tidy up his clothes before heading inside. Fortunately, no one would stop a guest from entering because of how they were dressed. Upon entering the lobby, he looked up to see a series of rotor card oil paintings hanging on the wall, alternating with brass gas lamps to decorate the walls. One of the paintings was a side profile supporting Silver Moon, the Genesis Silver Moon card, which startled Shard. He realized after checking the inscription that these 13 oil paintings were the original Genesis series of rotor cards, and the society had hung these paintings as a commemoration. Because of the knowledge of the 13 ancient gods last night, Shard suspected some connection between the ancient gods and the 13 Genesis rotor cards, so he carefully memorized the facade of each of the 13 paintings and had more speculations about the Prophet's Society in his heart. He brushed past an old gentleman who was counting cards in his hands and nearly bumped into a worried young man wearing boots and a brown vest. Turning to look at the notice board located inside the entrance, it was covered with various notices. Most of them were posted privately, attempting to purchase some special cards. The largest and most central notice was handwritten, announcing the Big City Player Rotor Card competition to be held in the city this fall, which would gather rotor card players and enthusiasts from the entire old continent. Only in an advanced civilization like the Steam Age could so many idle people have time for such entertainment activities. Standing in the bustling crowd at the entrance, Shard murmured to himself, finally witnessing the popularity of rotor cards in this world. The entrance hall extended into curved corridors on both sides, facing a row of counters in the lobby for consultation and guidance, with stairs next to the counters leading to higher floors, with metal handrails adorned with decorations of the 4 suits of rotor cards in turn. But unlike the bustling first floor, there was no one going up or down the stairs. Holding the diary of his predecessor, Shard approached the counter with a mix of nervousness and excitement. A young lady with brown hair wearing a brownish-red uniform immediately greeted him with a professional smile. "I'd like to get a rotor card appraised." As he spoke, he put down his tightly clenched, sweaty 5 copper coins, that is, a stack of 5 one-penny coins. "No problem, sir. Are you a member of the society? The appraisal fee is lower for members." This wordplay subtly made Shard feel as if he had returned to his own world. He raised an eyebrow. "The membership fee is £1 per year." "First authentication," Shard said, glancing around to make sure there were no other people nearby. Then he opened his diary and displayed the Genesis series Silvermoon card with the Sun 3 pattern nestled within. Even Dr. Schneider, who was not an enthusiast, could recognize at a glance what that was, and of course, so could the young lady at the association's reception desk. She only took one look and reminded Shard with a smile, "Sir, are you aware that if the rotor card is identified as counterfeit by the association, the forgery is to be destroyed on the spot?" This was something Shard did not know. Dr. Schneider and Miss Lewisa probably didn't mention it, not because they purposely withheld the information, but because they were likely unaware as well. The association's policy was similar to a bank destroying counterfeit money, which was understandable. Had Shard not heard the divination from the previous night, he might have been quite hesitant. But he trusted the divination level of the chief of the astronomy college at St. Byron's Integrated Academy, who was probably the most formidable diviner within the academy. "Yes, if it's a counterfeit rotor card, of course it should be destroyed, but I'm willing to have it authenticated." Although he said this, there was still an inevitable nervousness within him. Shard thought this was normal. Anyone cashing in a big winning ticket they found would feel the same. The receptionist, having seen such scenes many times before, handled the situation with practiced ease, her smile never wavering. She was probably not a local of Tobisk City, that southern accent making it all the easier to believe in her professionalism. Shard noticed the brass-colored insignia on her chest, the Ouroboros, the symbol of the Prophet's Society. "Then if you would, sir, please proceed to the waiting room number 13 on the first floor. There aren't many customers ahead of you. Authenticating a rotor card can't take place outside the owner's line of sight. Otherwise, if the card was deemed a forgery, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." But naturally, it couldn't be done right there either, so the association had a specialized authentication room. Shard, holding the card with the number written on it, went to a room in the east corridor on the first floor. On opening the door, he found that the room wasn't a private meeting chamber, but a crowded reception room filled with coffee tables and sofas, lacking even the offer of a cup of tea. Aside from the door connecting to the corridor, there was another door on the side wall that led to the neighboring room. Like the others there, Shard had received a number written on a stiff piece of paper. Every few minutes, someone was called into the neighboring authentication room. As the largest branch of the Prophet's Society in the north of the Old Continent, the Tobisk branch had numerous staff members, and it wouldn't take more than half an hour for Shard's number, 29, to be called. Even though it was early morning, the reception room was still crowded with people there for authentication, waiting for their turn. Groups of men holding number cards gathered to chat about rotor cards and current political affairs, occasionally discussing amusing stories about the royal family and nobility. A few individuals unfolded newspapers, leisurely enjoying the atmosphere as if they were in a private club. No one paid much attention to the young stranger who walked in. While waiting, Shard found an empty single-seater sofa to sit down, with a group of men who seemed to have just met each other by his side, gathering together over current political issues. Shard also listened in and discovered that they were discussing the possibility of a full-scale war breaking out again between the northern kingdom of Draylon and the United Kingdom of Karsenrik in the south. However, it wasn't long before the topic shifted to maritime trade and piracy between the Old Continent and the New World. One of the men involved in the conversation, a middle-aged, overweight man who seemed to be a manager at a trading company, was very familiar with the situation in the New World. He believed that as long as adventurers had the courage to sail there, they could always win wealth. The New World was rich in resources, and although there were no natives, many relics of civilization could be found. Coldwater Port City, the most important port city in the western part of the Kingdom of Draylon, served as a connection point between the Old Continent and the New World, and opportunities were never lacking there. After the middle-aged man was called away for appraisal, the conversation finally switched to rotor cards. The men, who did not know each other, compared their card decks, boasted about their newly acquired special cards, or laughed together at the comical stories of local rotor card collectors. The conversation was dominated by a middle-aged man with a mustache who wore a black top hat and placed a gold-inlaid cane beside the sofa. He owned more special rotor cards, including one that depicted the northern city of arts, Adak City, with a value of 13, and even had a special rule when used: roll a 20-sided die, and if the die shows a 20, you can redraw without conditions. This was a genuine card as verified by the Prophet's Society. Hence, although the effect was fairly ordinary, it was still excitedly praised by the rotor card enthusiasts. Mustache Man introduced himself as Mr. Lavend. Seeing the atmosphere warming up and having nothing else to do at the moment, he suggested, "Why don't we play rotor cards using the simplest rules? If I win, you need to pay me 5 pennies, and if I lose, I'll give the winner 10 pennies. Oh, gentlemen, let's amuse ourselves this dull morning." The so-called simplest rules involved each player drawing 3 consecutive cards and determining the winner based on the rules of 21. If both sides busted, they would draw another 3 cards each until someone won. The stakes weren't high, and indeed, idle chit-chat was boring here, so the troublemakers gathered around Mr. Lavend to watch the excitement. Shard also came closer to see what was happening, but deeply despised gambling, so even this small wager didn't tempt him. Thus, he only watched. 3 men were willing to play cards with Mr. Lavend. First was Mr. Luke, who worked at a tobacco company in the south of the city. He had just mentioned the tobacco trade and tax issues between Draylon and Carsonrick, but unfortunately busted out immediately with 25 points. The second was old Mr. Ponton, who lived off rent from local real estate. His large-knuckled fingers, bespectacled squinting right eye, but expert rotor card skills, pitted him against Mr. Lavend for 3 rounds before he finally won 10 pennies, earning applause from onlookers. Last was Captain Seville, a burly man whose vessels plied the waterways of the old continent, mainly engaging in inland water transport. He was a regular here and known to many, including Mr. Lavend. Unfortunately, Captain Seville was out of luck. His first 2 cards already exceeded 21, thus he could only regretfully give up 5 pennies. Anyone else wants to play? Mr. Lavend, now on a roll after defeating the third opponent, invited the onlookers to join. He was a well-known card player in town, often visiting the local Prophet's Society and various rotor card clubs, so the gathered men cheered, but no one was willing to step forward. After all, 5 pennies were still money. Mr. Lavend looked around and finally noticed Shard's unfamiliar face in the crowd, also noting that it seemed to be his first time in such a place. "Sir, would you like to play cards with me?" The middle-aged man extended the invitation kindly. "Sorry, I don't gamble." Shard shook his head, but Mr. Lavend didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then we won't bet money, just one game, how about it?" "I'm number 21, it's almost my turn, we're just playing one game to try it out." The people around also joined in, pushing Shard to the front. Shard thought about it, and since there was no betting, he figured playing one game could be a way to pass the time for entertainment. So he took a seat on the single sofa opposite Mr. Lavend and handed his business card to the wealthy gentleman, Shard Hamilton, detective. The profession of a detective, I've heard, is very adept at card playing. Mr. Lavend took the card and was surprised when he saw the address of the detective agency, clearly not expecting the young detective to afford an office in such an area. "But I've hardly played before," Shard said while taking out his own deck, the one he had picked up when fetching Mia. Each shuffled the other's deck and then drew 3 cards from the top of their own. Mr. Lavend, with an excited expression, unveiled his cards. Among them were several beautifully designed special cards, and one of the 3 he drew was, "Look, Sun 5, Silvermoon 8, Stars 4, 17 points, my luck is really not bad." The people behind him whispered congratulations as well. Since there was no money involved, Shard felt no pressure. He flipped over the first card and laid it on the table. It was the Sun 13, which immediately elicited sounds of pity from the crowd. Under the rules of 21, drawing 2 more cards, the chances of busting were quite high. Shard revealed the second card, which was Stars 7, making a total of 20 points already. But under the simple rules, he couldn't stand he had to draw all 3 cards. The crowd, caught in the atmosphere, swapped views about the detective's last card. Shard too was curious about what his luck would be like today, so he picked up the last card and carefully looked at the numbers on its face. The people behind him also leaned over to check, and then they all exclaimed in unison. Even the lady in his mind chuckled lightly, reminding Shard she had always been there. Shard's face broke into a smile, as if all the stress from last night's events had vanished in that moment. Playing cards indeed was a good way to relax. Laying down the Stars 1 on the table, the Mr. Lavend sitting across immediately leaned forward to see, then showed the same astonished expression as the onlookers. "Oh, 21 points. Beginners always have such strange luck, but Detective Hamilton, would you like to play another round? It has been a long time since I've been beaten by 21. Even after Mr. Lavend lost cleanly to Shard, he was still thrilled. Unfortunately, it was his turn, and he regretfully stood up to leave, but not before solemnly pocketing Shard's business card. After the card game ended, without the organizer, people were not interested in playing cards anymore. Shard, sitting there, was bewilderingly invited to join a discussion on royal gossip, and was forced to give his opinion on the conflict between Prince Mogus Cavendish and Marquis Khaled, the commander of the 3rd Steam Equipment Division of the Navy, despite knowing nothing about it. Thankfully, when his number was called, seeing he had an excuse to leave, he stood up quickly and took the opportunity to hand out his business cards to those around him. It was an excellent chance to drum up business, as those who played rotor cards were wealthy. He pushed open the side door of the room and entered, of course remembering to close it behind him. The previous rotor card collector had already left through the main door, and at that moment, only an elderly gentleman behind a desk, who yawned and beckoned Shard to sit down, was in the room. The room was not very large, even somewhat cramped. The only decorations were some paintings on the walls, while the desk of the rotor card appraiser took up almost a quarter of the room. As Shard took his seat, he noticed that on the desk, apart from several gas lamps and assorted lenses, there was a conspicuous black metal box containing destroyed rotor cards. At the top was the Ace of Flowers from the Draylon Hero series that Mr. Levend had shown off. It had no special effects, but it was very beautiful. Sadly, it was also counterfeit. Do you know that counterfeit rotor cards must be torn up? The old man in glasses asked. Seeing Shard nod, he gestured that Shard could present the card for appraisal. Carefully opening his diary, Shard took out the 3 of Suns Genesis, Silver Moon, and placed it on the cushioned surface of the desk. The glove-wearing elderly man reached out, took the card, glanced at it, and frowned. A Genesis Silver Moon from the Genesis series. He looked up at Shard as if he were looking at a lunatic, clearly not believing someone would come to have this appraised. Still, he dutifully pulled the lotus-mouth gas lamp closer, turned the light to its brightest setting, and inspected the card details under the magnifying glass. Shard, waiting like someone anticipating the results of a scratched lottery ticket, sat there and suddenly felt less nervous. However, the man on the other side of the table grew increasingly tense with time, and it was almost dozens of minutes later when he finally lifted his head and looked at Shard earnestly, sweat beading on the forehead hidden by his hair. A Genesis Silver Moon. The same question as when Shard sat down, but with a completely different tone. Shard, having a rough understanding of the result, just shook his head. It seems so. He spoke modestly, even if he prided himself on controlling his emotions, but he still couldn't suppress his joy at that moment. "Oh, sir, please wait, please wait. I cannot authenticate this card. I need to call someone else." The senior appraiser shakily handed the card back to Shard, removed his glasses, took a towel from a rack beside him to wipe his face, then made his way to the door. "Sir, please don't run away. I'll be right back. Give me 3 minutes." His voice trembled as he spoke. "Why would I run?" Shard thought to himself, watching the door close. Then he looked down again at the Genesis, Silver Moon 3 of Suns, looking at the lady on the card cradling the Silver Moon in profile, speaking of which I do have a strange connection with Silver Moon. The senior appraiser didn't take 3 minutes, not even one, before he hurriedly ran back. He leaned on the door frame, looking almost out of breath from the run. "How wonderful, sir, you are still here. Why wouldn't I be here?" As Shard pondered this, he picked up the card and stood up. Only then did he hear more running footsteps from behind the senior appraiser in the corridor, and soon a tall and thin middle-aged man in black leather shoes came running over. He was dressed in a black suit, with a chest pin bearing the Ouroboros symbol, Vice President Cyndia mark from the Prophet Society's Tobisk branch. The middle-aged man, still catching his breath, stepped past the senior appraiser and came forward to shake hands with Shard. "You might want to catch your breath before speaking. I'm not going anywhere," Shard said, then asked in a low voice, "So is this card real?" Mr. Mark invited Shard to the association's 3rd floor for a talk, this time in a very formal reception room, which even had servants hired by the society to prepare tea for guests. Shard took a seat on the reception room sofa, and once he saw Mr. Mark sit down as well, noticed 2 appraisers, apparently older than Priest Augustus, hurrying over. "Regarding this Genesis series Silver Moon, we need to conduct a more thorough appraisal, but right here in front of you. Sir, could you please wait a little longer?" Vice President Cyndia Mark said while wiping his sweat, and Shard keenly noted that the shirt collar under his suit was soaked with sweat. "Of course that's no problem, but about the appraisal fee," Shard deliberately hesitated. "Of course it's still 5 pence, you needn't pay any more," Mr. Mark said, taking the business card Shard handed over, similar to Mr. Levend's earlier reaction, astonished at the address number 6, St. Deland Square. He then asked, "Mr. Hamilton, would you like any refreshments? I think I'll pass for now." Shard waved it off, for though the Prophets Society was a very formal, global organization, where incidents like murder to steal a card would not happen, as a loner and foreigner with neither influence nor strength, it was better to be cautious when away from home. He looked towards the three senior appraisers, who had been hastily summoned and were now at the other end of the reception room's long table, spreading out a dense array of tools and lenses, and turning on various oddly shaped lamps brought by the servants. The reception room's stately floor-to-ceiling windows were tightly closed, shutting out the foggy early morning silhouette of Yordle Palace regarding this Genesis silver moon. If it is genuine, I presume the society wouldn't broadcast it everywhere. Shard remarked without looking at Mr. Mark, as if he was stating an unconscious thought. Of course, the society is absolutely impartial concerning rotor cards and would not harm any collector's interests. That is our principle, Mr. Cynthia Mark assured him, assuming by default that Shard in possession of the card was a collector. With a side glance at Shard, who was decently dressed but did not appear wealthy and who possessed a very unique aura, Vice President Mark hesitated for a moment before asking, "Could you possibly tell us how you came by this card? I mean no offense by asking. The last time the society saw it was roughly about 127 years ago during the Big City Player Rotor Card Tournament. That year, Baron Stillwell Byron made it to the finals with this card and became quite the sensation. We'd like to trace the card's whereabouts over the past century, and it's truly beyond my expectations to have the fortune to see it. The origins of the card are somewhat inconvenient to disclose." Shard spoke cautiously, and Mr. Mark also showed a look of regret. The middle-aged man knew how to use a smile to diffuse awkwardness. "No problem, after all, it's your secret." Of course, it wasn't Shard's secret, although he had many secrets. This wasn't one of them. However, Shard also didn't know where Detective Sparrow Hamilton had obtained this card from. He just roughly understood why, in the last 10 minutes before the detective's death, he had made a point of insisting that Shard must safeguard this card. Detective Sparrow was a true rotor card enthusiast. A private detective who likes rotor cards and novels, has a very good taste in black tea, owns secrets, and specializes in investigating extramarital affairs. Exactly what kind of person was Sparrow Hamilton? Shard pondered in his heart. It took nearly 2 hours for the three appraisers to give their initial conclusion. This Sun 3, from Genesis, Silver Moon is very likely to be genuine. The three elderly men looked as if they had just run a marathon, quite exhausted, but they were very confident in their conclusions. As a result, the Tobisk City Association was willing to give Shard an authentication certificate, confirming that the card he held was authentic. In organized official rotor card competitions, such as this autumn's Big City Player, each special rotor card was required to have an official certificate issued by the association to participate, to ensure the fairness of the competition. However, the appraisal wasn't over yet. Mr. Mark apologetically informed Shard. Although the Tobisk City branch believed the card to be a genuine Genesis series Silvermoon that had disappeared 100 years ago, according to the association's regulations, the appraisal of such special series cards, issued a century ago, still required an expert appraiser dispatched from the Prophet Society's headquarters in the southern Carsonrick for further validation. In other words, Shard could currently hold the authentication certificate, but he must return here in about a week for another appraisal to completely confirm the authenticity of the card. Of course, that's no problem. Shard accepted this arrangement. He had already retrieved his card, his heart swirling with excitement, and any slight resentment he had felt towards Sparrow Hamilton for not leaving behind a wallet was now entirely let go. Of course, Mr. Hamilton, we must remind you that the value of this card is immeasurable. If it's not absolutely necessary, you'd better not use it in unofficial rotor card competitions, after all. You understand? Mr. Mark gave a friendly reminder, and Shard nodded. Actually, I have no intention of participating in any rotor card competitions. He had always detested gambling, did not wager in his hometown, and would not gamble in the perilous and strange Steam age either. Even if the card in his hands was tantamount to an official rotor card cheating device, he had no intention of using it to gamble. I wonder if the association would be interested in purchasing it after the appraisal in a week's time. He waved his card slightly in front of Mr. Mark, whose gaze unintentionally followed the movement of the card. Shard was in urgent need of gold pounds due to his Circle Sorcerer studies, aware of the value of what he held but without the intention to keep it long-term. Perhaps owning a special rotor card, beating opponents in various games of cards, and traveling around collecting rotor card decks in this mysterious Steam age would be interesting, but Shard had a greater interest in mystical powers. You want to sell it? Sell a Genesis series card. Mr. Mark seemed to hear something unbelievable. He leaned forward slightly and explained, "Sorry, but collectors who have owned Genesis series cards in the past, those fanatical guys, would not let go even in death. I see now. But sorry, the association never purchases rotor cards." Why? Vice President Mark regretfully explained. To put it in gamblers' terms, the association is the dealer and cannot easily intervene in the circulation of rotor cards. Otherwise, I'd be willing to purchase it in my own name, even if it meant bankruptcy. Then would the association be willing to act as a broker for me to introduce a buyer? Shard asked again. The museum mentioned by Detective Sparrow Hamilton before his death was probably also a channel for selling, but compared to an obscure museum, Shard trusted such official organizations more. Of course, this is one of the services offered by the association. However, you must understand that for cards like this, it's not easy to find a buyer willing to pay the right price. Of course, all this should be discussed after the appraisal in a week. You can take this week to think about your target price. By the way, this is the association's fee standard for introducing buyers. You are probably not a member of the association, but no worries, you are now, and you won't need to pay any membership fees for 10 years. Mr. Mark reached into his pocket and handed a silver badge to Shard, the symbol of membership to the Prophet Society. However, the badge did not bear the Ouroboros symbol. Instead, it depicted a card. The Ouroboros seal was only for use internally by association members. The middle-aged man took out his notebook, hurriedly wrote down a number, and with a rasping sound, tore out the sheet and handed it to Shard. If it's this, Genesis, Silver Moon, this is the preferential rate for association members. Of course, we will only charge a fee upon the completion of the trade. Please be assured of that. Shard looked at the number written in pencil in fancy script and unconsciously took a deep breath. He calculated how many orange catsmia this would be worth, then realized this unit of measure was too minor, so he calculated how many times he could afford to enroll in the Circle's Sorcerer Studies first year just from the broker's commission from this deal. The woman in his heart laughed out loud. Tusk, how can I think of such unlucky things? Then he nodded slightly. I understand. The commission is quite reasonable. Then we will meet in a week, Mr. Hamilton. Please make sure not to use this card lightly. You probably understand what I mean. Vice President Mark cautioned him. Filled with a sense of satisfaction, Shard placed the appraisal certificate and the card in his diary and was escorted by Mr. Mark to the staircase on the 3rd floor of the association. Since coming to this world, nearly everything had gone against his desires. Even the hard-earned dwelling he had might harbor danger. Yet this rotor card seemed like a ray of light through the fog, giving Shard hope for a better life. With a sense of relief, he returned to the 1st floor of the association, planning to leave directly as he had nothing else to do, and was planning to take Mia for a nice meal at a restaurant at noon. But in the hall on the 1st floor, he ran into Mr. Lavend again, who had played cards with him earlier. It seemed like he was waiting for Shard, coming up enthusiastically as he saw Shard descending the stairs. "Oh, Hamilton detective, would you mind if I took a bit of your time? I have a commission I'd like to offer you." The middle-aged gentleman spoke, holding his gold-inlaid cane, his eyes full of anticipation looking at Shard. Shard instinctively tightened his grip on his notebook and thought, of course, the detective agency is always open. Shall we go to my office to discuss it? Number 6 St. Deland Square was not far from here, and even if the card in his hand was valuable, he still needed other sources of income. "Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary. This way, please, I've already rented a reception room on the 2nd floor of the association. We can talk there." Mr. Lavend led the way, and Shard followed him back upstairs. Because he was carrying something so valuable, he couldn't help but question in his mind, is there something wrong with this man? Are there traces of elements around? Does he have a relic on him? Get a bit closer. He's an ordinary person. Sometimes you're really too cautious. Aha. How do you know the other person is ordinary? A Circle's sorcerer can't easily identify each other without displaying power. Shard immediately asked, with a whisper answering in his ear, your soul sensitivity, I've mentioned that before. Being cautious is always good, especially since I'm an outlander, and in less than a week's time here note, I've already encountered plenty of strange incidents. He replied in his mind, but all he got back was the woman's laughter. The main business of the Prophet Society is the rotor card. The society itself does not set up gambling games, but does hold competitions to facilitate exchanges among rotor card enthusiasts, which is why they have meeting rooms available for rent. Both men took their seats on the sofa. Shard slipped his notebook into the inner pocket of his clothing, while Mr. Lavend put down his walking stick and reintroduced himself. The middle-aged man with a mustache was not an ordinary citizen. I actually have a baron's title, but as you know, in Tobisk City, nobility doesn't really count for much. This isn't the countryside where some bankrupt noble can control a village just because they own a little property. Although it's an exaggeration if you shout Baron in the street here, more than one person will turn around. He shrugged at Shard, who understood Baron Lavend's meaning after all. This was the capital of the Draylon Kingdom, and a baron, especially one without property, was not so exceptional here. Relatively speaking, I'm not very wealthy, but I've met some quite incredible people through playing rotor cards. This commission is related to rotor cards. Here's the thing, this Sunday evening, I have been invited to a party at the Lakeside Manor owned by the Earl of Crown, outside the city. It's the usual kind of outdoor party with many attendees, men hunting for romance, ladies lusting for pleasure, idle folks with nothing better to do, or others with different purposes. My friend Baron Rwanda is organizing a rotor card game at the party, betting on a special card. The middle-aged man with the mustache looked at Shard, gauging his expression. Shard thought for a moment before asking, "So you want that card? Rotor cards are important, of course, but I want to win against that guy even more. After I lost my fairy tale-themed deck special card, the Matchstick Girl, do you know how he mocked me? So Hamilton Detective, I plan to find several skilled card players before the party to help me defeat him at the game." Baron Lavend nodded at Shard. "Hamilton Detective, are you willing to accept this commission?" "Although I would like to take it, I really don't know how to play cards." Shard hurriedly shook his head. He wanted to make money, but he wouldn't take on a commission that was beyond his abilities. No, rotor cards are actually a game that really tests your luck. Knowing the rules is enough to get started. The Baron also shook his head. Sometimes luck is even more important than skill, and we generally believe that newcomers tend to be lucky, like how you just beat me. "But that was just luck, and please don't be superstitious," Shard emphasized, not wanting to invite trouble over a commission. Moreover, he had successfully obtained the appraisal certificate for Genesis, Silver Moon, which meant a windfall as soon as the final appraisal results were in. Although he would definitely continue to maintain his identity as a detective, it was no longer necessary to take on those risky commissions. "I've not only approached you, but a few other gentlemen as well. If you help me win the game, I'll pay you £1 for just one victory, and even if you lose, I can still give you 10 shillings. Plus, your travel expenses to and from the manor will be reimbursed, and you'll get to enjoy the party for free. If you're lucky, you might even encounter a beautiful girl." Baron Lavend continued to up the ante. Now Shard hesitated. If the Baron didn't mind him losing, then the commission was acceptable. He could earn at least £50 in one evening, which was more than what some special professions could offer. Of course, he still had his doubts, as Shard was quite self-aware. "Sorry, my lord. You merely think I can help you because I won a single game against you. I mean, this is our first meeting, after all. Actually, the first thing that caught my attention was the location of your detective agency, which led me to believe you must be no ordinary detective. Just now I noticed you went to the 3rd floor with Vice President Mark. Even if you don't understand rotor cards, you certainly can't be a common detective. It's not so easy to get to the 3rd floor of the Prophet's Society." The mustachioed man grinned, then pulled out his deck of cards. "Since you still refuse, it shows you're a very responsible detective. How about this? We draw 3 cards again. If it totals to 21 points or less, you accept my commission. How about it?" Shard became interested too, as the risks of this commission were even lower than Mr. Franklin's, second only to searching for the temporarily missing family member, Mia, certainly. He took the Baron's deck of cards, reshuffled them, and then drew the top 3 cards. This time it wasn't a coincidental number like 21. He laid the cards out on the table in order. Stars 1, Sun 2, Moon 3. Baron Lavend and Shard raised their eyebrows simultaneously. "See, detective, I told you that a beginner's luck is definitely good. Don't touch the rotor cards again before Sunday. It will consume your luck." This kind of saying is probably a common superstition, much like the law of conservation of luck. Baron Lavend grabbed Shard's hand. "Detective, you must help me. Damn that Rwanda, this time I am destined to win." Strictly speaking, this should be considered the second commission Shard had taken on note. For formality's sake, he had requested paper and pen, written out a contract of commission by hand. After both parties had checked it, they signed it, and 2 copies were kept. Shard thought that the meticulous habits of the former detective Sparrow were good, hence he planned to continue using the ledger, notebook, and file binder for recording any official commissions. It would also be convenient for paying taxes. The invitation to the night banquet at Lakeside Manor, Baron Lavend would send it to number 6, St. Deland Square later. At the dinner, they should not meet up but pretend to be acquaintances who met by chance and then play rotor cards together. Baron Lavend hoped to prove his luck to his friend, Baron Rwanda, in this manner. Shard expressed his concern about Baron Lavend's idea, but all he wanted was that £50 winning or losing didn't really matter to him. "However, I wonder if the banquet's food can be taken away, and what the dress code will be. I can ask the doctor about it on Saturday. He definitely looks like what they call an upper-class person." His luck this morning had been too good, making Shard somewhat suspicious if he had really turned his fortunes around. After bidding farewell to Baron Lavend, Shard did not return home immediately, but walked to Old John's pawnshop, where he had pawned his walking cane, and redeemed the expensive cane that was said to be made from natural cedar from the heart of the Delado mountain area. It was still only the shopkeeper in the pawnshop, which was somewhat cool in the early summer noon, and the temperature was just right. Pawnshop owner John Jones expressed his regret at Shard's decision and emphasized repeatedly that if Shard was in need of money, he could sell the cane to him. Old John was willing to spend more than the pawning price to purchase it outright. "So how much are you willing to pay?" Shard didn't refuse the offer if he wanted to use a cane. He could completely buy a cheaper one. How about £7, 6 shillings? Old man, who was still wearing a red wool waistcoat in the summer midday, considered for a moment and named his price. His hands, with age spots, twitched slightly. That's not a low price. £10. Shard immediately raised the price. Knowing the other party would not accept it, he was waiting for the owner to bargain down. According to the current purchasing power of money, £10 would even be enough to give Detective Sparrow Hamilton a grand burial, so such a price was definitely inappropriate. Deal. Old John immediately agreed. After agreeing on the trading price, seeing that Shard had a troubled expression, Old John added, "This price actually isn't too much of a disadvantage for you. I can even give you a new wand for free, so we're even." He pointed to the one hanging behind Shard on the wall of the shop, used as a decoration, with a lion's head at the top. The dust that settled on it made it look very much like an antique. Shard stared at him, as Old John, smiling, took out 10 £1 notes from the biscuit tin under the counter. "You might want to think it over." After much arguing, Shard finally left with £12 and 5 shillings, a new wand, and a membership of Old John's pawnshop. With enough money in hand to cover his debts for the month, Shard had essentially solved all the problems he had faced since arriving in this world. A new life was beckoning to him, and he was filled with hope for the future. Thus, when he returned home at noon, he had packed meals from the restaurant to share with the cat Mia, who was staying in his house. Naturally, he only fed her what she could eat. Shard found that being a detective might be considered a home-based job, as he didn't leave the house on Thursday and Friday, just stayed in and read books, but didn't feel at all like his career progress was being hindered, which made him quite satisfied with his choice of occupation. The 2 days of study were quite fruitful. Shard had gained a basic understanding of all 19 compulsory courses. However, the study of arcane technique and sorcery, perception of time couldn't proceed due to a lack of materials, and Cynthia's Silvermoon blessing was hindered by the continually overcast nights. The arcane technique illusion of the moon shadow was mastered by Shard during the nights when the moonlight was obscured. According to the requirements, he laid flat on the living room floor in the dark, his head facing the window. He covered his face with a silk cloth embroidered with the emblem of an old god, provided by the academy, and then enticed Mia to jump over his face. After the cat jumped over, keeping his lower body still, he sat up, and the cloth naturally corroded, enabling Shard to learn this arcane technique. Within the realm of mysticism, Silvermoon also has the meaning of protector of cats. It was fortunate that he had a client's cat entrusted to his care, otherwise, Shard would have to find a cat himself. Although the above steps were odd, Shard had mastered the illusion of the moon shadow in this way. Unlike the unconditional casting of Silvermoon's slash, the illusion technique had to be performed at night, but it did not require any spellcasting materials. Let's give it a try. He turned on the gas lamp, eagerly conjured up the Ring of Fate, and tried to cast the illusion technique to its utmost limit. However, as the spiritual light of the core rune flickered, all he could manage was to produce a thin silver mist that slightly obstructed the vision. This might confuse a creature of low intelligence like Mia for a moment, but it would probably be difficult to have an effect on humans. He still needed more practice and to further enhance his understanding of Silvermoon. Meanwhile, the orange cat Mia, bewildered by the faint silver fog for a while, was quite frightened by this strange phenomenon. After the silver fog dissipated, she immediately clung to Shard's feet, and it took him a while to calm her down. She was a young cat and not very brave, but Shard liked her very much, and if her original owner, Miss Mia Gold, did not get in touch, then Shard was willing to adopt the cat. Keeping a cat at home isn't bad, at least there's no need to worry about mice. That was his thought before going to sleep. But early on Saturday morning, an unexpected letter informed that Shard's idea of stealing the cat was impossible. It was a reply from Mia Gold, the original owner of the orange cat Mia. She had received the information from Detective Hamilton, learning that the orange cat had been found, and also that Sparrow Hamilton had passed away, and now Shard Hamilton was operating the agency. But this fairly wealthy lady informed Shard in the letter that she couldn't cross half the kingdom to pick up Mia from Tobisk City anytime soon. She was equally uneasy about having the cat transported by mail. Therefore, Miss Mia Gold commissioned again, asking the young successor detective to continue sheltering and looking after Mia. She would make time to come to Tobisk City as soon as possible, but that would definitely be in 6 months or later. Miss Gold's family had undergone some changes, and she needed to handle troublesome domestic affairs. Besides the letter, Miss Gold also sent £10 in cash to Shard through a postal account via remittance. She hoped the young detective wouldn't be too harsh on the mischievous orange cat and would treat it kindly. Does Miss Gold really trust me? Could it be that old woman next door who wrote to her describing my reliability? And why does everyone think you are so mischievous? Shard sat on the couch, holding a detailed explanation of herbs of the pan-continental northern region in one hand while stroking the orange cat beside him with the other. The cat squinted its eyes and twitched its whiskers to softly meow, expressing its contentment, probably the most obedient cat Shard had ever encountered. Could it be that I got the wrong cat? He thought in amazement, but this cat was indeed Mia. The 10 pounds from the cane and Miss Gold's 10 pounds made Shard, who had been somewhat strapped for cash, suddenly well off, but Shard didn't plan to spend these 10 pounds. Instead, he decided to save them for exclusive use on Mia. He was a very principled man in situations where his own life wasn't urgently in need of money. Such a significant remittance should be spent on the cat rather than on himself. This behavior gave Shard an inexplicable sense of self-satisfaction, so much so that when he received the second letter of the day, which included the gas bill, steam fee, and water bill for his apartment, his mood wasn't too adversely affected. It was now the end of June, and these bills were due. However, being very frugal, which was typical of any Hamilton, the total of the 3 bills came to less than 7 shillings, a sum that Shard found satisfactory. Because that afternoon was the time for the study gathering at Dr. Schneider's clinic, Shard ate his lunch and fed the cat early, wanting to start his journey as soon as possible. It was quite a distance to the doctor's clinic. But before he could leave, a visitor arrived. She was a woman in her 30s, almost as tall as Shard, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, who arrived directly by carriage at the entrance of number 6, St. Deland Square. She stomped up the steps in her high heels with a commanding air but appeared very surprised when a young man opened the door. "Are you looking for Detective Sparrow Hamilton?" Shard asked in equal surprise. "Yes," said the lady, sizing up the young man who had answered the door. "Uncle Sparrow has passed away and I now handle all his cases. May I ask who you are?" "Mary Lawrence." Shard should have immediately realized who this was, but since he was no longer planning to pursue that commission, it took him a moment to recognize that this was Mrs. Lawrence, the client who had commissioned the tracking of her husband's mistress, Lady Lasoya. It was evident that Mrs. Lawrence, though regretful of Sparrow Hamilton's death, also felt dissatisfied, expressing distrust towards the young detective in her tone. Shard didn't mind because he indeed wasn't a trustworthy detective. But since the client had approached him proactively, he could only let her in, and after they seated themselves, he handed her the report already prepared by the former detective. Though the unexpected visit caught Shard off guard, luckily, Mrs. Lawrence was a reasonable person. After reading the comprehensive report in full, her disappointment about today's visit wasn't as pronounced. "Now that the investigation is complete, why didn't you immediately hand over the report to me? Was it because of Mr. Sparrow Hamilton's sudden illness?" the lady inquired politely, placing the report beside her. She was fashionably dressed, with a ruffled neckline that highlighted her pale neck. Although she seemed quite a bit older than Lady Lasoya, her demeanor was exceptional. "After taking over this office, I sorted through the remaining commissions from Uncle Sparrow. The original idea was to add the final tracking investigation, which Uncle Sparrow couldn't complete due to his illness at the end of the report, so last Saturday I tracked Lasoya once more." Shard made a troubled expression and quickly shooed away the orange cat that came over worriedly. He sat on the single sofa, saying to the client with a very concerned tone, "In my investigations, that Lady Lasoya seems to have a background that's not so simple. She seems to be associated with illegal organizations locally." He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, betraying his anxiety. "It's very dangerous." He then made an even more distressed face and did not continue, to which Mrs. Lawrence nodded in understanding. Shard didn't know what she had understood. "You think that continuing the investigation would be dangerous, and that submitting the report might alert that shameless woman to your and Mr. Sparrow Hamilton's tracking activities, so you decided to abandon the investigation," the lady concluded, almost guessing Shard's thoughts. "Yes, that's it. I don't want to get into trouble over this. Of course, doing so means I've terminated the investigation voluntarily. If you need, I can return the advance payment Uncle Sparrow collected from you, and you can take the report, but I am no longer involved. Please forgive me for saying so, but I also hope you don't get too entangled in this matter." Lady Lasoya was involved with the illegal organization Blood of Mercury, which was planning something big recently. Since the professors had helped Shard cut off all ties with Blood of Mercury, Shard didn't want any further contact with the illegal organization. Mrs. Lawrence, who was intent on finding evidence of her husband's infidelity, spoke with her head held high. But that Lady Lasoya, Shard didn't know how to properly express himself. He truly didn't want this already pitiable woman to suffer misfortune because she misunderstood his intentions. Not only does she have connections with the upper aristocracy, but she's also involved with the local gang. Do you understand? She's the type that, whether through legal or illegal means, could bring misfortune upon us. Shard exaggerated the power of the other party as much as possible. "Detective, I understand your kind intentions, but I am not just a housewife who stays at home." Upon hearing this, Shard immediately recollected the client's basic information. Mr. Lawrence and Mrs. Lawrence might not be aristocrats, but they were major factory owners, with enough assets to intimidate a less experienced outlander. Neither of them had started from scratch, both came from prosperous families, and their marriage was intertwined with business interests. If Detective Sparrow hadn't been well known for his skill in investigating extramarital affairs, a client of this caliber would not have sought him out. Therefore, when Mrs. Lawrence claimed she was capable, it wasn't just self-praise. Seeing that Shard wanted to say more, the lady shook her head and, pretending to be mysterious, said, "Detective, this world is not as simple as we think. A common woman said to the Outlander Circle's sorcerer, her perfume strong, but surprisingly not overpowering at least." Mia did not show any dissatisfaction with the client. "The world is like an isolated island, detective, but beyond the island lies the truth. In this world, there are some truly magical people who are powerful, effective, mysterious, and dangerous. I've met some of these people at afternoon tea parties with other housewives, and they can solve my problems." Shard certainly understood what she was reluctant to elaborate on, and he was so taken aback that he didn't immediately know what opinion to express. The kingdom and the True God Church had a deep cooperative relationship. Even though the three great magics academies were hidden from civilized society, they also had more or less connections with the nobility, and the royal family appoint Professor Sanchez had mentioned when talking about Miss Lewisa. And for Circle sorcerers not coming from a formal background, for gold pounds or other reasons, they might appear beside commoners as well, so Mrs. Lawrence's claim of knowing a Circle sorcerer was likely not about knowing a fraud. Is that so? He believed his expression must be quite odd. "That's good, but Lady Lasoya is really dangerous. No matter what means you have, please be very careful, extremely cautious." The young detective nodded and said, "Yes, of course I understand that. If I really intend to do something, I must be very cautious, and I won't let myself be seen by the other party. This investigation report is very good. With it, I can grasp the whereabouts of that shameless woman and my husband." She rolled up the report and placed it in her small handbag. Then she took out her purse, opened the brass clasp, and placed 2 gold coins, each representing £1, on the coffee table between them. Her fingers, polished with red nail polish, pressed lightly on the coins. "I'm sorry to hear about the death of Detective Sparrow Hamilton. He was a reliable person. This is the final payment for the commission, detective, and whatever happens next won't involve you or cause you any trouble." The lady politely smiled at Shard, then straightened her skirt and stood up. "Mrs. Lawrence." In the entrance hall on the first floor, Shard still called out to the noblewoman who was about to walk out the door. Naturally, he could not disclose his identity as a Circle sorcerer, but he also didn't want her to meet with misfortune. "Please be careful, even if you have very capable friends. Lady Lasoya is a very complex and quite dangerous person." Mrs. Lawrence turned and smiled at him. "Detective Hamilton, you truly are a good man, but I think that compared to your uncle, you really aren't cut out to be a detective here." Is Sparrow Hamilton's reputation that bad? Little Franklin seemed to dislike him last time too, Shard thought to himself, standing on the stairs watching Mrs. Lawrence open the front door of the apartment and step into the carriage waiting for her outside. The young detective walked to the door, standing on the stone steps of number 6, St. Deland Square, watching the private carriage make half a circuit around the gloomy sky of the square and then depart. He was deeply concerned about what might happen next. It was a sultry summer in Tobisk City, and it seemed like rain was imminent.